Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. It's your main man, Jim Jesus, back at you with another super official philosophy review. Can you dig? Hey, listen, man. Today we are going to be doing something kind of amazing. I even took a little nap just to get ready for this, because this is going to take quite a while. We're going to go through the entire book of Universally Preferred Behaviour, a rational proof of secular ethics by Stefan Molydude. And we're just going to go through the whole thing and talk about how bad this is. This is arguably one of the worst pieces of philosophy to ever exist. Nonetheless, we're going to try to dredge through it. This is probably not something that you probably would sit through the entire live stream, maybe catch bits and pieces of it, maybe listen to it later in parts, because we are going to go through the whole entire thing. Or maybe you can catch the middle portion of it and notice that there's just some major issues with this thing. Regardless of what your ideological perspective is, this is arguably the worst thing ever. So the reason why I'm doing this is because I made a video a while back talking about various versions of the non-aggression principle, and I was going to put this in my a complete refutation of universally preferred behavior. And as I started writing it, it just became just too long, and it was just going to overtake the entire video. Even eclipsed the portion that I was talking about, Shane Killian's version, which probably actually did take up the bulk of that video anyway. But this was going to be exponentially longer. And I just said, look, I'm just going to put like little pieces in here. So if you're truly interested in going into the subject, you can kind of get an idea of why it's wrong. Just by having a basic understanding of what UPB was, and just going in there armed with just a little bit of information. But I figured, hey, I might as well go into it in depth and just knock it right out of the park. Now, I did do a live stream where we went through Stefan Molydude's response to David Gordon, who David Gordon wrote a very scathing piece on universally preferable behavior. And at the very end of it, I gave my critique of it. And a lot of people have said that, yeah, that's true. Like you really did undermine anything that he has to say about ethics ever. But you cheated yourself. You not only the game, but yourself. Because it really was a cheap kind of. I wouldn't say it was a cop out, but it was accurate. Stefan Molydude basically had said that he wrote like this long philosophical treatise saying, look, if an ethicist violates his own ethics, it can't reach to the standard of universality, which is necessary for an ethical system to be true. And since since Marx and all these other terrible, awful people violated their own ethics, we can just completely take everything that they said about ethics and put it in the trash, which I agree, that those things should be put in the trash. But I think you need better reasoning than just saying, well, he banged his maid. You actually need to show why it's excuse me, why it's actually garbage other than that. Because we could theoretically say that there's some ethical system that's perfect in every way, shape, and form, but the guy who constructed it was a total dick-ass, right? We can say that. That is a possibility. So it's basically just kind of like a tu quoque argument and an ad hominem type of argument, and it doesn't hold water. And he could write any kind of thing that he wants to try to explain it away, but it's true. It still follows onto that thing. So I thought that we would actually go into it, ignoring the fact that he filed DMCA's against another YouTuber, an attempt to silence them, violated his own ethics in the process, and thus disregarding his whole thing. We're just going to pretend that doesn't exist, and just go into this book, and just go through the entire thing and talk about how it's bad. And so this audiobook is about 5 hours and 46 minutes. I'm going to be playing it at 1.25 speed, but I'm ready to do this thing for 8, 9, 10 hours, however long it takes to go through this whole thing. And a lot of it's going to be kind of me pausing it and just saying, like, we've already addressed this. and maybe give a quick recap for those who just waltzed into the room. But, if you want to listen to the entire thing from the very beginning, we're probably going to cover most of the ground there. But once we get towards the end, when we talk about the 5 proofs, that's when we're really going to get in some really interesting territory, and we're going to have to start pausing a whole lot more, because that's just a load of hot garbage. And there was one thing that I did forget to do in the process, but good thing that I have a link ready to go, is I actually want to juxtapose the text of this thing so that I can read along, which I have right here. And all of the links to all of the various forms of this book are in the description. So if you want to read it, if you want to listen to the audiobook, feel free to do so. And I welcome all comments, critiques, criticism. Lay it on me. I'm definitely interested in what you have to say. So we fast forward about 1 minute and 15 seconds into this, because this is kind of like where he's just, basic stuff, kind of, what this book was about, like his thank you. Not really a forward yet. This is all kind of extra stuff that's actually not in the book. So we're going to fast forward that and just get right into it. By the way, how are you guys doing today? Hey, Larry, how's it going? How's it going, TSK Jesus Freak? How's Minecraft going? So let's get right into this, because this is gonna be a long yet fun night. Fun night. All right.
In many fairy tales, there lives a terrible beast of stupendous power, a dragon or a basilisk, which tyrannizes the surrounding lands. The local villagers tremble before this monster. They sacrifice their animals, pay money and blood in the hopes of appeasing its murderous impulses. Most people cower under the shadow of this beast, calling their fear prudence. But a few, drunk perhaps on courage or foolhardiness, decide to fight. Year after year, decade after decade, wave after wave of hopeful champions try to match their strength, virtue, and cunning against this terrible beast. Try and fail. The beast is always immortal, so the villagers cannot hope for time to rid them of their despot. The beast is never rational and has no desire to trade, and so no negotiations are possible. The desperate villagers' only hope is for a man to appear who can defeat the beast. Inevitably, a man steps forward who strikes everyone as utterly incongruous. He's a stable boy, a shoemaker's son, a baker's apprentice, or sometimes just a vagabond. This book is the story of my personal assault on just such a beast. This beast is the belief that it is impossible to define an objective, rational, secular, and scientific ethical system. This beast is the illusion that morality must forever be lost in the irrational swamps of gods and governments, enforced for merely pragmatic reasons, but forever lacking logical justification and clear definition. This beast is the fantasy that virtue, our greatest joy, our deepest happiness, must be cast aside by secular grown-ups and left in the dust to be poured at, paraded, and exploited by politicians and priests and parents. This beast is the superstition that, without the tirades of parents, the bullying of gods, or the guns of governments, we cannot be both rational and good. This beast has brought down many great heroes, from Socrates to Plato to Augustine to Hume to Kant to Rand. The cost to mankind has been enormous.
And you've figured it out. Where all these people failed, you figured it out, right? You slayed the beast.
Since we have remained unable to define a rational system of universal morality...
By the way, I need to point out that I am playing this at 2.5 speed. I had to verify it because there's so many pregnant pauses in this thing, and he speaks so slow, and it's so pretentious. Just like, I'm so wonderful, and I'm so great. I slayed the beast.
We have been forced to inflict religious horror stories on our children, or give guns, prisons, and armies to a small monopoly of soulless controllers who call themselves the state. Since what we call ethics remains subjective and merely cultural, we inevitably end up relying on bullying, fear, and violence to enforce social rules. Since ethics lack the rational basis of the scientific method, morality remains mired in a tribal war of bloody mythologies, each gang fighting tooth and nail for control of a people's allegiance to, quote, virtue. We cannot live without morality, but we cannot define morality objectively. Thus, we remain eternally condemned to empty lives of pompous hypocrisy, cynical dominance, or pious slavery.
Yeah, I would like to point out, this is going to come out of my own pocket, free chemotherapy for all who get through this entire thing.
Intellectually, there are no higher stakes in the world. Our failure to define objective and rational moral rules has cost hundreds of millions of human lives in the wars of religions and states. In many ways, the stakes are getting even higher. The increased information flow of the internet has raised the suspicions of a new generation that what is called, quote, virtue is nothing more or less than the self-serving fairy tales of their hypocritical elders. The pious lies told by those in authority and the complicity of those who worship them are clearer now than ever before. Truth has been exposed as manipulation, virtue as control, loyalty as slavery, and what is called morality has been revealed as a ridiculous puppet show designed to trick weak and fearful people into enslaving themselves. This realization has given birth to a new generation of nihilists, just as it did in 19th century Germany. These extreme relativists reserve their most vitriolic attacks for anyone who claims any form of certainty. This postmodern generation has outgrown the cultural bigotries of their collective histories, but now view all truth as mere prejudicial assertion. Like wide-eyed children who have been scarred into cynical wisdom, they view all communication as advertising, all claims as propaganda.
Larry, don't steal my joke. That was the joke at the end of this chapter. Thanks.
And
you
all
ruined it.
moral exhortations as hypocritical thievery. Since we have no agreement on a cohesive, objective, and rational framework for evaluating moral propositions, morality remains mired in mysticism and its inevitable corollary of violence. Just as, prior to the Enlightenment, religious sects warred endlessly for control over the blades of the aristocracy, so now do competing moral mythologies war for control over the state and all its machinery of coercion. Thus, morality remains, relative to modern science, just as medieval, quote, astronomy did to modern astronomy, a realm of imaginary mythology, enforced through storytelling, threats, compulsion, and exploitation, which actively bars any real progress towards the truth.
Towards.
This beast of relativistic
Such
ethics
a woody
looms
word.
above us, preying on us, justifying
Ethics, very
taxation,
tinny,
imprisonment,
tinny
censorship,
word.
and wars. It enslaves the young in state schools and Sunday pews. It ensnares the poor in the soft gulags of welfare. It enslaves even the unborn in the bottomless wells of national debts. As I wrote in my previous book, On Truth, The Tyranny of Illusion, the most fundamental lie at the center of unproven ethical theories is that such theories are always presented to children as objective and incontrovertible facts, when, in truth, they are mere cultural bigotries. The reason that scientists do not need a government or a Vatican is that scientists have an objective methodology for resolving disputes, the scientific method. The reason that language does not need a central authority to guide its evolution is that it relies on the free market of accumulated individual preferences for style and utility. The reason that modern morality, and morality throughout history, has always had to rely first.
I could go into to like some of the deeper aspects of linguistics and say that's not entirely true, but
on the bullying of
we're
children
going to spend
and
8
then on the
hours here
threatening of
anyway.
adults,
So
is that it is a manipulative lie,
right, that's not how science works
masquerading
either.
as a virtuous truth.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that science isn't some. I mean, the method is objective. It's a good way of testing things. However, there's lots of things that can go possibly wrong, which is why you need internal verification of things. And this is going to be the internal verification of things. Even though other people have torn this book to shreds, we'll get into some of those people later. Yeah, that's just it's not perfect.
The truth
None of the stuff is perfect.
is that we need morality. The lie is that
Right,
gods
he
or
doesn't
governments
understand
can rationally
linguistics.
define or justly enforce it. My goal in this book is to define a methodology for validating moral theories that is objective, consistent, clear, rational, empirical, and true. I'm fully aware that at this moment you will very likely be feeling a rising wave of skepticism. I fully understand that the odds that some guy out there on the internet, the homeworld of crazies, has somehow solved the philosophical problem of the ages are not particularly high. In fact, they would be so close to zero as to be virtually indistinguishable from it. Still, not quite zero. Ground rules.
So, not an argument, nice spooks nerd, etc. This is all just like, I have slayed the beast. There is this giant beast that has been tearing apart society from the very beginning, and I alone have stopped the beast, and I have picked up where other people has failed. Great minds like Rand and Kant, X to doubt. But anyways,
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. In taking on this mammoth task, particularly in such a short book, I have set myself some basic ground rules which are worth going over here. Most of these will be discussed in more detail through the course of the book. 1. I fully accept the Humean distinction between is and ought.
Whoa. I don't think you do. We'll get into that as soon as you wrap this little piece up, because I don't think you do. I think you reject it.
Valid moral rules cannot be directly derived from the existence of anything in reality. The fact that human beings in general prefer to live and must successfully interact with reality in order to do so cannot be the basis for any valid theory of ethics. Some people clearly do not prefer to live and steadfastly reject reality, and so this definition of ethics remains subjective and conditional.
Okay, so do you really believe that? Because you did a video response to Rationality Rules where you said something along the lines of...
Now here's the first straw man. How interesting. So, but you can't get an ought from an is, which is a basic... So this is going back to David Hume, a skeptic, or serious skeptic, who said there's nothing in the universe that says how human beings should behave. And you can't get an ought from an is. Now I have a response to that, which is basically, if you can't get an ought from an is, you are getting an ought from an is, which is you ought not talk about getting an ought from an is. Like you have...
That is stupid. Anybody who says that doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. So when Hume was talking about the is-ought gap, what he's saying is, look, if you want to make a sandwich, right? If you have to have certain things in order to achieve certain goals. If you want to make a sandwich, then you need to take what is. You need bread. You need cheese. You need ham, and you need to arrange them a certain way if you want to do it. So this is what you ought to do if this is what you want. That's true in virtually every field of rationality and philosophy. However, you can't do that with the ethics, because there's infinite number of facts in the universe, and you can use those infinite number of facts to justify infinite numbers of contradictory ethical prescriptions, right? There's lots of terrible people in the world. They do awful, terrible things like war, destroying the earth, and blah, blah, blah. Therefore, it's okay to murder because it reduces the population load and allows the earth to thrive. You can make such an argument from all kinds of is statements to come up with all kinds of ought statements. Hume says, yeah, so that's a thing. So you can't really justify moral theories or ethical theories based on what is of the world. Yes, people have self-ownership. That's fine. However, you need to bridge the gap between this is the way things are, people have self-ownership, to what ought to be done. Therefore, you shouldn't do it. There's a huge gap that's there, and people just want to pretend that it doesn't exist or just make that logical leap because, what's wrong? Are you denying facts? So that's the distinction there. So on one hand, he's saying, the Humean distinction between is and ought, that's completely valid. It's completely sound. That's fine. And we're not disagreeing with that. And then now when people point out like, no, you didn't actually do that, that's where he goes like, well, you can't get an ought from an is. But no one is saying that it's immoral to get an ought from an is. People are saying that you cannot do that in order to get a justified thing. So moving along. Facts and logic pwned.
Ethics cannot be objectively defined as, quote, that which is good for man's survival. Certain individuals can survive very well by preying on others. So this definition...
Okay, so hitting yourself in the head with a hammer is not productive. I ought to stop. Right. That would not... No one is saying that it's immoral to hit yourself in the head with a hammer. If you want to be productive, you ought not do that. See, those are the kind of ethical systems that I'm completely okay with. If you want to have a wealthy society, if you want to have a prosperous society, then you ought to do these things. However, I'm not going to say that it's just immoral to do that because some spooky rules. Nice spooks, nerd, not an argument.
Of ethics does not overcome the problem of subjectivism. In biological terms, this would be analogous to describing evolutionary tendencies as, quote, that which is good for life's survival. This would make no sense. Human society is an ecosystem of competing interests, just as the rainforest is, and what is good for one man so often comes at the expense of another. 3. I do not believe in any, quote, higher realm of ideal forms. Morality cannot be conceived of as existing in any other universe, either material or immaterial. If morality exists in some other realm, it cannot then be subjected to a rigorous rational or empirical analysis. And as Plato himself noted in the Republic, society would thus require an elite cadre of philosopher kings to communicate, or more accurately enforce, the incomprehensible edicts of this other realm upon everyone else. This also does not solve the problem of subjectivism, since that which is inaccessible to reason and evidence is by definition subjective.
All right, so we're going to get into deeper kind of aspects of this when he gets to that. But I think he actually does believe in some sort of higher realm. We'll get into that.
4.
When it comes
I do not
up.
believe that morality can be defined or determined with reference to arguments from effect, or the predicted consequences of ethical propositions. Utilitarianism, or the greatest good for the greatest number, does not solve the problem of subjectivism, since the odds of any central planner knowing what is objectively good for everyone else are about the same as any central economic planner knowing how to efficiently allocate resources in the absence of price. Effectively.
Okay, so Brian Kaplan wrote a great article about why he's not an Austrian, and it's a good read, especially the part about the economics calculation problem where he talks about how it doesn't prove that socialism is impossible. It makes it terrible and awful, and there's things to consider about it. But I think he thinks that Mises went a little bit too far by saying that it would make it impossible, considering that all of these socialist states existed for decades and decades. Albeit terribly, they did exist. And even if they got the Sears catalog to figure out how to do it, that's still getting information somewhere that Mises did was inaccurate about.
0. Also, that which is considered the greatest good for the greatest number changes, according to culture, knowledge, time, and circumstances, which also fails to overcome the problem of subjectivism. We do not judge the value of scientific experiments according to some Platonic higher realm or some utilitarian optimization. They are judged in accordance with the scientific method. I will take the same approach in this book. 5.
Okay.
I also refuse to define ethics as a positive law doctrine. Although it is generally accepted that legal systems are founded upon systems of ethics, no one could argue that every law within every legal system is a perfect reflection of an ideal morality. Laws cannot directly mirror any objective theory of ethics, since laws are in a continual state of flux, constantly being overturned, abandoned, and invented. And legal systems the world over are often in direct opposition to one another, even at the theoretical level. Sharia law is often directly opposed to Anglo-Saxon common law, and the modern democratic mob rule process often seems more akin to a mafia shootout than a sober implementation of ethical ideals. 6.
That isn't how law works. Yes, that's not how law works. So Stefan is laying the ground rules. He's saying, like, here's are all the things that I agree with going into this book, and you're gonna see later on that he disregards a lot of these things going in.
I am fully open to the proposition that there is no such thing as ethics at all, and that all systems of, quote, morality are mere instruments of control, as Nietzsche argued so insistently. In this book, they start from the assumption that there is no such thing as ethics, and build a framework from there. 7. I do have great respect for the ethical instincts of mankind. The near universal social prohibitions on murder, rape, assault, and theft are facts that any rational ethicist discards at his peril. Aristotle argued that any ethical theory that can be used to prove that rape is moral must have something wrong with it, to say the least.
Not an argument.
Thus, after I have developed a framework for validating ethical theories, I run these generally accepted moral premises through that framework to see whether or not they hold true.
But what if we can devise some sort of ethical system that's universal? It goes across anything. It applies in all circumstances, on any planet, in the known universe, and even unknown universes, that would say that, hey, you know what? Rape ain't so bad. Rape ain't so bad. We can conceive of such a system existing. I don't think that's possible, but we can theoretically think about these things existing. Why are we just throwing these things out of the room? Rape, murder, assault, theft, just because we don't like them or we think that they have disastrous results, which they do. They are terrible and awful. I agree. But to just say that, like, well, in order for you to have an ethical system, it has to follow these rules in order for it to be valid. Says who? Aristotle? Well, that's fine. Aristotle can say that, but not an argument.
8. I respect your intelligence enough to refrain from defining words like morality, truth, reason, integrity, etc. We have enough work to do without having to reinvent the wheel. 9. Finally, I believe that any theory, especially one as fundamental...
He says that, like, I'm not going to insult your intelligence, and then he goes on to say that, like, just by you disagreeing with UPB, you're proving UPB. Like, don't insult my intelligence
as
that
a
way
theory
either.
of ethics. Does little good if it merely confirms what everybody already knows instinctively. I have not spent years of my life working on a theory of ethics in order to run around proving that murder is wrong. In my view, the best theories are those which verify the truths that we all intuitively understand, and then use those principles to reveal new truths that may be completely counterintuitive.
So, is he appealing to, like, intuitivism? What's the term? Michael Huemer is one of these people who just believes that there's certain things that are intuitive in the human psyche, like rape is wrong, murder is wrong, and if people have a general agreement of these things, those are most likely true. Most likely. I forget what the term is exactly, but yeah.
Having spent the last few years of my life preparing, training, and then combating this beast, I hope that I have acquitted myself with some measure of honor. I believe that I have emerged victorious, though not entirely unscathed, and I look forward to seeing who shares this view. Of course, if I have failed, I have at least failed spectacularly, which itself can be both edifying and entertaining.
Which he did. Like, he was been trying to get this thing pushed into academia for such a long time, and trying to get some academic to pick up on it and like it. And everybody who's in the field has read this thing and just was like, this is awful. This is just awful. And it makes sense because in his is it his latest book? Unless he wrote another book, since I haven't been paying attention. The art, what was it? The art of the argument. There we go. There was a lot of kind of philosophers that came out of the woodwork and was like, you don't understand this stuff. Case in point, you consistently not conflate, but he says that valid and sound arguments are two different things, but he mixes them up. And throughout the book, like, he's constantly saying, like, he'll define what sound arguments are, and then call it valid, and vice versa. And everybody's like, you don't even get that right. And a lot of the other stuff that follows from that, like, you also get completely wrong as well. So,
I studied the history of philosophy in graduate school and hold a master's degree, but I do not have a PhD in philosophy. I am far from a publicly recognized intellectual. While I may not be the most unlikely champion, I am also far from the most likely. Whether I have succeeded or not is not up to you, and it is not up to me. If the reasoning holds, the greatest beast is down.
not an argument.
A modest suggestion. It is the height of audacity to suggest to readers how to read a book, but given the challenges of the task before us, I would like to make one small suggestion before we embark. If we lived in the 15th century and I were trying to convince you that the world were round, I would put forward reams of mathematical and physical proofs. If you held a contrary opinion, you would naturally react with skepticism and be inclined to quibble with every line of proof. However, if you and I could in fact sail around the world and arrive back at where we started without retracing our steps, you would be far more willing to accept the conceptual proofs for what you had already experienced to be true. You might find fault at a particular logical step or metaphor, but you would already agree with the conclusion and thus would be more prone to help correct the details rather than reject the theory as a whole.
Okay, so here's the problem with that. Especially when you're talking about philosophy and you're trying to build, let's say they're trying to build a house. Since he likes to use metaphor, I'll use a metaphor too. So you like to build a house, and you lay a foundation. You build the frame, you put the stuff on. You put the insulation in, you put the drywall in, you add the fixtures, and then you get the interior decorator to come in and make it nice and pretty. Right? That's how you build a house. Now let's say that we're going to build the house on a foundation of quicksand, and then start building on top of that. That's a problem. Even if everything else in the house is fine, if you laid the foundation on something terrible, it's going to be bad. You're building things from first principles on the way up, right? So let's say that I wanted to make the case that rape is okay. Let's just say that. And I say, people have self-ownership, they're allowed to do certain things, and blah, 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 step 2, step 3, everything sounds fine. And then I say, but your mom is really hot, and she doesn't want to put out, so I want to take that from her. Ergo, it's, it's rape. It's like, well, hold on. That one little thing, let's nitpick that one little thing, because that's the hole in the Death Star for you right there. Like, that's the weak spot in your argument. You can't just say like, well, you can't really point out that like I have a piece of paper, wrapped together and held with a piece of a Scotch tape as one of the links in my chain, and say like, well, that will make my whole chain like not work. Like, no, that's a valid point to point out that one thing is wrong in your logical chain that could throw out the entire thing. And he wants to do this because he knows there's lots of issues with every single one of his syllogisms, and he just wants to just go, you can't nitpick. You have to throw out every single little thing, including the conclusion, in order for you to disregard this. And that's just stupid.
If my task were to respond to every possible objection, to every linguistic, logical, and empirical step, this book would remain forever unfinished and unread. Perfectionism is in essence procrastination, and I consider the task of this book to be too important, and the dangers of false morality too grave and imminent, to spend so long trying to achieve heaven that we all end up in hell. Thus, I humbly suggest that you wait to see how effective the ethical framework I propose is at proving the most commonly accepted moral maxims of mankind before passing final judgment on the theory.
It's not how that works.
I truly believe that the definition of a rational ethical framework is the most essential task that faces mankind. I truly, truly appreciate your interest in this crucial matter, and would like, as always, to thank the wonderfully kind donators who have made this work possible. I ride into battle, well armed by others. Introduction. For countless generations, mankind lived in a kind of egocentric womb of self-imposed ignorance. The world was flat. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. Ancestors beckoned to him from beyond the mists of death, and thunder was the anger of the gods. Burrowing out from this...
By the way, I need to point out how long we've been doing. We've been on for 40 minutes. And we're about 20 minutes into the book. And we're still not even close to getting to the point of his argument yet. And this is only like a 400-page book. And there's that much filler in this book.
Narcissistic womb of subjective interpretation required.
Yes, we're going through the whole entire book.
And cost the lives of millions. The effort required to wrench our perspective from perceptual experience to conceptual logic was terrifying, exhilarating, highly disorienting, and extremely dangerous. Understanding that the world was not what it felt like or seemed like was.
I believe it's after this very short introduction. And by very short, I can't put enough quotation marks around very short. So I'm not even going to try.
And remains the greatest feat of our intelligence. The truth of reality turned out to be in the eyes of the mind, not of the flesh. The world looks flat. It is not. The sun and the moon look the same size. They are not. The stars seem to move around the earth. They do not.
But the sun and the moon do not look like the same size. They just...
Learning the truth requires that we see the world from outside our senses. This does not mean a rejection of our senses, but an airtight compliance with the real evidence of the senses, which is not that the world is flat, but that matter, energy, and physical laws are consistent. When we let go of a rock in our hand, it falls. This is the real evidence of the senses, not that the earth is fixed and immovable. The idea that the world is immobile is an incorrect assumption that contradicts the direct evidence of our senses, which is that everything falls. If everything falls, the world cannot be fixed and immovable. These are the little truths of the everyday, that rocks fall, smoke rises, fire is hot, and the sun and the moon are both round. If we remain steadfastly and rigorously committed to these little truths, we can in time derive the great truths of physics, which provide us such awesome knowledge and power. In between the little truths and the great truths, however, are the illusions that blind us, both in physics and in ethics. In physics, the great truths cannot contradict the little truths. No unified field theory can validly contradict a direct sense experience of a falling rock or a rising flame. the greatest mathematical theory.
Define fall. Define fall. I mean, because it's kind of important. If you were in the same perspective to show someone in China, someone dropping a rock in the United States, they'd think that it's falling upwards.
Cannot be valid if applying it returns incorrect change at the checkout counter. Historically, however, in between our own little truths and the great truths lies what I will call
Thank you, Larry.
the null zone. The null zone. We tell our children not to punch each other, and we believe that violence is wrong in the abstract as a general moral rule. The little truth is, don't punch. The great truth is, violence is wrong.
Not an argument. Nice spook, nerd.
However, there exists in our minds
with a super
an
chat
imaginary
to keep
entity
it up
called
on the
God,
top of the board.
and this entity is considered perfectly moral. Unfortunately, this entity continually and grossly
I forgot that I put that on. I love that. Thanks, Larry.
violates the edict that violence is wrong by drowning the world, consigning souls to hell despite a perfect foreknowledge of their, quote, decisions, sanctioning rape, murder, theft, assault, and other actions that we would condemn as utterly evil in any individual. Thus we have the little truth, don't punch, and the great truth, violence is wrong. But in the middle, we have this null zone, where the complete opposite of both our little truths and our great truths is considered perfectly true. Historically, we can see the same inconsistency in physics. There are no perfect circles in our direct experience, but because of a belief in God, all planetary motion had to be a perfect circle, a premise that retarded astronomy for centuries. Similarly, if a man turns his head, he does not reasonably believe that the entire world rotates around him, and he would happily put this forward as not just his own little truth, but as a great truth or universal principle. Yet for most of human history, it was believed that the stars and planets rotated around the Earth, rather than that the Earth rotated. Here again we can see the null zone between direct sense experience and universal principles, wherein entirely opposite principles are considered to be perfectly valid. No sane man experiences God directly. In his daily life, he fully accepts that that which cannot be perceived does not exist. No reasonable man flinches every time he takes a step, fearing an invisible wall that might be barring his way. The greatest abstractions of science support his approach.
No, because it's safe to make assumptions. That's the point of that.
Conversely,
James Randi has talked about this like ad nauseum. Like every time he steps onto like a new piece of cement, he doesn't question or not whether or not it's liquid that falls all the way down to the center of the earth. He just assumes that it's true. That's why he comes in and gives his lecture and talks for a little bit, and he's holding a microphone. And then it turns out the microphone wasn't on to begin with, and the glasses he was wearing didn't even have lenses in it. And he's just kind of making the point that everybody makes assumptions, and it's a perfectly rational thing for people to do. It's not that we just go, oh, there's no such thing as, liquid cement that goes all the way to the center of the earth, right? Jesus Christ.
In the null zone of religion, the exact opposite of both the little truths and the great truths is believed to be true. Personally, a man believes that which cannot be perceived does not exist. Intellectually, science has proven this repeatedly. However, in the null zone of theology, the exact opposite proposition holds true. The axiom there is that which cannot be perceived must exist.
No, that's
our belief in the virtue of the middle.
I'm an atheist, right? I'm a Satanist. But that's the most, stupid thing that you could possibly say about theists. Oh, my God. It makes me angry how stupid that is.
Also lies in this null zone. If a private man is paid to murder another man, we call him a gun for hire and condemn him as a hitman. If, however, this man puts on a green costume with certain ribbons and commits the same act, we hail him as a hero and reward him with a pension. The little truth, I should not murder, is perfectly consistent with the great truth, murder is wrong. Yet in the middle, there lies a null zone where murder magically becomes virtuous.
That's not right. So, getting into some ethics. This is not ethics that I agree with, but whatever. Let's just go with this, just to kind of explore this terrain a little bit. The little truth, I should not murder, is perfectly consistent with the great truth that murder is wrong. However, it is not inconsistent to say that other people should go out and murder people because they're possibly a threat to us, or they're possibly going to come over and take things from us, or rape our women, or kill our children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These are the kind of rules that, or the kind of rules that a lot of modern societies take when they go into war. I don't agree with them. I think a lot of their stuff is nonsense. But that aside, we can all say that, like, no. When we went to Iraq, we didn't go there because we wanted to kill everybody there and murder them all and awful, terrible things. No. We were under the false impression that they had weapons of mass destruction and they were going to give them to Al Qaeda, who were going to use it against us, and we have to stop that by all means necessary, because they're our enemies and they want us dead. Because they hate Britney Spears and Coca-Cola so much. So I'm not saying that, it's not saying that it's okay for me to murder. What it's saying is we're granting permission for these people over here to defend us against this perceived threat, albeit incorrect, but perceived threat. That's the way a lot of modern states look at war. They could be lying to us. They could be wrong, but that's something else. And to say that just because you wear a fancy suit doesn't mean that you have the right to, to violate these rules that are good for everybody else, unless of course you have some ethical system that says, these types of people should not do these particular things, but we're going to grant these particular people extra rights in order to maintain civility in our society, or to maintain peace, or to maintain some sort of safety. I don't agree with that, but you can't just throw that out as saying, like, well, all it is just a magical suit, because it's a little bit more than a magical suit. Moving along.
If this null zone is valid, then no logical proposition can ever hold. If a proposition is true, and the exact opposite of that proposition is also true, then logical reasoning becomes impossible. The growth of rational science has been the steady attack upon this null zone, and the incursion of objective consistency into these mad little pockets of subjective whim. In old maps before cartographers had finished their explorations, the drawings of known lands would fade into blank paper. The growth of knowledge...
this really stands in opposition to what he believes now. And again, I really don't think that even in an anarcho-capitalist society that the quote-unquote drawings of known lands would fade into blank paper. I don't. It would not. They'd just be smaller.
First, a delineation of what is not known, and then an expansion of known principles into the unknown areas. The same is true in the realm of morality.
No, it's not. No, it is not. Ethics has a lot of different things in it that you can't just bring over from other forms of ethics. Just like we talked about the Izzat Gap thing. Yes, in every sort of thing, if you want to have, if you want to have a ham sandwich, you ought to do these things. Because that's the way the world is. You ought to do this in order to achieve certain goals. However, in morality, that's not the same thing, because you can achieve any sort of ethical system, moral system, based on facts of the world, and you can twist them to your heart's content to make any kind of ethical system that even allows for things like rape, murder, torture, blah, 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 blah.
The casualties. Crossing this null zone is fraught with peril. The road from the little truths to the great truths is paved with the bones of millions. From the death of Socrates to the torture of early scientists by religious zealots, to the millions who have murdered and died for the black fantasies of fascism and communism, any forward thrust of human knowledge into the null zone is fraught with considerable danger.
Just because bad things can happen from your ethical system doesn't mean that your ethical system is correct or incorrect. It just doesn't. If this is the road that you're going down, which he will go down this road later, he says, like, these are moral rules that you should never disobey, no matter what the consequences are. Period. You can't have this particular opinion at the same time. What if an ANCAP society turns out to be more horrific than communism? We don't know. It's never been tested to its fullest extent. We've seen little glimmers, but we haven't seen a fully realized ANCAP society. It is very possible for such a society to be awful and terrible. And I know there's people in the chat room right now that are making that case. And that's something that I'm willing to consider. However, if you're trying to say that this is the moral, ethical system, no matter the consequences, you can't bring up the fact that other ethical systems have bones of millions, because we don't know the millions of possible dead people that could possibly exist from this ethical system. We don't know. We haven't really fully realized it yet.
Must crossing the null zone, or seamlessly uniting the little truths with the great truths, inevitably be so difficult and dangerous? It is an enormous challenge to unite the perceptual with the conceptual in a straight line of logical reasoning, but must this progress take thousands of years and oceans of blood? If we look at the technological and economic progress of mankind, we see more or less a flat line for countless millennia, followed by massive and asymptotic spikes over the past few hundred years. It is inconceivable that some widespread genetic mutation could account for this sudden and enormous acceleration of intellectual consistency and material success. Theories claiming that a certain, quote, snowball effect came into existence mysteriously propelled by an accumulation of all the little increments of knowledge that had occurred since the dawn of civilization can usually be dismissed out of hand as entirely ex post facto explanations, since they have no predictive value. If we understand that our staggering potential has been available to us for at least tens of thousands of years, and that there is both great profit and great pleasure in exercising it, then it at once becomes clear that we really do want to use our
nice
amazing
wig
minds.
fallacy.
Thus, there must be a downward force that has
All right, that's good. That's some deep lore right there, though.
historically acted to crush and enslave the natural liberty of mankind. In the realm of science, it is not too hard to see the oppressive forces that continually kept our minds in near-primeval ignorance.
It was religion. The Dark Ages was caused by religion. Citation needed.
A combination of superstition in the form of religion and violence in the form of the aristocracy threatened rational thinkers with intimidation, imprisonment, torture, and murder. Just as a farmer profits from the low intelligence of his cows, and a slave owner profits from the fear of his slaves, priests and kings retained their privileges by threatening with death anyone who dared to think. The simple truth is
that's not how mafia worked. It is not how mafia worked.
that priests and kings were and are merely men. The simple truth is that the gods and devils that were supposed to justify their rule never existed. We have made great strides in understanding the nature and reality of simple human equality. But the sad fact of the matter is that the realm of morality is still lost in the null zone, in the destructive illusions of the middle truths.
We've already been over that. Basically, you just can't discredit someone with a shiny badge just because they have a shiny badge. Well, that gives them magical powers. It's not how that works. It's not how that works. I agree with the sentiment, but no, stop. This is supposed to be philosophy. This isn't supposed to be some sort of, libertarian talking point that gets people thinking. This is supposed to be like someone laying out a grand unified theory of ethics. It's just laughable.
Middle truths. Let's call the oppositional principles that reside in the null zone between sense perception and conceptual consistency the middle truths. Let us call the oppositional principles that reside in...
By the way, we're 30 minutes into this thing and he still hasn't gotten to UPB yet. He's still laying out, for all intents and purposes, the ground rules.
Null zone between sense perception and conceptual consistency the middle truths. These middle truths are the most dangerous illusions of all because they grant the appearance of truth while actually attacking the truth. By providing the illusion that we have found the truth, middle truths actually prevent us from gaining the truth. They are the last line of defense for fantasy, predation, and exploitation. Since they are not only irrational, but anti-rational, middle truths remain endlessly flexible as long as they serve those in power. For instance, Christianity arose out of the growing fascism of the late Roman Empire, partly by lashing out at the, quote, primitive superstitions of existing theologies. Forget your old gods, we have a brand new God who is far better. Middle truths always take the form of a truth followed by a lie. Zeus is a pagan superstition is a true statement, which was openly made by Christian proselytizers. The lie that followed was, Yahweh is not a pagan superstition, but a real and living God. We can personalize this a little bit more with an example that will be familiar to anyone who has ever counseled a dysfunctional friend.
This is a false
My last
analogy.
boyfriend was a real jerk. she will say, and you will fervently agree. My new boyfriend is really great, though, she will add, and you will try not to roll your eyes. It is very hard not to replace one illusion with another. The British government is a tyranny, cried the American revolutionaries in the 18th century, and after evicting the British troops, they then set up their own government and started attacking their own citizens. Aristocracy is an unjust abomination, cried other revolutionaries, who then set up...
So, let's get into the American Revolution for a bit. Yeah, he's talking about the Whiskey Rebellion and those sorts of things. That was all a thing, and it's all kind of funny to look back on. But I think we can all agree that we were better off as a nation under the United States government than we were under the British rule by leaps and bounds. By leaps and bounds.
The tyranny of the majority.
We just can't discredit something just because it's not perfect, fully realized as we would want them. You know, therefore we shouldn't have taken it. No.
In the form of democracy.
No.
Middle truths can also exist in science and similarly prevent the natural progress from the little truths to the great truths. Until the 18th century, for instance, biologists believed in spontaneous generation, or the idea that life can spring from non-living matter. This had never been observed, of course, but conformed to ancient writings, both philosophical and religious, and so was accepted as fact. Also, prior to the Einsteinian revolution in 1905, light was believed to move through a fixed and invisible substance called luminiferous ether, just as sound waves move through air. No scientist who believed in this theory had any empirical evidence for this ether, either personally or scientifically, but it was considered necessary to conform to other observable characteristics.
We also say the same thing about gravity. Like we really don't know how gravity works. We understand how it relates to things like physics and stuff, but we don't understand how it relates to, like, you know, masses floating through we don't understand that completely. But we still accept it. And I know, and you even brought it up earlier, we talked about gravity, as if it's just like, it's fully realized. We completely understand how gravity works. We don't. Sorry.
Religion
Nice try,
is also another middle truth, one of the most dangerous ones. It is true that we are a unique species in the universe as far as we know. A giraffe is a taller quadruped, but man is not just a smarter primate, but something quite different. The nature of that difference remains largely unknown. The religious explanation of we are not the same as animals because we have a soul and were created by a god is just another example of a middle truth. It is true that we are very different from animals. It is not true that we were created by a god and have a soul. Just as some parasites cannot take root until they dislodge the prior parasites, middle truths only attack previous illusions so that they can take their place. Those who are skeptical of the prior fantasies are drawn towards the new fantasy. Thus does Christianity displace paganism, Marxism displace Christianity, postmodernism displace Marxism, democracy displace aristocracy, and so on.
I think it's funny that he points out that postmodernism displaces Marxism. Interesting now that he considers postmodernism to be a form of, or is basically Marxism. I wonder if he's just throwing that out to appeal to the Jordan B. Peterson fans. But anyways.
Until the great truths are achieved and united with the little truths, middle truths are just a rotating phalanx of exploitive and destructive falsehoods, specifically designed to prevent the achievement of the great truths. And the great truths are always achieved from the little truths. The world falls because the rock falls.
I don't know. Am I the only one that's annoyed by these little endings of every chapter of these little sayings that are supposed to like resonate with you? Like, oh, this makes a whole lot of sense. They all fall flat on their face, considering what I just said earlier about gravity.
Middle truths and exploitation.
Well, there are people who are leaves. They're called Canadians. And Molyneux is one.
Logically, parasitism is a wholly viable survival strategy for many creatures. In the absence of ethical norms, stealing energy and resources from other creatures is perfectly sensible. In general, the most sustainable and stable form of parasitism is symbiosis, or mutually beneficial coexistence. Thus, the bacteria that inhabit our intestines aid their own survival by helping us digest our food. However, a virus that renders us continually exhausted and barely able to keep ourselves alive can scarcely be called mutually beneficial. If we think of our long and grim history of disaster, starvation, war, disease, and poverty, and compare it with the astounding material successes of modernity, it is clear that a form of parasitism tyrannized our minds and capacities for millennia. Now that the last few hundred years have shown the power and creativity of the human spirit, we can view our species as an organism that has shaken off a terrible parasite and sprung from an endless, gasping deathbed to perform the most astounding feats of gymnastics. When we cure ourselves of a disease, we feel better, but the disease does not. From the perspective of the smallpox virus, the smallpox vaccine is genocidal. In the same way, the parasites that strangle mankind view the liberty of the majority with horror. Since their parasitism frees them from the demands of reality to earn their daily bread, they inevitably view the freedom of the masses as a form of enslavement for themselves. Thus would a farmer view the liberation of his livestock as an utter disaster.
Are we going full vegan? Is that what's happening here?
Establishing truth necessarily limits fantasy. Limiting fantasy necessarily limits exploitation.
X.
If I can convince you that I am a living man-god, and that the God who birthed me wants you to give me 10% of your income, or you will be punished for eternity, then I can become exceedingly rich. I am a parasite of illusions, and depend on those illusions for my sustenance as surely as fungus relies on warmth, dampness, and darkness.
How about thought experiment here? How about we construct a way to convince people of anarcho-capitalism, which is where he was at when he wrote this book. But let's say in order to do it to appeal to the most amount of people, we can create this fantastical world with gods and myths and all sorts of traditions and rites and stuff that someone just made up full cloth. Well, just let's just imagine such a thing as possible, and it could be fully realized. You know, we can actually have an anarcho-capitalist society that's peaceful and, you know, prosperous. And this is actually something that some people have actually kind of talked about when you get into, you know, not the memers, but the actual, you know, anarcho-monarchists have talked about things like this. Is like having something like the divine right of kings in order to preserve and traditions and culture and rights that would allow for such a system like anarcho-capitalism to work. They think that's the only real way, is to have some sort of voluntary monarchy where everybody voluntarily pays them to do this out of their own pocket if they so wish. But it's needed to maintain kind of social order. I don't necessarily agree with them, but we can imagine such a scenario existing. So limiting fantasy necessarily limits exploitation is false, because we can imagine a number of scenarios where we can devise some sort of spooky fantasy to convince people of something that works and isn't exploitative.
Those who use moral fantasies to exploit mankind have always fought tooth and nail against those who threaten their livelihood by discovering and disseminating the truth. We are familiar with the example of the mafia, which threatens potential rivals with maiming and death, or the spectacle of religious sects attacking each other or one government attacking another. When philosophers expose the falsehoods necessary for continued exploitation, however, they are ideally not aiming to set themselves up as competitors. They do not wish to replace the mafia or the church. They wish to eliminate it completely. A more modern analogy would be the relationship between the state, lobbyists, and taxpayers. Lobbyists will ferociously attack other lobbyists who compete for the same tax dollars. However, imagine how all lobbyists would band together to attack anyone who proposed eliminating the state as an institution.
This is not how lobbyists work.
Parasites will aggressively compete with one another for the host's limited resources, but it is in their best interest to band together to attack anything that threatens to eliminate the host itself. In this way, in any society...
So no, lobbyists don't really... I mean, there are lobbyists who fight for tax dollars, but that's not how that works. You know, they're perfectly willing to work with other lobbyists to say, like, okay, we're gonna work out some sort of plan so that we all get tax money, because, you know, 10% of something that 10% of, you know, whatever this is going to be a whole lot more than zero outright. So they will work together for certain things. And a lot of times lobbyists are really pushing for legislation that would create barriers to entry, to keep out competition, or to set up rules that would make it hard for people to compete with them, all sorts of things like that. So no.
society where the state and church are nominally separated, each entity tends to compete
Doing
for
the whole
adherence.
thing.
Where the church begins to lose ground, the state will aggressively recruit patriots, resulting in secular socialism. Where the state begins to lose ground, the church will aggressively recruit adherents, resulting in
You know, we're going to do something. We're going to do something a little experimental, but we're going to do it. We're going to play at 1.5 speed.
religious
We're never
fundamentalism,
gonna do
often
this.
with tinges of libertarianism. However, the philosophers who oppose all intellectual error are the sworn enemies of all the parasites that feed off illusions. The great truths of physics eliminate the need for supernatural agents and render miracles impossible. The explanatory power of science wholly outshines the religious fictions that masquerade as knowledge about the physical world. The scientific method requires that every thesis be supported by evidence and rationality. Since there is no evidence for gods, and the very idea of gods is innately self-contradictory, the thesis, gods exist, cannot stand. Inevitably, the religious parasites attempt to defend their thesis by trying to split reality into two realms, the scientific and the spiritual. However, there is no evidence for the existence of this spiritual realm in the present any more than there was for the parallel universe of Platonic forms 2,500 years ago.
Yeah, and same is also true for universal aughts.
Thus, the establishment of consistent and universal truth necessarily limits and destroys the exploitive potential of illusion. In particular, the great truths, which are universal and consistent, make redundant and ridiculous the middle truths, which are in fact exploitive fantasies. We are familiar with the middle truth of religion. A few others will be examined and revealed here, some of which may shock you.
By the way, we're still not into it. We still have another chapter from what I'm looking at. Oh, yeah, and then we get into part 1, the theory of universally preferable behavior. So the question is, do we skip that? Do we skip this? No, screw it. We're already all
Effective
in.
parasitism.
All in.
The most effective parasites, or viruses, are those which fool the body into indifference. Our immune systems are designed to attack foreign substances within the body, isolating and killing them. We fear HIV and cancer, in particular because they are able to bypass our immune systems.
Cancer are not parasites, or are they parasites? I don't think they're parasitical. I could be wrong. Or viruses. They're definitely not a virus. Correct me
The
if
same
I'm wrong.
technique is used by intellectual parasites to disable the defense systems of those they prey upon. If a stranger attacks you in an alley and demands your money, you will be horrified and appalled. You may fight back, you may run, or you may give him your wallet, but you would remain shocked, angry, and frightened by the interaction. When you repeated the story, you would tell it in a way that reinforced the base and vile violation of your personal and property rights. Others would feel sympathy for your predicament and would avoid said alley in the future. This is an example of a little truth, which is, stealing from me is wrong. However, when a government agent sends you a letter demanding that you pay him money, you may feel a certain indignity, but you would not relate the story with the same horror and indignation to your friends.
Right, because most people can view the state and taxation as a necessary form of evil. Sure, I don't want to pay them my money. However, I want to maintain social order and I want to maintain civility in society. And they don't imagine a world that's possible without those things. So they think, they think the only way of doing this, even if they're wrong, the only way of doing this is to create a state and to take taxes. And if people don't want to pay taxes, well, those are going to be a bunch of free riders, and we can't allow that. Everybody has to pay their quote-unquote fair share. Everybody agrees with this, including, the most Republican of Republicans agree that no, we should be taxed, but just maybe we have this kind of tax, or maybe this amount of taxes, or maybe we shouldn't be taxing people in forms of income tax. We should be having something like a fair tax or a VAT. Needless to say, people want to pay the state. It's just the amount that they quibble with, or for what services they get that they quibble with.
This is an example of a middle truth, which obscures a great truth, which is that stealing
then I was wrong then.
is wrong. This book will focus on exposing and destroying these false middle truths. I believe that mankind suffers endlessly under the tyranny of false ethical middle truths, which justify the destructive worldviews of religious superstition, secular despotism, and the cult of the family.
Cult of the family, huh? Okay.
My thesis in this book is that ethics, as in every other intellectual discipline, the great truths arise directly from the little truths. The disorienting fog of the middle truths is a hellish path to navigate, but it is worth struggling through, because the only fundamental alternative to truth is exploitation, destruction, and inevitably the untimely demise of millions.
I'm sorry, but this null zone and the middle truth thing, that's all just hand waving away important things in ethics. That you're just hand waving it away. Maybe I agree with the conclusion to an extent, with lots of asterisks behind it. But you just can't just throw that away as going like, oh, that's not necessarily true, because there's types of force that that Molydude agrees with now. He probably didn't agree when he wrote this book, but he definitely agrees with it now. But he still defends this book, which I don't understand. I don't understand. So, moving on to his grand unified theory of ethics. Finally.
Part 1. Theory.
Yes.
A framework for ethics. Ethical propositions are different from other types of knowledge statements. If I say, I like jazz, that may be a true or false statement, but it is not generally considered binding upon you in any way. My preference for jazz is a mere statement of personal fondness. Based on my statement, it is not incumbent upon you to either like or dislike jazz. Similarly, if I say, I like vegetables, that is also a mere statement of personal preference. However, if I say, vegetables are healthy food, then I have shifted from a statement of personal preference to a statement of objective fact. It is the difference between I like ice cream and ice cream contains milk. The fundamental difference between statements of preference and statements of fact is that statements of fact are objective, testable, and binding. If you value truth, it is incumbent upon you to accept the fact that ice cream contains milk once it is proven. If you do not value truth, you would never be in this debate or any other debate in the first place.
That's not true. Wait. That is not true. Has he ever been on the internet? Has he ever interacted with a troll? Has he ever interacted with someone that just wants to get a rise out of people? These people do exist. You know, he's even had one on his show, one in particular on his show by the name of Michael Mouse. Many times he's had him on, who calls himself a troll, who goes on and says things that he even knows are not true, and just puts it out there just to fight with people who want to correct the record, just because he thinks it's entertaining to tell people that, hey, Hitler did build the Berlin Wall, which is fucking hilarious, by the way.
And I provide ample proof for this statement. It is no longer up to you to determine on your own whim whether the statement is true. If I can prove that the earth is round, then you are bound to accept it as true, unless you are willing to reject reason and evidence as the criteria for truth. If I accept the validity of mathematical laws, I cannot arbitrarily reject a mathematical proof that conforms to those laws. If I do reject such a proof, I can no longer claim to accept the validity of mathematical laws. My acceptance of these laws means that I am bound to accept as valid those proofs that conform to those laws. The rejection of a proof that conforms to rational standards is a rejection of rational standards as a whole. The scientific method, rationality itself, and mathematical laws are all examples of objective criteria for establishing the truth of a proposition. It is not my opinion that 2 and 2 make 4. If you also accept that 2 and 2 make 4, you are not subjecting yourself to my mere opinion, but to rational truth. Objective truth. A central challenge in understanding the nature of truth is the realization that, quote, truth does not exist in the world in the same way that a rock or tree does.
That's interesting.
The concept, truth, is necessarily a relative term, though that does not mean a subjective or arbitrary term. The concept health is also a relative term. We compare health to sickness and also to relative standards of health. What is considered good health for a 90-year-old would scarcely be considered good health for a 20-year-old. The definition of a long life is very different now than it was 500 years ago. This does not mean, however, that the concept of health is entirely relative and subjective. A 10-year-old dying of leukemia is unhealthy by any definition, just as a 20-year-old marathon runner is healthy by any definition. Currently,
Well, you know what? A small child with leukemia, there are people who would say that he's healthy. They're called antinatalists.
a man who lives to 90 has statistically had a long life, though that would change if medical technology suddenly allowed us to live to be 200. As our definition of health expands, it does not invalidate earlier definitions, but rather extends them. If medical technology advances to allow 90-year-olds to win marathons, then our definition of what is healthy for the aged will change. But that does not mean that the 20-year-old marathon runner suddenly becomes unhealthy. Learning algebra does not invalidate arithmetic. Truth also has value relative to necessity as well. Newtonian physics has been supplanted by Einsteinian physics, which has proven far more accurate in extreme situations such as extraordinarily high gravity or speed. However, sailors wishing to calculate the correct path across an ocean find Newtonian physics more than accurate enough. You wouldn't want to send a spaceship to Alpha Centauri using Newtonian physics, but it is totally fine for getting a ship from Lisbon to New York. The labor involved in learning and implementing Einsteinian physics is thus a net negative for a sailor. As a result, the sentence, Newtonian physics is less accurate than Einsteinian physics, but...
No, that's not true. You could use Einsteinian physics to travel from, one side of the ocean to the other, and it'll be fine. Because you can just go, okay, we're not traveling at the speed of light. We don't have to worry about all that stuff.
But Newtonian physics is the best way to calculate a ship's path can be considered a valid proposition. Newtonian physics is thus both less accurate and more appropriate.
No.
If we wanted to drink the purest possible water, we would likely pay thousands of dollars per bottle. Unless we were enormously rich and highly frivolous, we would never pay that much to quench our thirst. It is true that pure water is better for us, but the price that purity requires hits the threshold of diminishing returns. Thus, purer is better gives way to purer is worse. Again, this does not mean that the purity of water is utterly subjective.
No. God.
Distilled water is always
Whatever.
more potable than seawater. Truth and objective reality. The concept of truth necessarily involves the concept of accuracy. If I'm trying to shoot an arrow at a bullseye, the accuracy of my shot is determined by how far my arrow lands from the center. What then is the bullseye of truth?
You know what? Fuck it. We'll talk about that. So the purest water is not necessarily great for you. You still need a lot of things that are in water. You need the minerals that are in water. You need possibly some of some of the electrolytes that are naturally present in water. You need these things in order to live. It's not necessarily true that the purest water is the best for you. This is why people don't drink distilled water. God damn it.
Well, the truth of a statement is measurable relative to its conformity with objective reality. Putting aside the challenges of language for the moment, if I point to a seagull and say, that is an anvil, I am clearly mistaken because anvils are inorganic and cannot fly. The truth value of my statement is measured relative to the objective facts of reality. Since the seagull is not in fact an anvil, my statement is untrue. Naturally, this equation between truth and reality requires that language and our senses be considered relatively objective. There are many good reasons to believe that both
Language subjective. No.
language and sense evidence are, in fact, objective. We could get into a complicated discussion about this, but it should suffice to say that since you are using your ears to listen to a book written in a human language or spoken in a human language, we can at least agree that your ears, and the language we share, are at least objective enough for you to accurately process what I'm saying. If they are not, we have nothing to talk about, and you haven't understood anything I've spoken anyway, so this sentence will be equally meaningless, and might as well have been rendered in the auditory equivalent of wingdings.
Oh, it's okay. So that was the audio version of that. You're welcome.
Assuming you can tell the difference between the previous two sentences, we can reasonably continue.
Okay. So, language is always open to interpretation, right? This is why people equivocate things. This is why people misinterpret things. This is why you get like 10 people who read the Bible and come to 10 different conclusions about what the Bible is really trying to say. I can misinterpret things in your thing, and you accuse lots of people of misinterpreting things that you say in your book because language is not that objective. There's objective aspects to it, but it's not nearly as objective as he's claiming it is.
Accuracy and consistency. It is impossible for me to accurately paint a cloud, since in the time it takes to paint it, the cloud continually changes. I can accurately paint a photograph of a cloud, which has become frozen in time. If I spend an hour trying to paint a cloud, and then I ask you whether or not my painting is an accurate representation of that cloud, you must necessarily reply that it is not. In other words, where there is no consistency, there can be no accuracy. When we dream at night, our perceptions are that the rules of matter and energy are in a constant state of flux. We are immune to gravity, and then we fly on the back of an elephant, and then we can walk through walls. It is no more possible to develop a scientific physics of dreams than it is to accurately paint a cloud. Logic, science, and truth, then, are impossible in the absence of consistency. Fundamentally, the laws of logic are derived from the behavior of matter and energy, at least at the perceptual level. If I tell you to throw a ball both up and down at the same time, I'm asking for the impossible, which you can easily test by attempting to fulfill my request.
No, it's possible for you to throw a ball up and down at the same time. Any way you throw the ball, it's going to go up or down depending on where your relative position is in the universe, on the world, right? So, if again, like I talked about earlier, if you're in China, right, and you were to somehow show me a video of someone throwing a ball relative to where I was, it would look like it's going up. Up and down are relative terms, depending on where you are in the universe. They're completely back-asswards on the opposite side of the Earth.
If I tell you to plow both the north field and the south field simultaneously, you will be unable to comply. If I demand that you turn a rose into a donkey, my demand will never be met. Perceptual reality is consistent and objective, and it is from this consistency and objectivity that we derive the laws of logic. Our statements about reality can only accurately represent reality as a direct result of this consistency and objectivity. The fact that seagulls do not arbitrarily turn into anvils, or vice versa, is the root of our capacity to accurately judge the statement, "That is a seagull." If seagulls spontaneously and continually changed their nature, we would be unable to make either true or false statements regarding them, or anything for that matter.
Fuck that up. I don't know how evolution works. .jpg.
This is the root of a key criterion of the scientific method, reproducibility. If I make a universal claim about the nature of gravity, then you should be able to reproduce that claim in your own environment. If reality were not consistent, then reproducibility would be an irrational criterion for the establishment of truth. If you were a math teacher, you would be very unlikely to accept a wrong answer from a student, even if that student claimed that his answer was right when he wrote it down, but just somehow changed in the interim. Thus, we can accept that we must measure the validity of a statement relative to objective reality, both empirically and logically. Logic, as a discipline, arises only as a result of the consistency of reality. Empirical observations are also valid or invalid only as a result of the consistent nature of reality.
No. Logic is about really the form of the statement. If X, or if A then B, A therefore B, that sort of thing, right? Reason is when you start going, okay, do these things follow? I mean, this is someone who's claiming to be a philosopher who has the grand unifying theory of ethics, and he conflates reason and logic throughout the book.
The existence of truth. Truth, then, can be measured according to two central criteria. 1. Truth is a measure of the correlation between the ideas in our minds and the consistency of rationality, which is directly derived from the consistent behavior of matter and energy in the real world. Rational consistency or internal logic. 2. Truth is also a measure of the correlation between the ideas in our minds and the nature and behavior of matter and energy in the real world. Empirical evidence or empiricism. The first criterion is a measure of the consistency of ideas with themselves. And such consistency is a requirement because reality is consistent with itself. If I say, "I do not exist," that is an example of an idea that is inconsistent with itself, since I must exist in order to utter the sentence. The second criterion is a measure of the accuracy of ideas relative to empirical observations of objective reality.
Now, if I say that I do not exist, then yeah, that would be ridiculous because I clearly existed long enough to say that sentence. However, if I wrote in my last will and testament that no one will read until the day I die, they dig it out of my safe, and it says I do not exist, it's completely valid because I don't exist anymore.
Empiricism
Bad example.
versus rationality. Empiricism can be thought of as the ability to instinctively...
And this kind of underlies... I'm going to rewind it just a second. Just a couple of seconds, I guess. So this kind of underlines a major problem with them is that he just says like, well, this is universally true that if you say that I don't exist, therefore, it doesn't make any sense because at the time that you said that or whatever, but we can imagine scenarios where that's not particularly true. It's not apodictically true. It's not universally true. It's not a priori true. It's not true with evidence. We know that, we know that there's cases in the world where people say, I don't exist, where that is true. Case in point, writing it in something that won't come out until it's like posthumous, whatever, after you're dead. That's entirely possible. And he makes a lot of these kind of claims across the board that says that this is universally true, but there are cases, real life cases, where these things actually do happen that contradict what he's saying earlier, but that are the premise of his argument. Moving along.
Minds and the nature and behavior of matter and energy in the real world. Empirical evidence or empiricism. The first criterion is a measure of the consistency of ideas with themselves. And such consistency is a requirement because reality is consistent with itself. If I say, I do not exist, that is an example of an idea that is inconsistent with itself, since I must exist in order to utter the sentence.
All right.
The second criterion is a measure of the accuracy of ideas relative to empirical observations of objective reality. Empiricism versus rationality.
Should be caught up by now.
Empiricism can be thought of as the ability to instinctively catch a thrown ball or measure its movement.
Perfect.
Rationality is the ability to predict and understand the path that ball will take based on universal principles. Clearly, if balls randomly went in any and every direction and magically transformed into flocks of doves to boot, we would be utterly unable to predict their behavior. Thus, since matter obeys immutable laws, our theories about matter must also obey immutable laws. If I know nothing about baseball, but watch a baseball game where the players always obey the rules, it would be irrational for me to formulate a theory about the rules of baseball that directly contradicted the behavior of the players I was watching. Since the actions of the players are consistent, any theory I develop regarding the rules that guide those actions must also be consistent.
It's not necessarily true. Baseball games in any number of ways. Even against the same team with the same players, same field conditions.
This requirement for consistency is one of the most basic requirements for truth. Since reality is consistent, theories regarding reality must also be consistent. In fact, the first hurdle that any theory must overcome is that of internal consistency. Internal consistency. If I'm an architect and submit a plan to build a house, the first hurdle that I must overcome is whether or not my house can be built at all. If I submit wonderful plans for a house constructed entirely of soap bubbles, I will never get the commission, since such a, quote, house could never stand. Similarly, if an engineer submits a plan for a bridge, the first criterion that must be satisfied is whether or not the bridge will stand. Other considerations such as longevity, aesthetics, and so on will only apply if the bridge is physically viable to begin with. It would be illogical, not to mention highly unproductive, to build a bridge out of random materials using random, quote, calculations in order to find out whether or not it will stand. Since physical laws are consistent and universal, it is relatively easy to figure out whether or not a bridge will stand before building it. There are two ways to determine the viability of the bridge before building it. The first is to look for internal inconsistencies within the premises and calculations that claim to support the viability of the bridge. If there are significant errors in the calculations justifying the weight that the bridge can support, then the bridge will likely be either over-designed or under-designed. If erroneous mathematical calculations result in a strength of minus 50 tons per square foot at any part of the bridge, then it certainly will not stand, or if it does, its viability will only be accidental and not reproducible. The mathematical calculations supporting the validity of the bridge must thus be internally consistent before any other considerations can be taken into account. In computer terms, code that does not compile cannot be tested. This is true in the scientific world as well. Theories are always checked for internal consistency before they are submitted to empirical tests. The reason that internal consistency is so essential is that since theories claim to have value relative to reality, and reality is internally consistent, any theory that is not internally consistent cannot have value relative to reality. Only after the internal consistency of the calculations has been established can the degree to which the bridge meets the specifications be reviewed. It is possible to write internally consistent specifications for a tiny bridge built entirely out of balsa wood, but unless the engineer is writing an article for a model railroading magazine, his specifications, though consistent, will fail to meet any industrial requirement. Once we have determined that the bridge will stand, we can then determine whether or not it meets our specific needs, such as supporting the weight of pedestrians versus trains. In the realm of economics, the same criterion applies. If my economic theory requires that prices go up and down simultaneously, then it cannot be valid, since this is impossible. Once my theory has been checked for internal consistency, I can begin to look for evidence or begin using my theory to make proactive predictions. Thus, we can see that any theory, to be valid, requires the following. 1. Internal consistency, logic. 2. External consistency, testability. With this in mind, we can now turn to the core subject of this book.
Yep. By the way, it just kind of confuses me that he's an Austrian. And Austrians disregard empirical tests when it comes to economics. And also, we also know scenarios where prices go up and down all the time at the same time.
Ethics. Since ethics is a subject that we all have opinions about already, it is important to outline the relationship between instinctual ethics and rational ethics. A baseball player can catch a fly ball even if he knows nothing about physics. Similarly, we can correctly perceive an action as immoral even if we know nothing about ethical theories. If I can catch a fly ball, then I have an instinctual feel for the behavior of a baseball in flight. My instinctual understanding, however, does not give me the ability to accurately launch a spaceship to orbit Jupiter. I have an immediate little truth how the ball will move, but that does not give me a universal great truth how matter behaves. In the same way, our common moral revulsion towards actions such as rape and murder are not necessarily inaccurate, but they do not give us the capacity to create or validate consistent and empirical moral theories. If I propose a scientific theory that completely invalidates a baseball player's ability to catch a fly ball, then I have the insurmountable challenge of explaining how the baseball player actually does catch the ball.
So, I'm not sure if he's going to get into this. Maybe he does get into this. We'll see. But there's lots of people who have intuitions that make them feel like if someone avoids paying taxes, they're evil. And it's not just liberals. Conservatives also do it as well. You know, they're not paying their fair share. I'm not. Having to do this. Why aren't they doing this as well? You know, Stockholm syndrome is a fucking thing. Intuition isn't always 100%, but he's just pretending like, well, you know, these particular intuitions, they're fine, but we're not going to talk about the intuitions that people have that invalidate my grand unifying theory. We're not even going to give that the time of day, because most people across the globe, across different cultures, will tell you that, oh, you got to pay your taxes. Taxes are the price you pay for a civilized society. They may be wrong, But that's their intuition. You just can't disregard it just because it's not the intuitions that you have.
Also, if my grand theory cannot accurately predict the arc of a flyball, then I have a great truth which directly contradicts.
And by the way, there's lots of people who think that murder and rape are perfectly fine. We hear stories about them all the time, going to jail.
A little truth which cannot be valid. Since the necessity of logical consistency directly arises from the little truths of perceptual experience, any theory that directly contradicts such experience cannot be valid. In other words, the senses give rise to logic. Therefore, logic cannot contradict the evidence of the senses. Evidence always trumps explanation. In a similar manner, any valid ethical theory should be able to explain and justify our common revulsion towards crimes such as murder and rape. It cannot reasonably contradict the universal prohibitions of mankind, but must accurately incorporate and explain them.
So should every ethical theory also validate most people's revulsion to people avoiding paying taxes? I think we're just going to gloss over that.
However, just as Einsteinian physics provided surprising truths, in fact, it would have been of little value if those truths were not surprising, ethical theories provide the most value when they also reveal surprising truths. Shocking, even. In fact, ethical theories that did not provide surprising truths would be a mere confirmation of existing instinctual preferences and thus be of little value. The discipline of theoretical ethics. If I say that something is morally good, in other words, if I propose an ethical theory, then clearly I am arguing that human beings should act in a particular manner, or avoid acting in a particular manner. If I tell my son that he should become a baseball player just because I want him to, I am not stating a universal moral premise, but rather a personal preference. He is not moral if he becomes a baseball player, and neither is he immoral if he does not. However, if I tell him that it is moral for sons to obey their fathers, and immoral for them to disobey their fathers, then I am proposing a preference that is universal, rather than merely personal. I am trying to turn a little truth, I want you to become a baseball player, into a great truth, it is immoral for sons to disobey fathers. If he wishes to be moral, he must become a baseball player, not because becoming a baseball player is moral, but rather because obeying his father is moral. When I speak of a universal preference, I am really defining what is objectively required, or necessary, assuming a particular goal. If I want to live, I do not have to like jazz, but I must eat. Eating remains a preference. I do not have to eat in the same way that I have to obey gravity, but eating is a universal, objective, and binding requirement for staying alive, since it relies on biological facts that cannot be wished away. Ethics, as a discipline, can be defined as any theory regarding preferable human behavior that is universal, objective, consistent, and binding. Naturally, preferential behavior can only be binding if the goal is desired.
Okay, so this is important. This is going to be very important, and we're going to draw in MS Paint clearly the most superior form of image manipulation in the world. So we're going to, if I remember how to use this, I've been spoiled with Photoshop for too long. So we're going to draw a straight line, and I can't put enough quotation marks around the word straight. So I'm not even going to try. So there we have UPB-A. UPB-A. So UPB-A says that things are moral I don't know how to write with a mouse, sorry. Things are moral if you want. Maybe I put an I before that. If you want X, then should A. I don't know what the symbol is for then you therefore should A. So we'll just put a little arrow then. I forget how the logic codes work. Then should A. It's supposed to be O-U-L-D-A. So this is universally preferable behavior version A. And we'll get into universal version B later on. So let's move along.
If I say that it is preferable for human beings to exercise and eat well, I'm not saying that human beings must not sit on the couch and eat potato chips. What I am saying is that if you want to be healthy, you should exercise and eat well. As Hume famously pointed out, it is impossible to derive an ought from an is. What he meant by that was that preference in no way can be axiomatically derived from existence. It is true that a man who never exercises and eats poorly will be unhealthy. Does that mean that he ought to exercise and eat well? No. The ought is conditional upon the preference.
This is all
If
UPBA.
he wants to be healthy, he ought to exercise and eat well. It is true that if a man does not eat, he will die. We cannot logically derive from that fact a binding principle that he ought to eat. If he wants to live, then he must eat. However, his choice to live or not remains his own. Similarly, there is no such thing as a universally better direction. It all depends upon the preferred destination. If I want to drive to New York from San Francisco, I ought to drive east. If I want to drive into the ocean from San Francisco, I ought to drive west. Neither east nor west can be considered universally better. It is true that very few people do drive into the ocean, but that does not mean that it is universally true that nobody ought to drive into the ocean. Principles are not democratic. Or if they are, we once more face the problem of rank subjectivism and must throw the entire concept of ethics out the window. Behavior exists in objective reality, outside our minds. The concepts ought, should, and preference do not exist outside our minds. However, the fact that
Nice spoof,
ought
nerd.
does not exist
That's what he's
within
saying.
objective reality does not mean that ought is completely subjective. Neither the scientific method nor numbers themselves exist within reality either, yet science and mathematics remain objective disciplines. Self-defeating arguments. In order to begin our discussion of ethics, it is essential that we understand the nature of self-defeating arguments. In economics, a theory cannot be valid if it requires that prices go up and down at the same time.
We've been to. That's a bad way of explaining it. Carry on.
In physics, a theory cannot be valid if it requires that gases expand and contract simultaneously. In mathematics, a theory cannot be valid if it requires that 2 plus 2 equals 5, since 5 is just another way of describing 2 and 3, not 2 and 2. And so to say that 2 plus 2 equals 5 is to say that 5 equals 4, which is self-contradictory. In general, any theory that contradicts itself in the utterance cannot be valid. It does not require external disproof, since it disproves itself. We do not need to examine every nook and cranny in the universe to determine that a square circle does not exist. The very concept is self-contradictory, and thus disproves itself in the utterance. If I submit a complex mathematical proof to you, and you notice that at the very beginning I state that my proof relies on the fact that 2 plus 2 make both 4 and 5 at the same time, you do not need to read any further to know that my proof is invalid.
See, here's what's interesting. If a mathematician is basing his logical theory on math, and he starts out with a premise, 2 plus 2 equals 5, everything else could be true after that. And he would just say, no, just reject that out of hand. You can just reject that out of hand because he's relying his model based on this one faulty premise. However, if you do the same thing with his ethical theory, oh, no, you're nitpicking. You should just accept it anyway, even if because you agree with the conclusions. You can't have it both ways. You can't set up a criteria for one group of people and say, this is how you should follow things, but I should be allowed to have some errors in my logical chains. That's not how it works. Moving along.
Similarly, as mentioned before, if I come up to you and say, I do not exist, my thesis automatically self-destructs. If I can communicate to you that I...
Unless you don't exist, and you wrote it only to be read after you died. Then it's fine.
do not exist, then clearly I exist. If I come up to you and say, there is no such thing as truth, then I am making a statement that I consider to be true, claiming that truth does not exist. Again, my
Unless you think that you're lying.
argument self-destructs. If I tell you that language is meaningless, then I have also contradicted myself. In order for me to verbally communicate that language is meaningless, language must have at least some meaning. If I tell you that your senses are invalid, then my argument also self-destructs, since I'm using your sense of hearing to communicate to you that your sense of hearing is invalid. If I can successfully communicate my thesis to you, then your sense of hearing must be valid. Thus, I must assume that your senses are valid in order to convince you that your senses are not valid, which cannot stand. Preferences. Now that we understand the nature of self-defeating arguments, we can turn to the question of preferences. Preferences are central to any methodology claiming to define the truth value of propositions. The scientific method, for instance, is largely defined by innate preferences for logical consistency and empirical verification. For science, the premise is, if you want to determine a valid truth about the behavior of matter and energy, it is preferable to use the scientific method. In this sense, preferable does not mean sort of better, but rather required. If you want to live, it is universally preferable that you refrain from eating a handful of arsenic. If you wish to determine valid truths about reality, it is universally preferable that your theories be both internally consistent and empirically verifiable.
Yep, this is true. This all goes back to UPBA. It's moral. If you want X, then you should A. However, he's not saying that if things are just morally bad outright. So we'll get into that because he does make that claim later on.
Universally preferable then translates to objectively required. but we will retain the word preferable to differentiate between optional human absolutes and non-optional physical absolutes, such as gravity. Similarly, if ethical theories can be at all valid, then they must at least be both internally and externally consistent. In other words, an ethical theory that contradicts itself cannot be valid, and an ethical theory that contradicts empirical evidence and near universal preferences also cannot be valid. Thus, in ethics, just as in science, mathematics, engineering, and all other disciplines that compare theories to reality, valid theories must be both logically consistent and empirically verifiable. Preferences and existence. If I say, I like ice cream, only one word remains ambiguous in that sentence. Clearly, I exist since I am expressing a personal preference. Equally clearly, ice cream also exists in reality. However, the word like is more problematic. Preferences do not exist objectively within reality. If you were obsessively curious, you could perhaps follow me around and record every time I ate ice cream, which would probably provide a good empirical basis for establishing my preference for it. The possibility could exist, however, that I am in fact a masochist and dislike ice cream intensely, and prefer to torture myself with its unpleasant taste and then confuse you by claiming to like it.
Well, you know what? I love hot sauce. In fact, on my desk right now, I have a bottle of Tabasco scorpion pepper sauce, which is their hottest offering, and man, does it burn, both in and out, and it's painful. And I'm a masochist, and I definitely enjoy it, and I like it. I like it.
We can find evidence for preferences. We cannot find preference itself in reality. Preference exists as a relationship between consciousness and matter, just as gravity exists as a relationship between bodies of mass. Putting aside the challenging questions of free will versus determinism, it is reasonable to assume that whatever a person is doing in the present is what he or she prefers to do. If I get up and go to work, then obviously I prefer to do that as opposed to all other alternatives. Even if I hate my job, I clearly hate it less than, say, being penniless. Given that human beings can perform a near infinite variety of actions, whatever a person is doing in the moment is chosen out of all other...
So this gets into something that kind of annoys me in people making apodictically true statements that aren't apodictically true. This kind of goes into trade as well. We know that there are types of people out there that have extreme social anxiety. They're not very, they're sort of rare, but in the grand scheme of things, they're very common. For people to have a hard time telling people no, right? If someone tries to sell them something, there is no conceivable portion in their mind where they think that buying that thing is good for them. But they do it anyway because they have a hard time telling people no. It's almost impossible to tell them no, right? And it's not like, well, I'm buying this because, it makes me feel better. It would make me feel better than saying no to this person. It's not that at all. In every conceivable way in their mind, ex post and ex ante, they do not want to engage in that trade in any way, shape, or form. But they do anyway because they just can't do it. These people exist. And for people to make like these things, these claims that this is always true, no matter what, you prefer to go to work, no matter what, even in these bizarre circumstances where you hate your job, you still at the end not want to be penniless. There's lots of people who have, that take jobs and they have a hard time because, not leaving it and knowing that they could do something better. But they just have a hard time, this extreme social anxiety to go into the boss's office and say, this is my 2 weeks notice. These people exist. There's lots of research about these people. We just can't make these claims as saying they're apodictically true, 100%, regardless of circumstances. And we have to factor them in. Sorry. It's just the way things work.
Possible options. I am choosing
and by the way,
read this book.
That's just one example. There's many other examples where such scenarios can and do exist. And for you to say like this is universally true is incorrect.
Say learning how to tango. When we apply this simple fact to ethical arguments, we come up with some very interesting results. Preferences and arguments. Remembering our above analysis of self-defeating arguments, we can easily understand the contradictory nature of the statement, preferences do not exist. Given that every human action, including making philosophical statements, is chosen in preference to every other possible action, arguing that preferences do not exist requires a preference for arguing that preferences do not exist, which is a self-contradictory statement. Arguing that preferences do not exist is exactly the same as arguing that language does not exist. It is an utterly self-defeating argument.
Okay, I'll agree that preferences exist. I will not agree that there's a general... I wouldn't even say there's a general trend for preferences. right? Because people have different preferences all over the place. Even the ones that they agree with, they have major differences with, right? People who are anorexic want to live. They know they have to eat in order to live. But at the same time, they do everything they can to avoid it. And that's very different from someone like me who overeats, right?
Since it is impossible to act without expressing a preference, either implicitly or explicitly, anyone who acts accepts the premise that preferences exist. Thus, it is impossible to debate the existence of preferences without accepting the existence of preferences.
But the existence of preferences do exist, yeah. So preferences and universality.
And universality. The next question thus becomes, are preferences purely subjective, or can they be universal? Clearly, some preferences are subjective. Musical tastes, personal hobbies, favorite literature, and so on are all subjective and personal preferences. The challenge arises when we try to define some preferences as objective. The proposition before us is thus, can some preferences be objective, i.e., universal? When I say that some preferences may be objective, I do not mean that all people follow these preferences at all times. If I would argue that breathing is an objective preference, I could be easily countered by the example of those who commit suicide by hanging themselves. If I would argue that eating is an objective preference, my argument could be countered with examples of hunger strikes and anorexia. Thus, when I talk about universal preferences, I am talking about what people should prefer, not what they always do prefer.
Okay, so now we're getting into another version of UPB. So UPB-A was, morality is, if you want something to exist, if you want to have a functioning society, then you should have, respect for property rights. You should have capitalism. You should have free exchange. You should have, laws against or prohibitions on certain types of behavior like murder, theft, rape, etc. He's saying, like, if you want X, then you should A. Now we're getting into a new form of UPB, which is you should do things because it's that it's moral, regardless of anything else, because there are preferences that are universal, right? And when you talk about universal preferences, they're supposed to be true in all circumstances and all worlds. So if we could go to, no, stop that. Stupid cat. Messing up my flag again. So we could go to some distant planet where there may be some alien creatures, right? And we should be able to apply our morality there, and it should be just as valid there as it is anywhere else in the universe, including our own universe. That's what universal things in this context is. So you can't say that, like, well, it's universally preferable that people eat. It's not true, because we know that there's examples of people, as he points out, doing hunger strikes and anorexia. That's a thing that actually exists. So we can't say that eating is universally preferable. We can't say that, because we know that there's examples where it's not preferable to people. And we can demonstrate that empirically. These people don't want to eat. For various reasons, they don't want to eat. So now we have two forms of UPB. And he's going to jump between back and forth in order to dodge various criticisms that he knows are going to come in the process of using any particular one. So if he's going to bring up some example, he's going to say, oh, no. It's UPB-A that we're talking about here, because if you want to live, then you should eat. But then when it comes into the universality of things, then he's going to be like, oh, no. We're using UPB-B, which is you should do things because it's moral regardless of anything else. So he's going to jump between these back and forth, and we'll use this infographic, this poorly done infographic. And I did type this second part out just so you can make it a little bit more legible. Maybe I should clean up the other side, but I'm not going to, because I'm lazy.
To use a scientific analogy, to truly understand the universe.
And I'm trying more to go after what he's saying here, rather than waste time on aesthetics.
Would argue that eating is an objective preference. My argument could be countered with examples of hunger strikes and anorexia. Thus, when I talk about universal preferences, I am talking about what people should prefer, not what they always do prefer. To use a scientific analogy, to truly understand the universe, people should use the scientific method. This does not mean that they always do so, since clearly billions of people consult ancient fairy tales rather than modern science for, quote, answers. There is no way to achieve truth about the universe without science, but people are perfectly free to redefine truth as error and content themselves with mystical nonsense. Likewise, if a man wants to cure an infection, he should take antibiotics rather than perform an Aztec rain dance. The preference for taking antibiotics rather than doing a rain dance is universal, since dancing cannot cure infections. Thus, although there is the occasional madman who will try to cure himself through dancing, it is still universally preferable that if a man wants to cure himself, he must take antibiotics.
It's not entirely true, because we do know the placebo effect is an effective thing. It does exist. It's well documented. You can go and look up the science for yourself. Where lots of people do things that don't work, like homeopathic medicines, which are demonstrably false. They do not work in any way, shape, or form. However, they do provide a placebo effect to many people who use them. And people, quote unquote, cure their diseases with it, but they don't really. It's the placebo effect. To an extent, it does work in that regard. But that's just as true as someone doing a rain dance. The homeopathic medicines and rain dances are virtually the same thing.
In other words, if you want to get to the top of a mountain, wishing for it will never work. If you want to know the origins of the universe, prayer will never provide an answer. People still wish and pray, but that does not make wishing or praying any more effective. With that in mind, let us turn to the question of whether or not universal preferences can be valid. Arguments and universality. If I choose to debate, I have implicitly accepted a wide variety of premises that are worth spending some time to unpack here. Premise 1. We both exist. If I choose to debate with you, then I necessarily must accept that we both exist. If I believe that I exist, but you do not, then debating makes no sense and would be the action of a madman. If I were to start arguing with my reflection in a mirror, I should be sedated, not debated. Premise 2. The senses have the capacity for accuracy.
It's not how mental health works, but moving along.
Since human beings cannot communicate psychically, all debates necessarily involve the evidence of the senses. Writing presupposes sight, talking requires hearing, braille requires touch. Thus, any proposition that depends upon the invalidity of the senses automatically self-destructs. Premise 3. Language has the capacity for meaning. Similar to premise 2, since all arguments require language, any proposition that rests on the premise that language is meaningless is immediately disproven. Using language to argue that language has no meaning is like using a courier to send a message arguing that couriers never deliver messages.
Okay. So far, we're good.
Premise 4. Correction requires universal preferences. If you correct me on an error that I have made, you are implicitly accepting the fact that it would be better for me to correct my error. Your preference for me to correct my error is not subjective, but objective and universal.
No, it's not universal, because we know lots of times when people try to correct other people that they're not arguing in good faith, they're trolling, or they're delusional. All right, but
you don't say.
So it's not universal. Premise 4 is false.
Your opinion to mine because I would prefer it, but rather you should correct your opinion because it is objectively incorrect. My error does not arise from merely disagreeing with you, but as a result of my deviance from an objective standard of truth. Your argument that I should correct my false opinion rests on the objective value of truth, i.e. that truth is universally preferable to error and that truth is universally objective.
Now, we know lots of people who believe that living in fantasy land is preferable, right? There's people who try to... In fact, there was just a YouTuber, I'm not going to mention him by name, but there was a YouTuber who thought that the best idea in order to gain a more civilized society is that there would have to be a new religion constructed. And his kind of, I could be wrong. Maybe someone in the chat who knows who I'm talking about could correct me on this. But the idea kind of goes along the lines of what Nietzsche had talked about in terms of God is dead. Where Nietzsche said that, God is dead and, that we've killed him. And this is a problem because now people can look, into the abyss of nihilism. And society will essentially fall into chaos because now there's no thing that people can rely on to tell them certain things are true, like don't murder, don't kill, and that'll create a terrible society. And so this particular person's solution was there needs to be some sort of new religion that needs to take place of the old versions of religion to get people back on board with things that would benefit society as a whole. Fully knowing that this new eventual religion that was going to crop up was going to be a wholly constructed bullshit thing. But the benefits would far outweigh the good. And probably, I don't know, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, which this is just a guess here, that they would be perfectly fine in accepting it. Just hoping hoping that this would benefit mankind as a whole. So no, it's not universal. Demonstrably false.
Premise 5. An objective methodology exists for separating truth from falsehood. If you disagree with me, but I tell you that you must agree with me because I am always right, it is unlikely that you would be satisfied by the rigor of my argument. If you provided good reasons as to why I was wrong, but I just kept repeating that I was right because I am always right, our interaction could scarcely be categorized as a debate. The moment that I provide some sort of objective criterion for determining truth from falsehood, I am accepting that truth is more than a matter of opinion. This does not necessarily mean that my objective criteria are logical. I could refer you to a religious text, for example. However, even if I do so, I'm still accepting that the truth is something that is arrived at independent of mere personal assertion, that an objective methodology exists for separating truth from falsehood.
And my disagreements will kind of bleed over into the next one, so we'll just wait into premise 6.
Premise 6. Truth is better than falsehood. If I tell you that the world is flat, and you reply that the world is not flat but round, then you are implicitly accepting the axiom that truth and falsehood both exist objectively, and that truth is better than falsehood.
This is false. This is not true in every circumstance of the word. Again, he's had someone on his show by the name of Michael Malice, who is a troll, who goes on Twitter saying things that he knows are incorrect for various different reasons, be it for entertainment value, be it for getting a rise out of people he don't like, whatever. Case in point, I want to pull it up, actually, because one of the rules of my server is actually pretty much verbatim what he has said on Twitter, just kind of clumped together. So in 1933, the Reichstag fire gave Hitler the legal precedence to declare an emergency, granting him legal power to begin his lifelong dream of building the Berlin Wall. Today, 86 years later, that wall stands in Germany as a symbol of oppression and racism. Let's not repeat his mistakes. He didn't build him himself, obviously. He wasn't a mason. But his Mein Kampf, Mein Wall, laid out the plan for it. Mein Kampf means Mein Wall. Mine is German for my. This is a fact, read a book. Also, culture is downstream from the Berlin Wall. Now, he says these things and debates people on this false premise that he knows is completely false. And I'm sorry for ruining his troll. But I'm not going to do it on Twitter. So I think I should be fine from a ban. But this illustrates a point why this is completely false. And he goes and he argues this with people, and people have interactions with him back and forth. And he spends sometimes an entire day arguing with people that Hitler built the Berlin Wall, knowing that it's completely false. So just because you argue with someone doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that you value truth over falsehood. And to say that it's universally preferable is incorrect. Premise 6, and to an extent, premise 5 is also false.
If I tell you that I like chocolate ice cream, and you tell me that you like vanilla, it is impossible to prove that vanilla is objectively better than chocolate. The moment that you correct me with reference to objective facts, you are accepting that objective facts exist and that objective truth is universally preferable to subjective error. Premise 7. Peaceful debating is the best way to resolve disputes. If I tell you that the world is flat, and you pull out a gun and shoot me, this would scarcely be an example of a productive debate. True, our disagreement would have been, quote, resolved, but because only one of us was left standing at the end.
Okay, so the premise here is that peaceful debating is the best way to resolve disputes. However, if we look at it if you look at it completely separated from our intuitions, the saying that, that feeling that we have that murder is incorrect, and we want to live in a world where everybody agrees with the truth that the earth is not flat, but it is in fact round, what would be the easiest way, and I guess best way, because best would be completely arbitrary in how you define what best is. What would be the easiest and best way to resolve that dispute? It would be to murder the person who disagrees with you. Because if you murder the person that disagrees with you, then you don't have to spend hours debating these nut jobs. And if you've ever debated a flat earther, which I refuse to do because I've seen other people do it, it's like pulling teeth. It gets nowhere. It gets absolutely nowhere. Even when you get them to agree with certain things. Like, okay, maybe that was false. They'll end up going back and saying things that they've already agreed was incorrect because they're just completely delusional. So arguing with someone like that is not worth your time in any way, shape, or form. And the best way to resolve that dispute would be to murder them, even though it would go against our intuitions, knowing that that murder is wrong. It would go against how we would construct a civilized society, because we don't want to have. We don't want to live in a world where there isn't a prohibition on murder, rape, theft, etc., right? Either way, if we're going to say that in that particular case, the best way to resolve that scenario is to have a peaceful debate with them, that's just objectively wrong. And if you've ever debated with the flat earther, you would know exactly what I'm talking about here. Moving along. So we could say, based on this alone, and maybe he'll go on after premise 7 to throw something else interesting in there. But so far, premise 7 is incorrect.
If you told me in advance that you would deal with any disagreement by shooting me, I would be unlikely to engage in a debate with you. Thus, it is clear that any debate relies on the implicit premise that evidence, reason, truth, and objectivity are the universally preferable methods of resolving disputes between individuals. It would be completely illogical to argue that differences of opinion should be resolved through the use of violence. The only consistent argument for the value of violence is the use of violence. It will be useful to keep this particular premise in mind since it will be very important.
Let me read that again. Thus, it is clear that in any debate Thus, it is clear that any debate relies on the implicit premise that evidence, reason, truth, and objectivity are the universally preferable methods of resolving disputes between individuals. It would be completely illogical to argue that differences in opinion should be resolved through the use of violence. The only consistent argument is for the value of violence. The only consistent argument for the value of violence is the use of violence. It would be useful to keep this particular premise in mind since it will be important later on. But he's just saying that there's people who have intuitions that murder is wrong, therefore it's universally preferable. When we know that there's people out there that are perfectly fine with murder and they engage in it until they get caught and stopped. But they exist. So it's not universally preferable to oppose violence or murder.
Later on. In essence, then, debating requires an objective methodology through meaningful language in the pursuit of universal truth, which is objectively preferable to personal error. This preference for universal truth is not a preference of degree, but of kind. A shortcut that reduces your driving time by half is twice as good as a longer route, but both are infinitely preferable to driving in the completely wrong direction. In the same way, truth is not just, quote, better than error. It is infinitely preferable or required.
So this preference for universal truth is not preferable to degree, but of kind. A shortcut that reduces your driving time in half is to driving time in half is twice as good as than a longer route, but both are infinitely preferable to driving completely in the wrong direction. Is he saying that when he's saying infinitely preferable? I don't know if this is sort of like a weasel way of getting around of saying universally, because there are people who would want to drive backwards on the road. Yeah. There are people who would drive down sidewalks where there's lots of people. Yeah. Truck of peace, etc.
Premise 8. Individuals are responsible for their actions. If I argue that human beings are not responsible for their actions,
I think we can say, since he didn't go after anything that I was putting there, the premise 7 is also false.
I am caught in a paradox, which is the question of whether or not I am responsible for my argument, and also whether or not you are responsible for your response.
All right. So here we're going to have to get into another paint thing, because here he also equivocates something else when he talks about responsible. So I'm going to let him talk while I draw up an infographic.
If my argument that human beings are not responsible for their actions is true, then I am not responsible for my argument, and you are not responsible for your reply. However, if I believe that you are not responsible for your reply, it would make precious little sense to advance an argument. It would be exactly the same as arguing with a television set. The question of responsibility is, of course, closely related to the question of free will versus determinism, which will be the subject of another book, and is also on my YouTube channel. Thus, fundamentally, if I tell you that you are not responsible for your actions, I am telling you that it is universally preferable for you to believe that preference is impossible, since if you have no control over your actions, you cannot choose a preferred state, i.e. truth over falsehood. Thus, this argument, like the above arguments, self-destructs. Universally preferable behavior. As a result of the above arguments, we can see that it is impossible to enter into any debate.
Hold on, so
without
I
accepting
need
the premise
to
that
rewind
certain
this just a little
behaviors
bit.
are universally required. Thus, this argument, like the above arguments, self-destructs. Universally preferable behavior.
Where
As a result,
was that? Exactly.
Required. Premise 8. Individuals are responsible for their actions. If I argue that human beings are not responsible for their actions, I am caught in a paradox, which is the question of whether or not I am responsible for my argument, and also whether or not you are responsible for your response. If my argument that human beings are not responsible for their actions is true, then I am not responsible for my argument, and you are not responsible for your reply. However, if I believe that you are not responsible for your reply, it would make precious little sense to advance an argument. It would be exactly the same as arguing with a television set. The question of responsibility is, of course, closely related to the question of free will versus determinism, which will be the subject of another book, and is also on my YouTube channel. Thus, fundamentally, if I tell you that you are not responsible for your actions, I am telling you that it is universally preferable for you to believe that preference is impossible, since if you have no control over your actions, you cannot choose a preferred state, i.e. truth over falsehood. Thus, this argument, like the above arguments, self-destructs.
Okay, so here's the problem. So he's going to equivocate responsible throughout this book. So first he's talking about responsible in the sense that you are responsible for your actions, that you are in control of your body. You can take particular actions, either moral or immoral actions. You can take certain actions that are good or bad, whatever. But you are responsible for your body's actions. You control your body, right? This is not a moral statement. This is just saying you are in control of your body. So you are in control. Let me make that a little bit smaller, I guess. You are in control of your body. And actions. Thus responsible. Your actions. So this is in one sense of the word, he is saying you are responsible for your actions. Physically, you're able to do things. It's not any kind of moral judgments. You are in control of your body. And we'll get into the other form of responsible later on.
Universally preferable behavior.
Spelling this wrong, I guess.
As a result of the above arguments, we can see that it is impossible to enter into any debate without accepting the premise that certain behaviors are universally preferable. I use the word behavior here rather than thought because it is important to differentiate between purely internal and unverifiable states such as thinking from objective and verifiable states such as acting, writing, and speaking. It is impossible to prove that I dreamt of an elephant last night. It is possible to prove that I have written the word elephant, which is why I use the word behavior rather than thought. Acquiescing to superior logic in an argument is an action. If every time I conceded a point to you, I said nothing, but rather just stared at you blankly, you would find it rather irritating to debate me. To concede a point, I must perform the action of verbal acquiescence. Thus it can
Hold on. I need to pause this because I did misspell responsible. I don't think, did anyone else notice that in the chat? No, I did first, so ha 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 ha. Responsible, responsible, B. Copy. And then we're going to get rid of this, delete. And we're going to keep the other misspelling because that's just too much work. Responsible. I guess A. Oh, I put A on the other one. Damn it. This is not working out. I'll just replace the B. There we are. B. So that's responsible in that sense of the word. B. Okay. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit. Get the where were we at? So we're at universally preferable behavior now. Universally preferable.
Universally preferable behavior. As a result of the above arguments, we can see that it is impossible to enter into any debate without accepting the premise that certain behaviors are universally preferable. I use the word behavior here rather than thought because it is important to differentiate between purely internal and unverifiable states such as thinking from objective and verifiable states such as acting, writing, and speaking. It is impossible to prove that I dreamt of an elephant last night. It is possible to prove that I have written the word elephant, which is why I use the word behavior rather than thought. Acquiescing to superior logic in an argument is an action. If every time I conceded a point to you, I said nothing, but rather just stared at you blankly, you would find it rather irritating to debate me. To concede a point, I must perform the action of verbal acquiescence. Thus it can be seen that inherent in the very act of arguing are a number of embedded premises that cannot be conceivably overturned. If I ask you to meet me on the tennis court and show up with a hunting rifle, we may end up playing a sport of sorts, but it certainly will not be tennis. When I ask you to meet me on the tennis court for a game, implicit in that request is an acceptance of the rules of tennis. Historically, those engaged in ethical debating have often failed to maintain this basic reality. I cannot submit a scientific paper written in my own personal language claiming that it has been refereed by my psychic goldfish and expect to be taken seriously. Similarly, I cannot start a philosophical debate on ethics with reference to my own personal values and claim that my arguments have all been validated by Trixie, the omniscient and invisible leprechaun, and expect to be taken seriously. The very act of debating requires an acceptance of universally preferable behavior, UPB.
Wrong. As we've shown earlier, there are lots of people who argue in bad faith. There's lots of people who argue to troll. There's lots of people who argue, if you go to debate class, there's lots of times where they will come up to you and say, hey, here's the debate topic. You're going to be debating abortion, and you're going to be taking the pro-choice position. Even though you could be an ardent arguer or an ardent believer of pro-life. But for the sake of the debate, you are pro-choice, and you have to argue for pro-choice in order to win the debate for that class. And that's very common for those of you who have ever been in a debate class or have seen a debate from people in a debate class. There's lots of times where people will be debating things like, should we increase taxes on the rich? And you will have a Republican who you know, someone like who goes, you may know this particular person, and you know that they're an ardent Republican and they want to lower taxes across the board, up to and including the rich, making the case for increasing the taxes on the rich, right? It does not require, by any way, shape, or form, it is not necessity, it is not universal to say that if you enter a debate, you therefore must accept the premises that you're arguing in good faith, that you're arguing for truth, that you want that you're arguing for even a position that you hold. It is not true in any way, shape, or form. And it's not just like, oh, there's little instances here and there's little instances there. It's very common. It's very common.
There is no way to rationally respond to an ethical argument without exhibiting UPB.
Wrong.
Let us now turn to a series of positive proofs for UPB. UPB and validity. One of the central challenges faced by modern philosophers is the need to prove that moral rules are both possible and universal. Until moral rules can be subjected to the same rigor and logic as any other propositions, we will forever be stymied by subjectivism, political prejudices, and the pragmatic argument from effect. The closest historical analogy to our present situation occurred in the 15th and 16th centuries during the rise of the scientific method. The early pioneers who advocated a rational and empirical approach to knowledge faced the same prejudices that we face today, all the same irrationalities, entrenched powers of church and state, mystical and subjective, quote, absolutes, and early educational barriers. Those who advocated the primacy of rationality and empirical observation over biblical fundamentalism and secular tyrannies faced the determined opposition of those wielding both cross and sword. Many were tortured to death for their intellectual honesty. We face far less risk, and so should be far more courageous in advocating what is true over what is believed. In order to attack false moralities, we must start from the beginning, just as the first scientists did. Francis Bacon did not argue that the scientific method was more efficient than prayer, biblical texts, or starvation-induced visions. He simply said that if we want to understand nature, we must observe nature and theorize logically, and that there is no other route to knowledge. We must take the same approach in defining and communicating morality. We must begin using the power and legitimacy of the scientific method to prove the validity and universality of moral laws. We must start from the beginning, build logically, and reject any irrational or non-empirical substitutes for the truth. What does this look like in practice? All we have to do is establish the following axioms. Morality is a valid concept. Moral rules must be consistent for all mankind. The validity of a moral theory is judged by its consistency.
Here we are. So now we're back to UPB. B. So we're in UPB B land, where there are things that you should do because it's moral regardless of anything else, and they're universal across all people, and doesn't matter what their preferences are. This is it. These are the rules you should follow. But when we start prodding this, then we're going to go back to UPB-A again. So, moving along.
Start from the very beginning. Are moral rules, or universally preferable human behaviors, valid at all?
No.
There are only two possibilities when it comes to moral rules, just as there are in any logical science. Either universal moral rules are valid, or they are not. In physics, the question is either universal physical rules are valid, or they are not. A rule can be valid if it exists empirically, like gravity, or because it is true, like the question, 2 + 2 = 4. We must then first ask, do moral rules exist at all? Certainly not in material reality, which does not contain or obey a single moral rule. Moral rules are different from the rules of physics, just as the scientific method is different from gravity. Matter innately obeys gravity or the second law of thermodynamics, but thou shalt not murder is nowhere inscribed in the nature of things. Physical laws describe the behavior of matter, but do not contain a single prescription. Science says that matter does behave in a certain manner, never that it should behave in a certain manner. A theory of gravity proves that if you push a man off a cliff, he will fall. It will not tell you whether you should push him or not. Thus, it cannot be said that moral rules exist in material reality, and neither are they automatically obeyed like the laws of physics, which does not mean that moral laws are false, subjective, or irrelevant. The scientific method itself does not exist in reality either, and is also optional, but it is not at all false, subjective, or irrelevant. If we can prove that moral theories can be objective, rational, and verifiable, this will provide the same benefits to ethics that subjecting physical theories to the scientific method did. Before the rise of the scientific method, people believed that matter obeyed the subjective whims of gods and devils. And people believe the same of morality now. Volcanoes erupted because the mountain god was angry. Good harvests resulted from human or animal sacrifices. No one believed that absolute physical laws could limit the will of gods, and so science could never develop. Those who historically profited from defining physical reality as subjective, mostly priests and aristocrats.
Okay. That's not how religion works. This is kind of going back to the trope that religion created the Dark Ages. Completely false. Completely false.
Force the subjugation of physical theories to the scientific method, just as those who currently profit from defining morality as subjective, mostly priests and politicians, currently fight the subjugation of moral theories to objective and universal principles. As mentioned above, the scientific method is essentially a methodology for separating accurate from inaccurate theories by subjecting them to two central tests, logical consistency and empirical observation, and by always subjugating logical consistency to empirical observation. If I propose a perfectly consistent and logical theory that says that a rock will float up when thrown off a cliff, any empirical test proves my theory incorrect, since observation always trumps hypothesis.
He really needs to stop using up and down. He really needs to stop using up and down. The correct way of saying this is that the rock falls towards the center of gravity. Not that it falls up or down. Because again, up and down is a relative term.
A further aspect of the scientific method is the belief that, since matter is composed of combinations of atoms with common, stable, and predictable properties, the behavior of matter must also be common, stable, and predictable. Thus, experiments must be reproducible in different locations and times. I cannot say that my rock floating theory is correct for just one particular rock, or on the day I first tested it, or at a single location. My theories must describe the behavior of matter, which is universal, common, stable, and predictable.
By the way, this kind of goes into like some of the things that I have issues with praxeology, where they say things like, supply and demand, supply and demand curves are constant. They're always true. They're apodictically true, always. And then they'll start talking about backwards bending supply curves when it comes to labor. It's like, well, people only want to work a certain amount of hours because they only want to work, in order to get a certain amount of money. And if you increase their pay by, 1,000-fold, they're going to be willing. They're going to be much more willing to work less hours. In fact, they're going to be taking more time off, etc. A lot of people do this. A lot of people will like, for example, I work in nursing, and I've seen people who have gotten into nursing going, I can make a whole lot much more money, doing this, and they'll pay to get to graduate from CNA in order to up to LPN, or maybe LPNs will work their way up to RNs, or RNs will work their way up to nurse practitioners, etc. And they'll do that, and then once they finally get there, and they're able to pay off, the student debt or whatever that they have, they'll be like, you know what? I'm only going to work 3 days a week. You know what? Fuck it, I'll work 2 days a week, because they're used to the standard of living that they have. So supply curves can bend backwards. There are examples where things that we say are generally true don't necessarily follow all the time. But anyways, moving along.
Finally, there is a generally accepted rule, sometimes called Occam's razor, which states that of any two theories that have the same predictive power, the simpler of the two is preferable.
No. That's not true. That's not what the Occam's razor says. Occam's razor says that if any two theories have the same predictive power, you choose the one that requires the least amount of assumptions. Not the simpler version, the least amount of assumptions. I mean, the simpler answer for 9/11 was, it's a government conspiracy, right? The government allowed them to do it. But that would assume certain aspects of the government in order to do things, right? That's not saying that one is particularly true over the other. It's not the generally accept. This is really bad. This is really bad because there are times where Occam's razor turns out to be completely a wrong way of determining things. It's a good first step is to apply Occam's razor and then go out and look at things, because then we could find out that maybe 9/11 was a giant conspiracy after all. I don't believe it, but maybe it is true that there was a giant conspiracy, that we had to take all these assumptions in order to get to this conclusion to begin with, but we have to thus prove that those assumptions were true. It's not the simpler answer. I want to reiterate, it's not the simplest of the two answer. It's the one that presumes the least amount of assumptions.
Prior to the Copernican revolution, when Earth was considered the center of the universe, the retrograde motion of Mars when Earth passed it in orbit around the Sun caused enormous problems to the Ptolemaic system of astronomical calculations. Circles within circles multiplied enormously, which were all cleared away by simply placing the Sun at the center of the solar system and accepting the elliptical nature of planetary orbits. Thus, any valid scientific theory must be A, universal, B, logical, C, empirically verifiable, D, reproducible, and E, as simple as possible.
No. Not simple as possible. There's lots of things. There's lots of scientific theories that are not simple. And the fact, the more complex they get, the more they explain things. Moving along.
The methodology for judging and proving a moral theory is exactly the same as the methodology for judging and proving any other theory. Moral rules, a definition. The first question regarding moral rules is, what are they? Simply put, morals are a set of rules claiming to accurately and consistently identify universally preferable human behaviors. Just as physics is a set of rules claiming to accurately and consistently identify the universal behavior of matter. The second question to be asked is there any such thing as universally preferable behavior at all?
No.
If there is, we can begin to explore what such behavior might be. If not, then our examination must stop here, just as the examination of Ptolemaic astronomy ceased after it became commonly accepted that the Sun was, in fact, the center of the solar system.
And we've already kind of done that.
UPB.
Okay, so before we go on, I'm going to take a quick intermission because I got a phone call, and it is from someone named Nature. So I'm going to go take this call from Nature, and we will be right back. All right, so we're back. Hope you enjoyed that little intermission. All right, so moving along.
5 proofs. As we discussed above, the proposition that there is no such thing as preferable behavior contains an insurmountable number of logical and empirical problems. Universally preferable behavior must be a valid concept for 5 main reasons. The first is logical. If I argue against the proposition that universally preferable behavior is valid, I've already shown my preference for truth over falsehood.
As demonstrated, that's not entirely true. So he goes on, as well as a preference for correcting those who speak falsely, which is also not true.
As a preference for correcting those who speak falsely. Saying that there is no such thing as universally preferable behavior is like shouting in someone's ear that sound does not exist. It is innately self-contradictory.
Which is not true. And he knows this because he's had trolls on his program talking about trolling. It wasn't enough for him to rewrite his grand unified theory and fix that major issue.
In other words, if there is no such thing as universally preferable behavior, then one should oppose anyone who claims that there is such a thing as universally preferable behavior. However, if one should do something, then one has just created universally preferable behavior. Thus, universally preferable behavior, or moral rules, must be valid. Syllogistically, this is 1. The proposition is the concept universally preferable behavior must be valid. 2. Arguing against the validity of universally preferable behavior demonstrates universally preferable behavior. 3. Therefore, no argument against the validity of universally preferable behavior can be valid.
Okay, so that's begging the question. He's starting out the premise where this premise is the exact same as the very beginning, as the conclusion, excuse me. So the premise is the conclusion. The proposition that the concept of universally preferable behavior must be valid. 2, then 3, therefore no argument against the validity of universally preferable behavior can be valid. You're just begging the question here. Moving along.
We all know that there are subjective preferences such as liking ice cream or jazz, which are not considered binding upon other people. On the other hand, there are other preferences such as rape and murder, which clearly are inflicted on others. There are also preferences for logic, truth, and evidence, which are also binding upon others, although they are not usually violently inflicted, insofar as we all accept that an illogical proposition must be false or invalid. Those preferences which can be considered binding upon others can be termed universal preferences or moral rules. How else can we know that the concept of moral rules is valid? We can examine the question biologically as well as syllogistically. For instance, all matter is subject to physical rules, and everything that lives is in addition subject to certain requirements, and thus, if it is alive, must have followed universally preferred behaviors. Life, for instance, requires fuel and oxygen. Any living mind, of course, is an organic part of the physical world, and so is subject to physical laws, and must have followed universally preferred behaviors. To argue otherwise would require proof that consciousness is not composed of matter and is not organic, an impossibility since it has mass, energy, and life. Arguing that consciousness is subject to neither physical rules nor universally preferred behaviors would be like arguing that human beings are immune to gravity and can flourish without eating. Thus, it is impossible that anyone can logically argue against universally preferable behavior, since if he is alive to argue, he must have followed universally preferred behaviors such as breathing, eating, and drinking.
Okay, so first of all, breathing is not something that you can voluntarily just stop doing, right? Unless you take some sort of other means in order to get yourself to stop breathing. You can't just hold your breath. This is not something that you're voluntarily doing most of the time. Sure, you can start doing that or hold your breath, but once you get to the point where you're breathing too much, you'll pass out. If you're holding your breath, your medulla oblongata kicks in, and you are therefore breathing again. This is how people drown, by the way. How people drown, they don't just. It's not because they're holding their breath until they can't breathe. Until their body finally kicks out. What happens is at the very last moment where your body absolutely needs oxygen in order to survive, even a second longer, it takes it one final gasp in, and if it doesn't get oxygen, you're done. And so when people drown, that's how they usually tell if people drown, whether or not, or if they were choked to death and then thrown in a pool, is they'll check their lungs. And if it's full of water, then they know that they drowned. However, if it's not, if it doesn't look like they took a final gasp of water in their lungs before they passed away, then they can know, oh, okay, yeah, he was strangled to death. Then they start looking for other evidence, like looking for bruising around the neck, etc. So breathing is a bad example. Eating and drinking. So there are people who have suicidal ideations. People who want to die. Every waking moment of their life, they want to die. I work in mental health, and I work with a lot of these people. And when lunchtime comes around, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are first in line to get food. They're super hungry. A lot of them are overweight, so they really like eating, like me. So I'm not passing any judgments. I'm just saying that this is the case. To say that they prefer to live, otherwise they wouldn't eat. That's an absurd statement, because if they weren't in our care, they would be hanging themselves. If they weren't on Q15 checks every 15 minutes, going there and making sure that they're not trying to hang themselves. Some of them are on Q5s if they're extremely suicidal. Or sometimes there's just completely one-on-one, because we don't trust them even for a moment to be by themselves, because they could be a danger to themselves or others. That's the case. However, those people too are often trying to get first in line when it comes to dinner. The reason why they're doing this is because the state of starvation is awful. I don't know if you've ever had hunger pains. It is no fun. I've had hunger pains even as a fat person. When I was on a Nuturian diet, I would have like these giant bowls of salad. I mean, they were huge, but the calorie intake on those is probably sub 200. I mean, it's nothing. So I would eat them, and an hour later, I'd be experiencing hunger pains, which is why I had to stop taking that particular diet. Sorry, Penn. It doesn't work for everybody. It sucks. It is the worst thing in the universe to experience these hunger pains. And I would much rather die especially if I was suicidal, which I'm not, to eat and be comfortable and then find an easier way of killing myself, like taking pills or maybe blowing my head off with a shotgun or something like that. Sorry.
Syllogistically, this is 1.
So this
All
is fine.
organisms require universally preferred behavior to live.
Wrong.
2. Man is a living organism. 3. Therefore, all living men are alive due to the practice of universally preferred behavior. 4. Therefore, any argument against universally preferable behavior requires an acceptance and practice of universally preferred behavior. 5. Therefore, no argument against the existence of universally preferable behavior can be valid.
As we've already demonstrated, universally preferable behavior does not exist. If it is true, then yes, it would be false to argue against it. However, it is not true. So premise 1 is false. Ergo 2, 3, 4, and 5 we can just disregard. As he's pointed out in his own examples, if 2 plus 2 equals 5 is the basis of your argument, anything else you say after that we can just disregard. I know you want to set up this particular rule, and you brought it up in the intro to your book, saying that no, you just can't nitpick. You just can't nitpick 1 or 2 things in my thing. Well, if it undermines your complete premise, then we can just stop at 1 and move along. But we're trudging through this thing.
The scientific method
And we're about 1/3 of the way through.
requires
or so,
empirical
so.
corroboration. We must
Well, you
also
can
look
see.
to reality to confirm our hypothesis. And here, the validity of universally preferable behavior is fully supported. Every sane human being believes in moral rules of some kind. There is some disagreement about what constitutes moral rules, but everyone is certain that moral rules are valid. Just as many scientists disagree, but all scientists accept the validity of the scientific method itself.
Okay, so there are people. I would classify myself in this particular group. I'm not a nihilist. I do have moral rules, right? Because I'm an adherent to LaVey and Satanism, and he does have moral rules. However, I can't say that they're valid because of any kind of logical construction or anything like that. The reason why I prefer these rules is because they work well. I get on best this way. And I think that if I live with other people who have similar values, that it would be a preferable world to live in. Back to basically UPB-A. Morality is if I want something X, then I should A. Right? It is not, as he's trying to posit here, UPB-B, which is I should do things because they're moral, regardless of anything else, regardless of consequences, regardless of anything. These are the moral rules because they're universally preferable. Wrong. So if UPB was UPB-A, if you want to have a healthy society, if you want to get on best, if you want to have a society that's wealthy, if you want to make a ham sandwich, then you ought to do these things. I agree with that. But his UPB that he tries to UPB-B that he tries to slip in all the time is false. I wouldn't say that that's valid or logically true or objectively true to say that my morality system works best for everybody, because I know that that's not particularly true. But I know that this is the moral system that I particularly choose, and I would like to live with people who have very similar views. Maybe not identical views, but or at least similar enough that we can get on best. However, if someone from the Middle East who has a very radical different view of ethics were to come and live in my world, they'd be very unhappy. And vice versa. If I lived in their world, I'd be very unhappy. Moving along.
One can argue that the Earth is round and not flat, which is analogous to changing the definition of morality. But one cannot argue that the Earth does not exist at all, which is like arguing that there is no such thing as universally preferable behavior.
No. See, there's a difference. There is an Earth. There is no universally preferable behavior.
Or, 1. For a scientific theory to be valid, it must be supported by empirical observation. 2. If the concept of universally preferable behavior is valid, then mankind should believe in universally preferable behavior. 3. All men believe in universally preferable behavior.
I want to put this on the screen because this is something he actually said. And I want you to stop and reflect for a moment and think about what he just said. I'm going to read it one more time, and then we're going to have a nice little moment of silence to really think about what he's talking about, and at the same time, also have a moment of silence for his brain. Okay? So for a scientific theory to be valid, it must be supported by empirical observation. This is true. 2, if a concept of universally preferable behavior is valid, then mankind should believe in universally preferable behavior. Okay, if it's true, then yes, but it's not true. Therefore, 3, all men believe in universally preferable behavior. Even if it's true that universally preferable behavior exists, it does not follow that all men believe in universally preferable behavior. They may do those things. They may engage in universally preferable behavior, but they may deny it. They may not understand it. As he's talked about his little truths and grand truths, you understand, or a baseball player understands the physics of baseball intuitively to know how to catch a fly ball, even though they may not understand the deep physical the deep physical aspect of this stuff and how the ball relates to gravity and wind and moving through space-time and all that stuff. They may not understand all that stuff in that complexity, but they understand it enough in order to catch a fly ball. And they may understand it better than someone who actually does know the physics of things. Because if I don't know how many times I've seen like funny clips of like a physicist doing something, and then they talk about the deep aspects of it, and then they get onto the field and try it, and it fails in various different things. Like, oh yeah, I know how the mathematical formula works. If I hit the baseball, blah blah blah, and then they swing the bat and miss entirely. So moving along, that's just stupid. So it's a moment of silence for Step's brain. All right.
4. Therefore,
we had a 4.
Empirical evidence exists to support the validity of universally preferable behavior, and the existence of such evidence opposes the proposition that universally preferable behavior is not valid.
Yeah, but we know 2 and 3 are false, so we don't even have to bother with 4.
The 4th argument for the validity of universally preferable behavior is also empirical. Since human beings have an almost infinite number of choices to make in life, to say that there are no principles of universally preferable behavior would be to say that all choices are equal, i.e., subjective. However, all choices are not equal, either logically or through empirical observation. To take one example, if food is available, almost all human beings prefer to eat every day. When cold, almost all human beings seek warmth. Almost all parents choose to feed, shelter, and educate their children. There are many examples of common choices among humankind, which indicate that universally preferable behavior abounds and is part of human nature.
So is it universally preferable behavior? Universal in philosophy means that it's true across all spans, in all worlds. And then say, well, there's examples of negligent parents. Sure, there's people who, probably like the cold more than when it gets cold out here in Vegas, and sometimes it does get almost, not even almost, it does get sub-freezing. It does snow in Vegas, believe it or not. It snowed this last winter. Actually, I think it snowed in April. But when it gets cold out there like that, I'll turn on the central fan, which is not the air conditioner, but it'll just blow the air through the house and open up all the windows and just let the house freeze. And it feels fucking great. I fucking love it. That's not universally preferable behavior. Most people would be like, that's insane, Jim. Why are you doing that? But, the reason why I'm doing that, it's a lot of the time it has to do with cutting down weight. Increases your metabolism. It gets your body going, starts burning more calories and stuff because your body's trying to stay warm. So it's not universally preferable behavior to eat every day. Anorexics don't. It's not preferable to seek warmth. I don't. Almost all, and it's not universally preferable behavior to feed, shelter, or educate your children. It's just not. It's just not universally preferable behavior. It's a general trend. It's something that most people do, but it doesn't mean that it's universal. By definition, it's not universal.
As mentioned above, no valid theory of physics can repudiate the simple fact that children can catch fly balls.
Yeah. When I have guests come over, when it's winter out, I'll actually turn on the heater and all that stuff, and I'm fine. Like, I'm fine with the warmth. Then once the warmth comes in, I'm like, oh yeah, that's nice. But at the same time, I really do love the cold. You can ask Baron. Okay, yeah. So you can confirm it snows. So you can ask Baron every time he's come over to my house. It's been fine. Or I think there was 1 or 2 times where he came over and he's like, Jesus Christ, it's fucking freezing in here, and I'm like, all right, I'll fucking turn on the heater, pussy.
The same way, no valid theory of ethics can reject the endless evidence for the acceptance of UPB. Or, 1. Choices are almost infinite. 2. Most human beings make very similar choices. 3. Therefore, not all choices can be equal. 4. Therefore, universally preferable choices must be valid.
Okay, so choices are almost infinite. No, they're not almost infinite. If you understand how infinity works, it's not near infinite. Not even close. 2. Most human beings make very similar choices. Arguably, you could possibly make that point, but it would really depend on what your definition of similar is. How similar are you talking? Most people eat, well, eat what? Eat rocks? Eat low-calorie food? Overeat? These are very different choices. I'm sure you could say that they're similar in the sense that they're eating. However, a lot of people will eat to the detriment of their health, either under-eating or overeating, or eating nutritionally, maybe eating the right amount of calories every day, but they're not eating nutritious food that doesn't have enough vitamins or calcium or whatever that would cause them to suffer some sort of thing. So you can't say that it's similar in that. That's really stretching it to say similar. I mean, that's really using a really loose definition of the word similar. 3. Therefore, not all choices can be equal. Therefore, universally preferable choices must be valid. None of these follow. None of these
for the validity of universally
even if they're all true statements, they don't follow.
preferable behavior is evolutionary. Since all organic life requires preferential behavior to survive.
Sorry. So the fifth argument, I was talking over it, sorry. The fifth argument for the validity of universally preferable behavior is evolutionary. Since all organic life requires preferable behavior to survive,
we can assume that those organisms which make the most successful choices are the ones most often selected for survival. Since man is the most successful species and man's most distinctive organ is his mind, it must be man's mind that has aided him the most in making successful choices. The mind itself, then, has been selected as successful by its very ability to make successful choices. Since the human mind only exists as a result of choosing universally preferable behavior must be a valid concept.
Let's just wait until it gets to a syllogism before we go into it.
Organisms succeed by acting upon universally preferable behavior. 2. Man is the most successful organism. 3. Therefore, man must have acted most successfully on the basis of universally preferable behavior. 4. Man's mind is his most distinctive organ.
Okay. Where do I begin? Organisms succeed by acting upon universally preferable behavior. So if he's going to say that things like murder, theft, rape, all this other stuff, murder, theft, rape are universally preferable behavior, then we can say that a lot of species are not successful in the slightest. Ducks rape each other. Bacteria will kill their hosts, as will viruses. So whatever. Man is the most successful organism. The definition that you would have to apply in order to make that statement, outright successful, no qualifiers, is the most successful organism, you would have to choose arbitrarily factors in order to come to that conclusion, right? In what way are they most successful? In terms of the humanities? Well, of course they're the most successful. In terms of reproducing the most? Not even fucking close. Like ants are infinitely, it's not actually the right word. Infinitesimally, or I don't know. Well, let's just say infinitely, even though it's not correct. Infinitely more successful than humans in every conceivable way. When it comes to reproduction, they are way better than humans. They outnumber us like trillions to one or something. I don't know what the exact number is. They breed faster than us. What are those things that are in Star Trek that they ripped off of some video game? The new Star Trek show that sucks ass, Discovery. Tardigrades. They can exist in space. They can exist in vacuums. They can exist in lava. Can humans exist in lava? No, not with some sort of apparatus that they would have to construct. I don't think such one exists yet. But And at least right now, there's no way for humans to exist in lava. That's just not going to happen. They can't exist in space without some sort of apparatus in order to get them there. They just don't. So you would have to say that there's some arbitrary distinction that would classify them as the most successful organisms without qualifiers. Now, you can qualify this statement and say man is the most successful organism in terms of the humanities. Well, of course. They're the humanities. Of course we're the best at art. Of course we're the best at literature. Of course we're the best at producing film. Of course we're the best at all this stuff. But are we the most successful in extending our necks? No, giraffes have that fucking in the bag. We can't hold a candle to that. We just can't. Are we the best at swimming? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, in order for you to say something like man is the most successful organism, your qualifications for that have to be arbitrary. You have to qualify that. You just can't say that we're the most successful organism. Because we're not. Unless you're really limiting the scope of what classifies a successful organism, which he defines it as the humanities, which is an arbitrary distinction. Moving along. By the way, there was still more. 3. Therefore, man must have acted most successfully on the basis of universally preferable behavior. Wrong. Mind's man is his most distinctive organ. That's not entirely true. A lot of people would also point to the opposable thumbs as well. If it wasn't for the opposable thumbs, our brains would be useless. I mean, for instance, whales are very intelligent creatures. They're very intelligent creatures. However, they haven't been able to build any sort of society whatsoever because they lack opposable thumbs in order to build things. So they just swim aimlessly, talking to each other. So moving along, I don't know where he's actually left on what he was talking about. 5. So 5. Therefore, mind's man must have acted in the most successfully on the basis of universally preferable behavior.
Therefore, man's mind must have acted most successfully on the basis of universally preferable behavior. 6. Therefore, universally preferable behavior must be valid.
Okay, so here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can see that 2 is incorrect. Unless you want to qualify that, it's incorrect. Okay, let me check chat because it's been a while since I looked at chat. So Marines eat glue and crayons. This is true. I guess this is true. So remind me not to stay at the Luxor instead of Shim's house. I have a rule, by the way. No one sleeps on my couch. And if they do sleep on my couch, they have this pretty little pink pillow and this pretty little pink, I think it's a Hello Kitty. It could be My Little Pony. I don't remember. And you have to sleep with those things. And I get to take a picture of you sleeping with your My Little Pony blanket or whatever it is. I think it's actually Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty blanket and your pretty pink pillow. That's the rule. That's the rule. So, and if it's winter, it's 30 degrees in my apartment. It's 40 degrees in my apartment. Oh, well, let's see. Well, how do we count success? How do we count intelligence? Because dolphins and whales have a lot of intelligence. Yeah, but we are smarter. Do we count it on survival? Well, we're smarter in certain aspects, right? At least that's all we can say. Like we're much more intelligent when it comes to building technology and stuff like that. But again, we can also point to the opposable thumb. Do we count on survival ability? Yeah. So it's completely arbitrary. So be a cockroach. Yeah. We don't need to be smart. They can survive a nuclear holocaust. Fucking watch me while I grow a dragon and use it for swimming. Yeah. I mean, African tribes, women will put those giant rings around their neck to extend their necks. None of which I have seen even comes close to the giraffe, no matter how you compare it in actual measurements or per capita, anything. Oh, we're still going on to it. So 2. Therefore, 3, because 2 is incorrect, 3 is also false. 4 is false because you can also say that the opposable thumb, I guess it's the most distinctive organ. You can say it's an organ because the thumb is not an organ, but it's also a very distinctive aspect of humans, and you just can't. That would need to be 5. That would need to be 5 as man's most distinctive trait would be his thumb, and his brain. 5. Therefore, man's mind must have acted in the most successfully basis on the universally preferable behavior. 6, therefore universally preferable behavior must be valid. By the way, it's also worth pointing out that we almost wiped each other out in the Cold War. So, how successful we would have been had it not been for like Gorbachev fucking things up and shutting it down.
We could bring many more arguments to support the existence and validity of UPB, but we shall rest our case with the above and move to an examination of the nature of UPB. UPB, optional and objective. Since we have proven the validity of universally preferable behavior, the question of morality now shifts. Since UPB is valid, what theories can quantify, classify, explain, and predict it? First of all, we must remember that morality is clearly optional. Every man is subject to gravity and requires food to live, but no man has to act morally. If I rape, steal, or kill, no thunderbolt strikes me down. Moral rules, like the scientific method or biological classifications, are merely ways of rationally organizing facts and principles relative to objective reality.
Okay, so if I rape, steal, or kill, no thunderbolts will strike me down. True. But a lot of governments, not all governments, not all of them, but most governments will shut you down. They will strike you down with the figurative thunderbolt.
The fact that compliance with moral rules is optional, however, has confused many thinkers into believing that morality itself is subjective. Nothing could be further from the truth. Living organisms are part of material reality, and material reality is rational and objective. Applying moral theories is optional, but that does not mean that all moral theories are subjective. The scientific method is also optional, but it is not subjective. Applying biological classifications is optional, but biology is not subjective. Choices are optional, consequences are not. I can choose not to eat, but I cannot choose to live without eating. I can choose to behead someone, but I cannot choose whether or not they can live without a head. Morality is thus optional, but the effects of moral choices are measurable and
Okay,
objective.
so here we are again. Oh, I just lost my window. So now we're back to UPBA. Morality is, if you want X, then you should A. So now he's falling back on UPBA. So you can kind of see how he's bouncing between these two things. By the way, we haven't gotten even to responsible yet. That's going to be a whole lot of fun when he brings that up.
Now, since morality is a valid concept, the next question is, to what degree or extent is morality valid? As mentioned above, the first test of any scientific theory is universality. Just as a theory of physics must apply to all matter, a moral theory that claims to describe the preferable actions of mankind must apply to all mankind.
So which is it? Do all people prefer to educate, feed, and house their kids? Or are there some that don't? Does it apply to all mankind? Or just most of them? It's not universal. If it's not universal, it's not universal to say that all parents want to feed, house, and educate their kids, because a lot of them don't. There's a lot of them, a sizable amount that don't. You can't say that's universally preferable behavior, because it's not. Because they don't. When we can test this against the empirical world.
No moral theory can be valid if it argues that a certain action is right in Syria but wrong in San Francisco. It cannot say that person A must do X, but person B must never do X. It cannot say that what was wrong yesterday is right today, or vice versa. If it does, it is false, and must be refined or discarded.
Says who? On what grounds can you say that moral relativism is false just because you say, like, oh, it has to be universal? Why? He doesn't say why it has to be universal. He just says that it does. Why? Explain it. He has it. And even still, his moral rules don't even apply universally. Because he says, moral, if you want X, you should A. But when it comes to, like, well, does it meet these requirements of universality? Well, we're using this definition of UPB, where you should do things regardless of its consequences or actions or whatever, because it's moral. And he's going to jump back and forth throughout this entire book.
To be valid, any moral theory must also pass the criterion of logical consistency. Since the behavior of matter is logical, consistent, and predictable, all theories involving matter, either organic or inorganic, must also be logical, consistent, and predictable. The theory of relativity cannot argue that...
Yeah, that's also a good point. That's a good point, actually. Like, another trait is that they don't walk on all fours. And that makes their opposable thumb usable for tools and stuff. So
speed of light is both constant and not constant at the same time, or that it is 186,000 miles per second, 5 fathoms in depth, and also green in color. However, since moral theories apply to mankind and mankind is organic, the degree of empirical consistency required for moral theories is less than that required for inorganic theories. All rocks, for instance, must fall down, but not all horses have to be born with
Fall towards the center of gravity, not down. It's so annoying when he does this. It's so annoying when he does this.
only one head. Biology includes three forms of randomness, which are environments, genetic mutation, and free will. For example, poodles are generally friendly, but if beaten for years, will likely become aggressive. Horses are defined as having only one head, but occasionally a two-headed mutant is born.
There's aggressive poodles, but anyways.
Similarly, human beings generally prefer eating to starving, except anorexics. These exceptions do not bring down the entire science of biology. Thus, since moral rules describe mankind, they cannot be subjected to exactly the same requirements for consistency as theories describing inorganic matter.
Again, but you're basing this on a completely arbitrary distinction. Well, humans are the most successful based on these arbitrary distinctions that I laid out. Therefore, we don't have to apply moral rules to animals. Animals can act immorally as they want. What? No. And then we can kill them and use them for food or whatever. Okay. Nice spooks, nerd.
The final test that any moral theory must pass is the criterion of empirical observation. For instance, a moral theory must explain the universal prevalence of moral beliefs among mankind, as well as the divergent results of human moral, quote, experiments, such as fascism, communism, socialism, or capitalism. It must also explain some basic facts about human society, such as the fact that state power always increases, or that propaganda tends to increase as state power increases. If it fails to explain the past, understand the present, and predict the future, then it must be rejected.
So, state power always increases. This is not an apodictically true statement. This is not a universal truth. Yes, that's the general trend, but there comes a point where they reach a wall, where they try to control every facet of other people's lives, and they end up collapsing. In one sense or another, they collapse. North Korea has collapsed, in one sense of the word. But they're still there. They're still controlling every facet of everybody's life as to the best of their abilities, even though they're kind of losing ground on it. We can take it, for example, the USSR. They didn't always expand. They didn't always increase. They had to scale things back. Same with China. They've been scaling things back. They've been liberalizing their economy. They've been liberalizing their rules and stuff. Sure, if you mentioned Tiananmen Square massacre, now that I've mentioned that, let's watch my viewership decline by Chinese viewers. They've been scaling things back. So it's not a universal truth that they always expand.
As invalid. UPB, the practice. How does this all look in practice? Let's look at how the requirements of universality affects moral theories. We shall touch here on proofs and disproofs for specific moral propositions, which we shall examine in more detail in Part 2. If I say that gravity affects matter, it must affect all matter. If even one pebble proves immune to gravity, my theory is in trouble. If I propose a moral theory that argues that people should not murder, it must be applicable to all people. If certain people, such as soldiers, are exempt from that rule, then I have to either prove that soldiers are not people, or accept that my moral theory is false. There is no other possibility.
Are they people? That's mean. I'm moving on.
On the other hand, if I propose a moral theory that argues that all people should murder, then I have saved certain soldiers, but condemned to evil all those not currently murdering someone, including those being murdered, which is surely incorrect. If, to save the virtue of soldiers, I alter my theory to argue that it is moral for people to murder if someone else tells them to, a political leader say, then I must deal with the problem of universality. If politician A can order a soldier to murder an Iraqi, then the Iraqi must also be able to order the soldier to murder politician A. And the soldier can also order politician A to murder the Iraqi. The application of this theory results in a general and amoral paralysis, and thus is proven invalid. I also cannot
So is it okay to murder baby Hitler? I wonder if we're going to get into this question. Is it okay to murder baby Hitler?
argue that it is wrong for some people to murder.
Or baby Stalin, or who pick your boogeyman of du jour.
Right for other people to murder. Since all human beings share common physical properties and requirements, proposing one rule for one person and the opposite rule for another is invalid. It is like proposing a physics theory that says that some rocks fall down while others fall up. Not only is it illogical, it contradicts the
towards the center of gravity or away from it.
Observable facts of reality, which is that human beings, as a species, share common characteristics and so cannot be subjected to opposing rules. Biologists have no problems classifying certain organisms as human because they share common and easily identifiable characteristics. It is only moralists who seem to find this level of consistency impossible. Furthermore, if my moral theory, quote, proves that the same man should not murder one day, but should murder the next day, say, when he steps out into the Iraqi desert, then my position is even more ludicrous. That would be equivalent to arguing that one day a rock falls downwards, and the next day it falls upwards. To call this any kind of consistent theory is to make madness sanity.
Okay, so we're going to get back into Hume's law for just a moment. For those of you who are just now tuning in, we talked about this earlier. Hume's law states that there's an is-ought gap when it comes to ethics, and it only applies to ethics. So if we want to, if you want A, then you ought to B, right? That applies to virtually every facet of philosophy that you can imagine. Not even just philosophy, just if you want to make a ham sandwich, then you ought to get bread, you ought to get ham and whatever condiments you want and construct them in a certain way in order to do that. That is a fine is-ought get problem. However, in ethics, you can't do that because ethics, there's an infinite number of facts about the physical world. You can say that this is good and this is bad. I like this. This is I don't like this. This causes pain. This causes pleasure. Whatever. And you can make an ethical system based on facts about the world that would justify murder, rape, torture, whatever. And in fact, there have been lots of attempts in order to do this as well, right? Because we know of cultures and societies that said it was okay to rape. They existed. Moving along.
Since valid theories
All right,
require...
so there is a gap between the is. These are facts about the world. Therefore, you ought not to do this, or you should do this, or you ought to do that. You have to bridge that gap. I don't think it's bridgeable. And so, again, he's bouncing back. If you want A, then you should X. You should do things because it's moral. You ought to do things because it's the moral thing to do, right? So you can't draw this distinction like in science, if I have a theory about gravity that, and one pebble falls away from the center of gravity, okay, then I have to go back to the drawing board. However, morals, ethics is a completely different system. You can't just say like, well, this is the way things is, therefore you ought this. No.
Logical consistency. A moral theory cannot be valid if it is both true and false at the same time. A moral theory that approves of stealing, for instance, faces an insurmountable logical problem. No moral theory should, if it is universally applied, directly eliminate behavior it defines as moral, while simultaneously creating behavior it defines as immoral. If everyone should steal, then no one will steal, which means that the moral theory can never be practiced. And why will no one steal? Well, because a man will only steal if he can keep the property he is stealing. He's not going to bother stealing a wallet if someone else is going to immediately steal that wallet from him.
Citation needed. I'm sorry, but why would you think that? Why would you think that a thief wouldn't steal something if he knew that the possibility of it getting stolen from him was very imminent? Why would you think that he wouldn't do that? I mean, thieves do that all the time. They know that sometimes they're going to get caught stealing something, and that thing's going to be taken from them. But they do it anyway.
Any moral theory proposing that stealing is good is also automatically invalid because it posits that property rights are both valid and invalid at the same time, and so fails the test of logical consistency. If I steal from you, I am saying that your property rights are invalid. However, I want to keep what I am stealing, and therefore I am saying that my property rights are valid. However, property rights cannot be both valid and invalid at the same time.
Okay. Unless, of course, you don't view property rights as being valid and you're perfectly okay with someone taking your stuff from you. Okay, so let's go to the imaginary land. The imaginary land known as theft land, where everything is okay to steal. And everybody just steals from each other all the time. If you want something, you take it. That's yours. Might makes right. We'll just live in that world for just a second. Everybody agrees that, hey, if you take something from someone, that's fine. It's also okay for someone to take that from you. That's entirely possible. It's not inconsistent, because unless someone comes along and says, hey, it's okay for me to steal something, but don't you dare steal it from me. It's not inherently inconsistent. It's just not.
So this proposition itself must be invalid. Similarly, any moral theory that advocates rape faces a similar contradiction. Rape can never be moral, since any principle that approves it automatically contradicts itself. If rape is justified on the principle that taking pleasure is always good, then such a principle immediately fails the test of logical consistency, since the rapist may be taking pleasure, but its victim certainly is not.
We're back to UPBA again.
The same goes, of course, for murder and assault. We will be returning to these proofs, as well as a further examination of property rights in more detail in part 2 of this book. Thus, subjecting moral theories to the scientific method produces results that conform to rationality, empirical observations, and plain common sense.
Okay,
Murder, theft, arson, rape, and assault are all proven immoral. Universal and positive moral rules can also be proven, i.e. the universal validity of property rights and nonviolence, but we shall discuss that in part 2.
Yeah, so I'm going to pause this for just a second so I can show this graph. So, subject matter, organic matter, universally preferable for mankind. Right? So this is... Okay. This is just this is insane rambling. Okay, so subject, physics, matter, biology, organic matter, morality, universally preferable behavior for mankind. Instance. Okay, I see how this is going. So, physics, a rock, sample rate, gravity, sample rate, entropy, matter / energy is the sample classification. Example: matter cannot be created nor destroyed, just merely converted to energy and back. Hypothesis: atoms share common structures and properties, and so behave in predictable and consistent manners. Proof: logical consistency and empirical verification. Negative proof. Example: if mass does not attract mass, theories relying on gravity are incorrect. This is kind of like all over the place. Biology, organic matter, a horse, desire for survival, evolution, reptile, mammal. If it is alive and warm-blooded, it is a mammal. Organic matter has rules, requirements, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here we are. So morality, universally preferable behavior. Instance, a man. Sample rate, self-ownership. Sample theory, property rights. What? Sample classification, good and evil. Huh? Example, stealing is wrong. Hypothesis, universally preferable behavior shares common rules and requirements. Proof, logical consistency and empirical verification. Pressing X to doubt. Ergo, hypothesis is incorrect. Negative proof. Example, if communists succeed relative to its stated goals, theories based on universal validity of property rights are incorrect.
To aid in swallowing this rather large conceptual pill, below is a table that helps equate theories of physics and biology with scientific theories of universally preferable or moral behavior, and I'm not going to try and recreate this in the audiobook. Well worth the purchase price of the actual book. It's on page 75.
It is well worth the price of the actual book, which is $0 because he gives it away for free.
In conclusion,
a penny
is
is too
safe
much.
to say that A, moral rules are valid, and B, moral theories must be subject to the scientific method, just as theories of physics and biology are. Furthermore, any moral theory based on non-universal or self-contradictory principles is demonstrably false. UPB, the framework. UPB can thus be seen as a framework for validating ethical theories or propositions, just as the scientific method is a framework that is used to validate scientific theories or propositions. An example of a moral proposition is the initiation of the use of force is wrong. UPB is the methodology that tests that proposition against both internal consistency and empirical observation. UPB thus first asks, is the proposition logical and consistent? UPB then asks, what evidence exists for the truth of the proposition? To keep this book at a reasonable length, we will, in general, deal mostly with the first criterion of logical consistency. For the second criterion, we shall rely for evidence on the universal prohibitions across all cultures against certain actions such as rape, theft, assault, and murder. Much more can be written on the historical evidence that helps support or reject various moral propositions, but we shall leave that for another time. If we establish the validity of UPB, we have achieved an enormous amount. If we do not, evidence will scarcely help us. Let us now turn to the question of whether the UPB framework deals with matters of ethics or aesthetics, or both.
Okay. For those of you who have never taken a deep history class before, you will you will not know that for the longest periods of time, rape was a common facet of society. It was completely okay to rape women. It was completely okay to rape them, and those children and those women bear offspring, which leads to your ancestry today. You were a product of rape. Somewhere down your line, one of your ancestors was born as a result of rape. And it was common across all facets. And the ones that did have some moral rules against it usually allowed for things like arranged marriages, which arranged marriages would eventually lead to rape, because those women, most of those women, I'm sure some of them were enthusiastic about their choices. And I'm sure some of the males were too. Enthusiastic about their about what they were presented as their arranged marriage spouse, right? But for most of them, or at least some of them, or even if it was like 25%, right? There's still that 25% where rape had to have occurred, where those women did not want to have sex, but they did it anyway because that's what they were supposed to do. And in fact, marital rape was a common thing, even amongst marriages that had compatible partners where they really did like each other. But no, marital rape was a common practice in most cultures across society. These are things that happened. And to say that, well, man is the most successful organism, in order for us to get here, we would have had to approve, we did approve of rape. And this existed. The moral rejection of rape is a rather common one in human history. So we can say that rape at least at one point, was universally preferable behavior. And for you to argue against it would be to argue against universally preferable behavior, according to Stefan Molydude. Because in order for you to even be here to have this conversation with me, somewhere in your lineage, not just somewhere, in many, many parts of your lineage, one of your ancestors was only alive because of a result of a rape. Be it through caveman days, be it through early human history. All along those lines, it's just riddled with rape. So I guess by Molydude's own standard, if your ethical system allows for the existence of rape, we can just throw it right in the trash, and into the trash it goes. But we're going to press on.
The UPB, ethics or aesthetics?
By the way, we're 3 hours into this thing. And we've covered about 1 hour of the book, so we're about 2 to 1. So we got some time left on this
In general,
thing.
we will use the term aesthetics to refer to non-enforceable preferences, universal or personal, while ethics or morality will refer to enforceable preferences. It is universally preferable, i.e. required, to use the scientific method to validate physical theories, but we cannot use force to inflict the scientific method on those who do not use it, since not using the scientific method is not a violent action. Non-violent actions, by their very nature, are avoidable. If a physicist stops using the scientific method but instead starts consulting tarot cards, he is not violently inflicting his choice on me, and I can avoid him. A rapist, on the other hand, is violently inflicting his preferences upon his victim. Although we first focused on UPB in the realm of ethics, UPB can now be seen as an umbrella term which includes such disciplines as the scientific method, logic, empiricism, debating, language, ethics, and so on. Ethics is the subset of UPB which deals with inflicted behavior or the use of violence. Any theory that justifies or denies the use of violence is a moral theory and is subject to the requirements of logical consistency and empirical evidence. Let us look at 3 actions to help us further distinguish between ethics and aesthetics. The first action is irrationality, the second is lying, the third is murder. Please note that the examples below are not proofs, but rather situations that a valid ethical theory should be able to encompass and explain. We will get to the actual proofs shortly. Irrationality. Let's say that you and I are having a debate about the existence of God. After I put forth my arguments, you clap your hands over your ears, singing out that God is telling you that he exists and therefore all of my arguments mean nothing. Clearly, your response to my position is irrational. However annoying I might find your behavior, though, it would scarcely seem reasonable for me to vent my frustration by pulling out a gun and shooting you. I believe that it is universally preferable to use logic and evidence rather than rely on voices in our heads, but this universal preference is not reasonably enforceable in the physical sense through violence or the threat thereof. Lying. Let's say that you and I set the rules for a debate, and we both agree to judge the question of the existence of God according to reason and evidence. If, as the debate continues, you fall back to a position of blind faith and reject my arguments despite their rationality and evidence, you are not keeping your word. In other words, you were lying when you said that the question would be decided by reason and evidence. The difference between these two situations, irrationality versus lying, is the difference between a contractual and a non-contractual arrangement. If I hand you $100 and then walk away, I cannot justly come up to you in a year and say that you now owe me $100 because it was a loan. If, on the other hand, you agree to pay me back the money in a year and then fail to do so, that is quite a different situation. In the example of lying, although you have clearly broken your word and wasted my time, it would not seem to be either moral or reasonable for me to pull out a gun and shoot you. A reasonable moral theory should be able to explain why this is the case. Murder. If you rush at me with a knife raised, few people would argue with my right to defend myself. If shooting you were the only way that I could reasonably ensure my own safety, it would generally be considered a regrettable necessity. Requirements for ethics. Certain preconditions must exist, or be accepted, in order for ethical judgments or theories to have any validity or applicability. Clearly, choice and personal responsibility must both be accepted as axioms. If a rock comes bouncing down a hill and crashes into your car, we do not hold the rock morally responsible since it has no consciousness, cannot choose, and therefore cannot possess personal responsibility. If the rock dislodged simply as a result of time and geology, then no one is responsible for the resulting harm to your car. If, however, you saw me push the rock out of its position, you would not blame the rock, but rather me. To add a further complication, if it turns out that I dislodged the rock because another man forced me to at gunpoint, you would be far more likely to blame the gun-toting initiator of the situation rather than me.
Okay, so here we are. How did I get that wrong again? Oh, whatever. It's spelt wrong. Deal with it. So we have responsible B now. And responsible B now says, in this version of the word responsible, which is misspelled because it's stupid. So in this version of responsible, we're not talking about you have control over your actions. No. You have moral obligations. You can see how well I spell without spell check. You have moral obligations that you are responsible for. I'm going to spell that one right. So you have moral obligations that you are responsible for. So if you do things in the responsible sense of the word A, you are in control of your body and your actions, thus you're responsible for your actions. You have will over the physical universe. I can take this little this little plastic canister and I can throw it against my wall. I can do that. No moral judgments on it whatsoever. I'm responsible for that action. Right? I'm responsible for me picking up the thing and throwing it. Now, I also have a moral obligation, which is a different type of the word responsible, where it's if I throw that and it hits my cat and hurts her, I am morally responsible for that behavior. These are two different versions of the word responsible, and he's going to use them interchangeably, back and forth, whenever he sees fit. So we now have two forms of equivocation in this thing. We have UPB as defined as if you want X, you should A, and UPB in the sense that you should do things because they're moral, regardless of consequences or anything else. And now we have two different definitions of the word responsible. You are morally responsible for your actions, and you are physically responsible for your actions. These are very different uses of the word responsible. Moving along.
As we have discussed above, entering into any debate requires an acceptance of the realities of choice, values, and personal responsibility. However, these factors are also present in the choice of the color of paint for a room, yet we would scarcely say that selecting a hue is a moral choice. Thus, there must be other criteria which must be present in order for a choice or proposition to be moral. We all have preferences, from the merely personal, I like ice cream, to the socially preferable, it is good to be on time, to universal morality, thou shalt not murder. There is little point writing a book about personal preferences, and we can turn to Anne Landers for a discussion of socially preferable behavior. Here, then, we will focus on the possibility of universally preferable behavior. Choice. If I accept your invitation to a dinner party, but find the conversation highly offensive, I can decide to get up and leave, and I can also choose to never accept another invitation from you. This capacity for escape and or avoidance is an essential characteristic for differentiating aesthetics from ethics. If, however, when I decide to leave your dinner party, you leap up and chain me to my chair, clearly I no longer have the free choice to leave. This is the moment at which your rudeness becomes overt aggression and crosses the line from aesthetics to ethics. If, after vowing monogamy, I cheat on my wife and she decides to leave me, I've certainly done her wrong. But the wrong that I have done her by cheating would be very different from the wrong I would do if I lock her in the basement to prevent her from leaving. We would not generally consider a wife who shoots her husband for infidelity to be acting morally, but we would recognize the regrettable necessity if she had to use violence to escape from her imprisonment. In the first situation, the wife has the free choice and capacity to leave her husband, and thus violence would be an unjust response to the situation. In the second situation, her choice to leave her husband has been eliminated through imprisonment. Infidelity does not destroy a partner's capacity to choose. Locking her in the basement does.
All right, so according to UPB, it's okay to cheat on your wife, even though you have a somewhat of a contractual obligation to obey and whatever. Go on, move along.
Avoidance. If you and I are both standing at the top of a cliff, and I turn to you and say, "Hey, stand in front of me so I can push you off the cliff," what would your response be? If you do voluntarily stand in front of me, and then I push you off the cliff, this would more likely be considered a form of suicide on your part, rather than murder on my part. The reason for this is that you can very easily avoid being pushed off the cliff simply by refusing to stand in front of me. Similarly, if I meet you at a bar and say, "Hey, I want you to come back to my place so I can tie you to the bed and starve you to death," if you do in fact come back to my place, it is with the reasonable knowledge that your longevity will not be enhanced by your decision. On the other hand, if I slip a date rape drug into your drink, and you wake up tied to my bed, it is clear that there is little you could have done to avoid the situation. This question of avoidance is key to differentiating aesthetics from ethics. Aesthetics applies to situations that may be unpleasant, but which do not eliminate your capacity to choose.
Okay, so under UPB, snuff film production is okay so long as the actor agrees to it.
Avoidance and initiation. There is a particular issue with avoidance that will come up later in this book, which is worth clearing up here beforehand. If I live on a high mountaintop, 5,000...
You can make an erotic choose your own adventure with this sound bites. Get on it, somebody. Somebody get on it. It's time for some sentence mixing.
miles away from you,
Zippity blob, the fat one takes a while to drop.
and send you an email telling you that if you ever walk in front of my house, I'm going to shoot you, it is relatively easy for you to avoid this situation. My threat of force is certainly immoral, but questions would surely be raised if you immediately jumped on a plane, climbed to my mountain, and slowly strolled in front of my house. On the other hand, if you live on a dead-end street, and I tell you that if you take that street to get home, I will shoot you, your capacity to avoid this situation becomes significantly limited. You could certainly tunnel into your house or jump over a bunch of backyard fences, but all of this would be considerably inconvenient. In a similar manner, if a representative of organized crime comes to my house and threatens to burn it down if I do not pay regular protection money, I can avoid that specific threat by moving to another continent, but that would seem like a rather unjust way to deal with the situation, since I must now initiate action in order to avoid the threat.
No, you could just move to the next town over. Okay.
For the moment, we can assume that any threat of the initiation of violence is immoral, but the question of avoidance, particularly the degree of avoidance required, is also important. In general, the more that a threat interferes with the normal course of daily actions, the more egregious it is. If I have to fly to another continent in order to walk in front of your house, that is scarcely an everyday activity. If I am threatened with violence for walking down the only road towards my own home, that is a far worse intrusion upon my liberties. If I have to take specific and unprecedented action to trigger a threat, that is one thing. If I trigger the threat through normal everyday activities, that is quite another. Telling you I will slap you if you stand on your head on the dark side of the moon is scarcely a threat. Telling you I will slap you if you breathe is.
Except you did offer a way for you to escape that scenario. If you can jump over some walls in your back property and hop over a wall, that, even though it's inconvenient, whatever, that's a very different thing than breathing. As we've talked about before, you can't just hold your breath until you stop breathing and die. You can't do that. It's not possible. Unless your brain is not working and your mandible oblongata is faulty. You can't do that because you'll just inhale. No matter how long you try to hold your breath, you will inhale eventually. O.J. Simpson taking notes. Yeah. That's what he should have done. He said it's like, if you step foot out of your property, I'm gonna stab you. Don't walk into the knife. Don't walk into the knife. I'm just stabbing right here. Don't walk.
Let's say that you and I agree to meet at a certain location at 6 p.m. sharp, but then I show up half an hour late. What would your reaction be? At first, you may be a little annoyed. If I tell you that I was delayed because I stopped to give a dying man CPR and saved his life, your annoyance would likely be replaced with admiration. On the other hand, CPR. If I tell you that I'm late because I was playing a video game, your annoyance would probably increase. A dying man's need for CPR is unexpected and therefore pretty much unavoidable. Continuing to play a video game is easily avoidable and clearly shows a lack of consideration for you.
Okay, so let's talk about CPR for a little bit. Would CPR, under this thing, be a violation of universally preferable behavior? Let me give you an example. Since I work in healthcare, I also work in mental health as well. I bounce between the two. And even still, I have worked in health solidly. So there's been many times where I would walk into a room, I would see someone, and then I would call in other people to that room, and we would all take turns breaking every rib in his chest. We would. And then they would get sent out, and sometimes, not always, but sometimes, a lot of the times, most of the times, they would come back. And when they come back, they would thank us for breaking every rib in their chest. Why? Because that's what happens in CPR. A lot of times you end up cracking ribs. You're hurting them in every sense of the word. You are violating them. They didn't agree. They didn't tell you, hey, crack every one of my ribs if I died. They didn't say that. They didn't tell me that explicitly. I mean, sure, they may have said a thing, saying DNR, and if we did that, then that would be a violation. But a lot of times they say like, no, save my life or whatever. But they're not fully aware. So a lot of the times they're not fully aware that that's what ends up happening is we're going to crack every single rib in your chest by doing this thing. But it could save your life. Now, that's in the medical field. If I was walking on the street and I saw someone dying or dead, right? And I started doing CPR, I would start doing CPR. There was no agreement whatsoever that, that I would do that. But as a healthcare provider, I would be expected to do that. As a CPR card holder, I'm expected to do that. In fact, I could possibly get in trouble for not doing that, right? But we're talking about a theoretical libertarian society where that's not true. Are you to say that if someone has, if someone is dead on the road, and I can't give them CPR and it looks like they just keeled over, I shouldn't give them CPR because it's a violation of their property. They didn't consent to it. They're not wearing a little wristband that says DNR or, hey, if you see me dead, start giving me CPR. Or if you see me passed out, they don't have one of those little diabetic keychains, that says like, hey, maybe this person, I don't know, with insulin, whatever. Is that a violation of them to start injecting them with chemicals in order to get them back up, or if they're overdosed? Do I have the right to stab them in the heart with a with an adrenaline shot, like in Pulp Fiction? They didn't consent to that. They didn't tell me ahead, like, by the way, we're going to do some heroin tonight. If I overdose, by all means, take me to your dealer's house and shoot me up with some adrenaline in my heart. They're not agreeing to that. You're just going to do it anyway. But these are some of the little questions that a lot of ethicists just kind of gloss over, even though they mention it by name. Moving on.
It is this capacity to avoid situations that forms a central root of ethical judgments. A woman raped by a random intruder in her own home is undoubtedly the complete victim of a terrible crime. A woman who gets raped after getting blind drunk at a frat party and dancing naked on a tabletop presents a more complicated case. Clearly, the rape, once underway, cannot be avoided since it is being violently inflicted. However, situations which increase the likelihood of rape can be avoided. If someone breaks into my house and takes my wallet at gunpoint, I have every right to be outraged. If, however...
I need to read that again. I'm not sure what he said. I need to read that again. In this capacity to avoid situations that form a central root of ethical judgment, a woman raped by a random intruder in her own home is undoubtedly the complete victim of a terrible crime. A woman who gets raped after getting blind drunk at a frat party and dancing naked on a tabletop presents more of a complicated case. Clearly, the rape, once underway, cannot be avoided since she is being violently inflicted. However, situations which increase her likelihood of rape can be avoided. While that's true, I don't see how that... I don't even see why that needs to be... That needs to be expanded upon or just avoided. That's not a good look.
If I leave my wallet sitting on a park bench for a week, do I have the same right to be outraged when I return to find it gone? Instinctively, we feel that this would seem to be less justified. Clearly, this question of avoidance is central to our moral evaluation of cause and effect. Illnesses that strike without warning and which cannot be prevented frighten us far more than those which we can avoid. We can minimize the chances of getting lung cancer by refraining from smoking, just as we can help prevent skin cancer by using sunscreen, and avoid broken bones by eschewing extreme sports.
Or by having a thing on your wrist saying, do not resuscitate.
Similarly, we can do much to avoid crime through some fairly simple habits, such as choosing moral companions, avoiding locales and situations where crime is more probable, refraining from substance abuse, and so on. There is a phenomenon known as death by cop, wherein suicidal people provoke an altercation with the police, then pretend to reach for a gun in order to get shot.
And I've dealt with those people who survived.
This is an extreme example of pursuing situations where, quote, victimization is almost guaranteed. This can also occur in domestic situations wherein a wife will verbally attack a drunken husband, knowing perfectly well that alcohol inflames his violent temper. In these situations, we can have some sympathy for the man whose wallet is stolen in the park, or the woman who is attacked at the frat party, or the wife who is beaten by her husband. But at the same time, we would have some significant questions regarding their role or complicity in the wrongs they have suffered.
I'm going to say that for a woman to dance naked on a tabletop at a frat party drunk, it's not the smartest thing to do. It's not. I don't see how in any way, shape, or form that's the same as leaving a wallet on the park bench. That is a completely different scenario. Those are not even the same thing. Because you have someone that's violently forcing their will on someone, where someone just found a wallet and was like, whatever. You must not have liked it enough to keep a close eye on it. She would leave it at a park bench. Versus someone drunk doing something stupid and then someone using that against them.
To be just, we must differentiate between a man whose wallet is stolen at gunpoint and a man who leaves his wallet lying around in a public place. Both men have had their wallets stolen, to be sure, but it would scarcely seem reasonable to hold them equally accountable. Can the UPB framework help us understand, classify, and extend these moral standards? Initiation. A reasonable moral theory should be able to explain all of the above universal standards, just as a reasonable theory of physics should be able to explain how a man can unconsciously calculate the arc of a thrown baseball and catch it. If the framework of UPB can explain the above, then it will certainly have passed at least the common sense test. This does not mean that some surprising, even shocking conclusions may not result from a moral theory, but at least we shall have passed the first hurdle of explaining the obvious before analyzing that which is far from obvious. With that in mind, let us turn to the question of initiation. A surgeon can, quote, stab you with a scalpel, but we can easily understand that his action is very different from a mugger who stabs you with a knife.
Yeah, because you're agreeing to the stabbing, where you're not always necessarily agreeing to CPR.
This difference can be understood through a further analysis of initiation. If you get cancer, you may ask a surgeon to operate on you. The reason that the surgeon's, quote, stab is not immoral is that the cancer, quote, initiated an attack upon your life and health.
What?
The surgeon...
No! Oh! How could you be that stupid? The cancer is not a universally preferable acting agent, according to your own rules. How are they initiating force? Because we've already gotten into like animals or whatever. Like they don't apply. They're not moral agents, right? They're not moral agents, so we don't apply their ethics in any way, shape, or form. We're just gonna complete. But cancer, they're the initiator of force. Therefore, a doctor can stab you. No, the agreement was that you had cancer and you went to the hospital and you said, do whatever you can. Does that require me getting cut up? Let's do it. I want to live. Oh, how could you not miss it? It's right there in front of you. And you just said you want to blame cancer for the initiation of force?
Is acting as a surrogate self-defense agent, just like a man who shoots a mugger who is attacking you. You have also given your consent to the surgeon and bound his behavior by a specific contract.
There you go.
The mugger who stabs you, however, is initiating an attack upon your life and health, which is why his attack is the moral opposite of the surgeon's efforts. If I am a chronic and long-time smoker, I have participated...
If you get cancer, you may ask a surgeon. The reason is that the surgeon's stab is not an immoral, is that the cancer initiated the attack upon you. The reason is... So yeah, that he is saying that, but he's also saying on top of that, it's the agreement. No, the cancer is not initiating an attack upon your life and health, because they're not moral agents, according to you. They do not have to follow UPB. Stop being stupid.
Behavior by a specific contract. The mugger who stabs you, however, is initiating an attack upon your life and health, which is why his attack is the moral opposite of the surgeon's efforts. If I am a chronic and long-time smoker, I have participated in the chain of events that lead to my lung cancer. By initiating and maintaining the habit of smoking, I have set into motion a chain of causality that can result in a life-threatening affliction. It is certainly possible for me to get lung cancer without smoking, or smoke without getting lung cancer, but I certainly have affected the odds. Similarly, it is possible for me to leave my wallet on a park bench for a week, return, and find it still sitting there, but by leaving it there for such a long time, I certainly have affected the odds of it being gone. On the other hand, if I stay home every night, I'm not exactly courting crime, and so if a maniac invades my home and robs me blind, I cannot be reasonably blamed for any causal part I have played in the incident.
I really have a problem, like a real deep intuition problem with blaming victims of crimes. Sure, we can say that if you're going to go outside, your increases of crime are going to be exponentially higher. And depending on what kinds of activities you do outdoors will increase your chances. I'm perfectly fine with saying that. However, if you get mugged, if you get raped, it's still on the person who mugged and raped you. Sure, you probably shouldn't have gone down that dark alleyway. But at the end of the day, the person, plenty of people have walked down plenty of dark alleyways. Drunk women have danced naked on plenty of tables and not gotten raped. The person who is responsible, you can't put any blame on any of those things for the action that other people has inflicted upon them. However, you should consider such factors when you do things. You shouldn't be stupid. Don't be dumb.
The non-aggression principle, NAP. A moral rule is often proposed called the non-aggression principle, or NAP. It has also been called a porcupine pacifist, insofar as a porcupine only uses force in self-defense. The NAP is basically the proposition that the initiation of the use of force is morally wrong. Or, to put it more in terms of our conversation, the non-initiation of force is universally preferable.
No.
When we analyze a principle, such as the NAP, there are really only 7 possibilities, 3 in the negative, 3 in the positive, and 1 neutral. 1. The initiation of the use of force is always morally wrong. 2. The initiation of the use of force is sometimes morally wrong. 3. The initiation of the use of force is never morally wrong. 4. The initiation of the use of force has no moral content. 5. The initiation of the use of force is never morally right. 6. The initiation of the use of force is sometimes morally right. 7. The initiation of the use of force is always morally right. As we have seen above, however, UPB is an all-or-nothing framework. If an action is universally preferable, then it cannot be limited by individual geography, time, etc. If it is wrong to murder in Algiers, then it is also wrong to murder in Belgium, in the United States, at the North Pole, and on the Moon. If it is wrong to murder yesterday, then it cannot be right to murder tomorrow. If it is wrong for Bob to murder, then it must also be wrong for Doug to murder. Uniting the NAP with UPB thus allows us to whittle these 7 statements down to 3. 1. It is universally preferable to initiate the use of force. 2. It is universally preferable to not initiate the use of force. 3. The initiation of the use of force is not subject to universal preferences.
Okay, so here's a question I'm posing to chat. If you're still here, if you're still surviving, or if you just walked in, we've talked about there's 2 different forms of universally preferable behavior. One is, I'm going to bring back my infographic, which I beautifully made in Paint. UPBA, moral. If you want X, you should A. UPBB, you should do things because it's moral regardless of anything else. What UPB is he talking about here? Because he switched again, because we were talking about if you want X, you should A. Now we're talking about UPBB. You should do things because it's moral regardless of anything else. Because it's the non-aggression principle. Which one are we at now? I do. So somewhere in the recesses of my brain thinks that we switched again back to the new other definition of UPB, which is UPBB, which is you do not do things because it's moral regardless of anything else. So we're back to that one again.
This is the natural result of applying the requirement of rational consistency to ethical propositions. A rational theory cannot validly propose that opposite results can occur from the same circumstances. A scientific theory cannot argue that one rock must fall down, but another rock must fall up. Einstein did not argue that E equals mc squared on a Thursday, but that E equals mc cubed on a Friday, or on Mars, or during a full moon. The law of conservation, that matter can be neither created nor destroyed, does not hold true only when you really, really want it to, or if you pay a guy to make it so, or when a black cat crosses your path. The laws of physics are not subject to time, geography, opinion, or acts of Congress. This consistency must also be required for systems of ethics, or UPB, and we will subject generally accepted moral theories to this rigor in Part 2 in a few pages. However, since we are dealing with the question of consistency, it is well worth taking the time to deal with our capacity for inconsistency. Lifeboat scenarios. The fact that UPB only validates logically consistent moral theories does not mean that there can be no conceivable circumstances under which we may choose to act against the tenets of such a theory. For instance, if we accept the universal validity of property rights, smashing a window and dumping into someone's apartment without permission would be a violation of his property rights. However, if we were hanging off a flagpole outside an apartment window, about to fall to our deaths, few of us would decline to kick in the window and jump to safety for the sake of obeying an abstract principle.
That's a very esoteric joke for those of you who are in the chat. No, the answer is simple. You have arbitration on the flagpole. That'll solve it. That's it. That's how we solve this problem. We have arbitration on the flagpole. Let go of my flagpole. You fucking furry. Okay, so lifeboat scenarios. So, here we are again. We are back to UPB-A. If you want X, you should A. This is what it's implied in what he's talking about here. Again, so we're switching definitions of UPB. It's either universally immoral to do things at all times under any circumstances, whether you're Doug or Bob, or if we're on the moon, or if we're on Earth, if we're in Algeria, or if we're in the United States of America, or if we're hanging out with a bunch of leaves in Canada. It's always true no matter what. Well, there's lifeboat scenarios. If you're hanging from a flagpole, then you could break into that stuff. No. If it's immoral to do these things, it's immoral to do this. And it doesn't matter if you're hanging from a flagpole about to drop to your death or not. They're a violation of universally preferable behavior, full stop. We're back to if you want X, you should A. Definition of UPB again. It's either universal or it's not. If we're talking about lifeboat scenarios, then it's not. Now, we can talk about like these lifeboat scenarios and saying it in certain ethics, like where we're talking about like, yeah, this is the way you should do things. And then we can talk about lifeboat scenarios where we can say like, oh, no, there's exceptions. But then we can't talk about them being universal, right? So when I talk about things, when I talk about how my ethical system usually works, and people bring up lifeboat scenarios, I'm saying, no, that's fine. Because those are completely different circumstances. These are general rules that I follow, because if you generally follow these rules, then it's generally true. And I don't try to make any kind of claims that my ethical system is universal, because it's not. I don't make any allusions to it being universal. It's either universal. It doesn't matter if you're hanging from a flagpole or you're hanging out at the bar. You have to follow these moral rules at all times. Otherwise, you're being immoral. Not like, well, there are some examples where you can be immoral. You can totally kick in someone's window and break into their house if your life depends on it. No, it's not. Then it's not universal. And if we've already demonstrated, there's lots of things in universal preferable behavior that makes it qualification for not existing at all. And even if it was true, now we have examples where we can break these moral rules.
In the real world, it would take a staggeringly callous person to press charges against a man who destroyed a window in order to save his life, just as it would take a staggeringly irresponsible man to refuse to pay restitution for said window. The principle of avoidability is central here. A man hanging off a flagpole has little choice about kicking in a window. A man breaking into your house to steal things clearly has the capacity to avoid invading your property. He is not cornered, but is rather the initiator of the aggression. This is similar to the difference between the woman whose man cheats on her versus the woman whose man locks her in the basement. This is not to say that breaking the window to save your life is not wrong. It is. But it is a wrong that almost all of us would choose to commit rather than die. If I were on the verge of starving to death, I would steal an apple. This does not mean that it is right for me to steal the apple. It just means that I would do it, and must justly accept the consequences of my theft. Of course, if I were such an incompetent or confused human being that I ended up on the verge of starvation, incarceration might be an improvement to my situation. Grey areas. The fact that certain grey areas exist in the realm of ethics has often been used as a justification for rank relativism. Since, on occasion, some things remain unclear...
Okay, but again, sure, now he's admitting that, okay, yeah, I would be wrong and the wrong to do that. Hold on, let me go back to grey areas. Where is grey areas?
Grey areas.
So, if we're... Okay, so if he's admitting that it's wrong, but he would still do it anyway... Then how could you say in the previous thing that these are moral rules that we should follow at all times under every circumstance? then it's not universal, because now you're saying that, like, sure, it's wrong to do it, but we would allow it. No, it's wrong. It's wrong to do it, period. End of story. Otherwise, it's not universal. If we're going to say, like, well, sure, it'd be wrong, but you should do it. You're making a not statement. You're not really trying. You're not saying it explicitly. You're implicitly agreeing to say that you should break in someone's window if your life depended on it, even if it's wrong. Then it's not universal.
The fact that certain grey areas exist in the realm of ethics has often been used as a justification for rank relativism. Since, on occasion, some things remain unclear, e.g. who initiated the use of violence, and since it is impossible to define objective and exact rules for every conceivable situation, the conclusion is often drawn that nothing can ever be known for certain, and that no objective rules exist for any situation. This is false. All reasonable people recognize that biology is a valid science, despite the fact that some animals are born with one-off mutations. The fact that a dog can be born with 5 legs does not mean that canine becomes a completely subjective category. The fact that certain species of insects are challenging to differentiate does not mean that there is no difference between a beetle and a whale. For some perverse reason, intellectuals in particular take great joy in the wanton destruction of ethical, normative, and rational standards.
He's talking about the
This could be
continuation
because
fallacy.
intellectuals have so often been paid by corrupt classes of individuals, such as politicians, priests, and kings. Or it could be that a man often becomes an intellectual in order to create justifications for his own immoral behavior. Whatever the reason, most modern thinkers have become a species of anti-thinker, which is very odd. It would be...
By the way, I going back, because this is also bothering me too. So, like I said, we're reviewing this thing in a vacuum. We're disregarding everything else Molydude has ever said about ethics. Okay, so this is not a part of this. This is just a little extracurricular activity. Molydude has done a philosophical piece of work, and it's available on his YouTube channel. I'll try to remember to post a link to this. I know I linked into it in my previous video about Livestream about Molydude and his UPB with David Gordon, where he talked about how if an ethicist violates his own ethics, then you can disregard everything he's ever said about ethics. And he's admitting here that if he was on the verge of starvation, he would steal an apple. If that does happen, then we can disregard everything he's ever said about ethics, up to and including everything in this book. Every single thing. We can just disregard. Well, Molydude stole an apple. He violated his own ethics. Doesn't meet the criteria of universality. End of story. We don't have to consider anything else in this book. But like I said, we're supposing this in a complete vacuum where he didn't DMCA True Shives, where he didn't write that article. We're just moving along. So back to the gray areas.
Equivalent to there being an enormous class of biologists who spent their entire lives arguing that the science of biology was impossible. If the science of biology is impossible, it scarcely makes sense to become a biologist, any more than an atheist should fight tooth and nail to become a priest. Shades of grey. In the realm of grey areas, there are really only 3 possibilities. 1. There are no such things as grey areas. 2. Certain grey areas do exist. 3. All knowledge is a grey area. Clearly, option 1 can be easily discarded. Option 3 is also fairly easy to discard. The statement, all knowledge is a grey area, is a self-detonating proposition, as we have seen above, in the same way that all statements are lies also self-detonates. Thus, we must go with option 2, which is that...
Unless they're also admitting that that is to a gray area. So it's not completely defeating, but moving
certain
on.
grey areas do exist, and we know that they are grey relative to the areas that are not grey. Oxygen exists in space and also underwater, but not in a form or quantity that human beings can consume. The degree of oxygenation is a grey area, i.e. less versus more. The question of whether or not human beings can breathe water is surely black and white. A scientist captured by cannibals may pretend to be a witch doctor in order to escape. This does not mean that we must dismiss the scientific method as entirely invalid. Similarly, there can be extreme situations wherein we may choose to commit immoral actions, but such situations do not invalidate the science of morality, any more than occasional mutations invalidate the science of biology. In fact,
that's important to notice. It's important to notice because he talks about how these are the moral rules that everybody should follow at all times because they're universally preferable and they should never be broken because if you do, you're immoral. But it's okay to break them in certain instances, and certain things here. But other than that, it doesn't matter if you're in Albania or United States. You should never break these rules ever, 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 unless you're hanging from a flagpole.
The science of biology is greatly advanced through the acceptance and examination of mutations. And similarly, the science of ethics is only strengthened through an examination of lifeboat scenarios, as long as such an examination is not pursued obsessively. Universality and exceptions. Before we start using our framework of universally preferable behavior to examine some commonly held ethical beliefs, we must deal with the question of exceptions. Using the above lifeboat scenarios, the conclusion is often drawn that the good is simply that which is good for an individual man's life. In ethical arguments, if I am asked whether I would steal an apple rather than starve to death, and I say yes, the following argument is inevitably made. 1. Everyone would rather steal an apple than starve to death. 2. Thus, everyone universally prefers stealing apples to death by starvation. 3. Thus, it is universally preferable to steal apples rather than starve to death. 4. Thus, survival is universally preferable to property rights. 5. Thus, what is good for the individual is the ultimate moral standard. This has been used as the basis for a number of ethical theories and approaches from Nietzsche to Rand. The preference of each individual for survival is translated into ethical theories that place the survival of the individual at their center. Nietzsche's will to power, and Rand's that which serves man's life is the good.
Okay. Again, if we're talking about things that are universally true, there can't be exceptions because they're universal. And like you said, it doesn't matter if you're in Albania or if you're in the United States, if you're on the moon or on Earth. It doesn't matter if you're Doug or Bob, or if it doesn't matter if you're wearing a shiny badge or not. You should not break these moral rules ever, 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 ever. Well, unless you're starving, steal a loaf of bread. But, there's exceptions to my universal rules. I mean, that is there's exception to my moral, universal ethical rules. That is that is what he would call a self-detonating statement.
This kind of biological hedonism may be a description of the drive to survive, but it is only correct insofar as it describes what people actually do, not what they should do. It also introduces a completely unscientific subjectivism to the question of morality. For instance, if it is morally permissible to steal food when you are starving, how much food can you steal? How hungry do you have to be? Ooh, can you steal food that is not nutritious? How nutritious does the food have to be in order to justify stealing it? How long after stealing one meal are you allowed to steal another meal? Are you allowed to steal meals rather than look for work or appeal to charity? Also, if I can make more money as a hitman than a shopkeeper, should I not pursue violence as a career? It certainly enhances my survival, and so on and so on. As we can see, the introduction of what is good for man in the abstract, or what most people do, is what is universally preferable, destroys the very concept of morality as a logically consistent theory, and substitutes mere biological drives as justifications for behavior. It is an explanation of behavior, not a proposed moral theory. The purpose.
Okay, so if you're starving, I think the right answer would have been, if you're starving, find another way of getting food that doesn't result in you committing rape, theft, murder, and any of these other rules that we've set out and said that were universally true. There's lots of ways for people to get food. Go out in the street corner and say, hey, I'm starving. Anything helps. That's a good way. In fact, there's lots of people that make decent money doing that, even though they're not homeless or whatever, but they go out there and they pretend that they're homeless and get back to their daily lives. These people do exist. It's bizarre, and that's what they do, and they do it, and they feed off people's charity. They exploit people's charity, rather. They exist. You can do that without breaking any of your moral rules. If you're hanging from a flagpole, we could probably just say, look, you shouldn't have done something stupid because you're responsible for your actions, no matter what definition of the word responsible, no matter how misspelled it is. Either version of these things, we could say you are responsible for your actions. You shouldn't have fell off that pole and grabbed onto that pole to begin with. You should have accepted your fate and moved on. And we could have just completely disregarded this whole section of things that are exceptions to ethical moral rules, which is a contradiction in the self-detonating statement.
And the dangers. With your patient indulgence, one final question needs to be addressed before we plunge into a definition and test how various moral propositions fit into the UPB framework. Since the hardest work lies ahead, we should pause for a moment and remind ourselves why we are putting ourselves through all this rigor and difficulty. In other words, before we plunge on, it is well worth asking the question, why bother?
Because I need donations. And in order for me to get donations, to maximize my donations, I need to pretend that I am the most brilliant philosopher that ever lived. The second coming of Socrates, the guy who set, that if it wasn't for me would set back liberty 2,500 years.
Why bother with defining ethical theories? Surely good people don't need them and bad people don't consult them. People will do what they prefer and just make up justifications as needed after the fact. Why bother lecturing people about morality? Of course, the danger always exists that an immoral person will attack you for his own hedonistic purposes. It could also be the case that despite clean and healthy living, you may be struck down by cancer before your time. The former does not make the science of morality irrelevant any more than the latter makes the sciences of medicine, nutrition, and exercise irrelevant. One demonstrable effect of a rational science of morality must be to reduce your chances of suffering immoral actions such as theft, murder, and rape. And it is by this criterion that we shall also judge the moral rules proposed in part 3 of this book. The Beast.
Okay, so we're going to take another quick phone call from Mother Nature, who is again calling, and so is my cat, who's apparently. Do you not have water? Is that what you're tripping about? Okay, we'll get you some water. Okay. Okay. You're not going to speak again. We're going to get you some water. Okay, Meffy. We shall return shortly. All right. We are back. Back to the garbage. Praise Mephi.
An objective review of human history would seem to point to the grim reality that by far the most dangerous thing in the world is false ethical systems. If we look at an ethical system like communism, which was responsible for the murders of 170 million people, we can clearly see that the real danger to individuals was not random criminals, but false moral theories. Similarly, the Spanish Inquisition relied not on thieves and pickpockets, but rather priests and torturers filled with the desire to save the souls of others. Nazism also relied on particular ethical theories regarding the relationship between the individual and the collective, and the moral imperative to serve those in power, as well as theories, quote, proving the innate virtues of the Aryan race. Over and over again, throughout human history, we see that the most dangerous instruments in the hands of men are not guns, or bombs, or knives, or poisons, but rather moral theories. From the divine right of kings to the endlessly legitimized mob rule of modern democracies, from the ancestor worship of certain Oriental cultures to the modern deference to the nation-state as personified by a political leader, to those who pledge their children to the service of particular religious ideologies, it is clear that by far the most dangerous tool that men possess is morality. Unlike science, which merely describes what is and what is to be, moral theories exert a near bottomless influence over the hearts and minds of men by telling them what ought to be. When our leaders ask for our obedience, it is never to themselves as individuals, they claim, but rather to the good in the abstract. JFK did not say, "Ask not what I can do for you, but rather what you can do for me." Instead, he substituted the words, "your country," for himself. Service to the country is considered a virtue, although the net beneficiaries of that service are always those who rule citizens by force. In the past, and sometimes even in the present, leaders identified themselves with God rather than with geography. But the principle remains the
Exactly.
same. For communists, the
Exactly,
abstract mechanism
captains.
that justifies the power of the leaders is class. For fascists, it is the nation. For Nazis, it is the race. For Democrats, it is the will of the people. For priests, it is the will of God, and so on. Ruling classes inevitably use ethical theories to justify their power for the simple reason that human beings have an implacable desire to act in accordance to what they believe to be the good. If service to the fatherland can be defined as the good, then such service will inevitably be provided. If obedience to military superiors can be defined as virtue and courage, then such violent slavery will be endlessly praised and performed. Propaganda. The more false the moral theory is, the earlier that it must be inflicted upon children. We do not see the children of scientifically minded people being sent to logic.
Hold on. I'm not sure if he wrote this book before or after his kid was born. But I remember him talking about, like, explaining to his daughter, like, these, you know, this is why I'm not spanking you, and this is all this other stuff, and this is why things are wrong, and explaining things to them as a toddler. Can we say that statement is a universal truth? The more false the moral theory is, the earlier it's inflicted upon children. Can we also apply that to UPB and his ethical system? It's possible. It's possible. I think this statement is insanely incorrect. Libertarians and statists and Marxists all inflict their moral rules and all their moral theories onto their children as early as possible. That's just the way things are, because you want to instill your values into your child. And the best way to do that, just like smoking, get them while they're young.
School.
It's not bad. It's not good. It's just the way things are. And if you're going to say that it's more false, you can't discredit libertarianism and libertarian parents.
The tender age of 3 or 4 onwards.
And himself.
We do not see the children of free market advocates being sent to capitalism camp when they are 5 years old.
Well, there is unschooling. There is Porkfest. There's all kinds of children's activities at Porkfest.
Do not see the children of philosophers being sent to rational empiricism theme park in order to be indoctrinated into the value of trusting their own senses and using their own minds. No. Wherever ethical theories are corrupt, self-contradictory, and destructive, they must be inflicted upon the helpless minds of dependent children.
By the way, there are the Tuttle Twins books and stuff like that. So, I mean, okay, I really don't have a problem. I don't know why everybody gets appalled when oh, I can't believe these people are instilling their values into their children that I disagreed with. This is indoctrination. But then they go ahead and do that to their own children. Or they're perfectly fine having other values that they agree with being instilled on other people's children. Well, go ahead and send your kids to public school and kindergarten where they teach them things that I agree with. Like the government is good, and don't steal from other people, and all this other stuff that they teach in schools. It's bizarro. I don't understand it. It's okay to instill your children with your values. That's fine.
The Jesuits are credited with the proverb, "Give me a child until he is 9, and he will be mine for life." But that is only because the Jesuits were teaching superstitious and destructive lies. You could never imagine a modern scientist hungering to imprint his falsehoods on a newborn consciousness. Picture somebody like Richard Dawkins saying the above, just to see how ridiculous it would be.
By the way, it's worth noting that Richard Dawkins wants evolution to be taught at schools, and he wants it to be taught as early as possible. And he wants to teach them critical thinking skills as early as possible. I'm not opposed to that. But if we're going to follow what Stefan is saying to its logical conclusion, we would say that Richard Dawkins is a monster and his theories are false.
Any ethicist, then, who focuses on mere criminality rather than the institutional crime supported by ethical theories is missing the picture almost entirely and serving mankind up to the slaughterhouse. A doctor who, in the middle of a universal and deadly plague, focused his entire efforts on communicating about the possible health consequences of being slightly overweight would be considered rather deranged and scarcely a reliable guide in medical matters. If your house is on fire, mulling over the colors you might want to paint your walls might well be considered a suboptimal prioritization. Private criminals exist, of course, but have almost no impact on our lives comparable to those who rule us on the basis of false moral theories. Once when I was 11, another...
Look, it's true that the government steals more, exponentially more than private criminals do. I'm not arguing that. But to say that it's almost no impact on our lives comparable that's really stretching the word comparable. Well, they steal this much money from me at all times. And sure, my car was stolen last week. And if you compare the dollar amounts, it's no big deal. Fuck you. Just don't. I agree with the sentiment, but that's just a ludicrous overstatement. Just saying that it has almost no impact on our lives comparable to those who rule us on the basis of false moral theories. Yes, you can quote me on that. Put that on a shirt; it'll sell millions.
Boy stole a few dollars.
Jim Jesus. 2019.
From me. Another time when I was 26, I left my ATM card in a bank machine and someone stole a few $100s from my account. On the other hand, I have had hundreds of thousands of dollars taken from me by force through the moral theory of taxation is good. I was forced to sit in the grim and brain-destroying mental gulags of public schools for 14 years, based on the moral theory that state education is a virtue. Or rather, forced education is a virtue. My parents were compelled to pay through taxes, and I was compelled to attend. The boy, and the man, who stole my money doubtless used it for some personal pleasure or need. The government that steals my money, on the other hand, uses it to oppress the poor, to fund wars, to pay the rich, to borrow money and so impoverish my children, and to pay the salaries of those who steal from me. If I were a doctor in the middle of a great city struck down by a terrible plague, and I discovered that the plague was being transmitted through the water pipes, what should my rational response be if I claimed to truly care about the health of my fellow citizens? Surely I should cry from the very rooftops that their drinking water was causing the plague. Surely I should take every measure possible to get people to understand the true source of the illness that struck them down. Surely, in the knowledge of such universal and preventable poisonings, I should not waste my time arguing that the true danger you faced was the tiny possibility that some random individual might decide to poison you at some point in the future.
Okay, this is the logical fallacy. I can't remember the title of it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Where it's basically like saying, look, why are we spending all of our time talking about X when we could talk about Y? Because it's such a larger thing. If you have that kind of view, if you're saying like, look, we shouldn't be spending our time talking about, the aggressions against the United States, why bother? Because what they do is not nearly as bad as what is inflicted upon them in the DPRK. And someone can go like, DPRK, that's peanuts compared to what this other country used to do. And then someone can go along and say like, Pol Pot, I would have begged for Pol Pot when I was living under Stalin's regime. And then someone can go like, whoa, Stalin? How dare you? I lived under Mao. You can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on forever. I was a Jew in the Holocaust. You guys have nothing. You would never ever reach a point where you would say like, okay, this is the worst thing ever. We should focus all of our attention on that. No. It's fine to go. It's fine for me to go, yeah, there's lots of terrible things, awful things that people do in this world, but I want to devote my time talking about cults, which aren't nearly as damaging to the world as something like, what goes on in North Korea, right? We're talking about like private cults, right? I want to spend my time talking about Scientology because that's what I want to talk about. That's what I want to go after. I think that's the evil that I want to tackle. This is something that is taught in economics, which he says that he understands, but a couple of statements in this book kind of call into question a lot of those statements. However, we understand the divergence of labor. If we're all talking about how terrible North Korea is and how terrible, we should focus all of our energy on that, there's plenty of different things that could affect our daily lives that are much more in threat of us than North Korea. And there's lots of things that those things will end up, not affecting you, but other things will end up affecting you that are much smaller chances of you happening. So we can all take up our causes. We can have the division of labor and going after what we perceive to be as evil. We don't have to all be focused in on the evils of the state. We can diverge our labor and say, like, yeah, there's lots of people going after the evils of the state. However, I want to go after, the mob protection racket that's going on in my city. That's what I want to spend my time going after. That's perfectly fine.
Thus, as a philosopher concerned with violence and immorality, should I focus on private criminals or public criminals? The violations that I experience at the hands of private criminals fade to insignificance relative to even one day under the tender mercies of my virtuous and good masters.
Let me see if I can't find this. See if I can't find this. It's not the continuum fallacy. I think it started with a C, if I remember correctly. Or was it start with an R? Maybe it was R. Oh. Wrong window. Oh, here we go. The fallacy of relative privation, also known as the appeal to worse problems, or not as bad as. Dismissing an argument or complaint due to the existence of a far more important problems of the world, regardless of whether or not those problems bear relevance to the initial arguments, i.e. first world problems are a subset of this fallacy.
If, then, the greatest dangers to mankind are false ethical theories, then our highest prioritization should be the discovery, communication, and refinement.
I can't believe we were spending all of this time talking about Utica culture when we should be focusing on steamed hams. Steamed hams. I hope you're ready for some delicious, mouth-watering hamburgers.
Of a valid, rational, empirical, and consistent ethical theory. If we discover that most plague victims are dying from impure water, then surely telling them to purify their water should be our first and highest priority. Let us now turn to that task.
By the way, would also be a good thing to point out is to say, you know what we should also do? We should also have more cats around, because having cats during the Black Plague, killing all the cats over these weird superstitions was one of the reasons why the Black Plague even started. So that's a possibility, as well as saying we should, do other things as well. So there's many different ways you can attack various things. It doesn't always have to be one particular way. Moving along.
Thank you so much for listening to Universally Preferable Behaviour, a rational proof of secular ethics by Stefan Molydude of Free Domain Radio. This book continues in part 2. Universally Preferable Behaviour, a rational proof of secular ethics.
So we're officially halfway through the book. So it looks like we're going to go for full 8 hours probably if all things go the way it was.
Ethical categories. With the UPB framework in place, we can now turn to an examination of how UPB validates or invalidates our most common moral propositions. If our theory of physics can explain how a man can catch a baseball, we have at least passed the first and most important hurdle and struck our first and deepest blow against the beast. The 7 categories. As mentioned above, propositions regarding universally preferable behavior fall into 3 general categories: positive, negative, and neutral. To help us separate aesthetics from ethics, let us start by widening these categories to encompass any behavior that can be subjected to an ethical analysis. These 7 categories are: 1. It is good, universally preferable, and enforceable through violence, such as don't murder. 2. It is aesthetically positive, universally preferable, but not enforceable through violence, such as politeness and being on time. 3. It is personally positive, neither universally preferable nor enforceable, such as a predilection for eating ice cream. 4. It is neutral or has no ethical or aesthetic content, such as running for a bus. 5. It is personally negative, a predilection for not eating ice cream. 6. It is aesthetically negative, rudeness and being late. 7. It is evil, universally prescribed, rape. Ideally, we should be able to whittle these down to only 2 categories, universally preferable and aesthetically positive, by defining our ethical propositions so that what is universally banned is simply a mirror image of what is universally preferable, and ditching merely personal preferences and neutral actions as irrelevant to a discussion of ethics. For instance, the non-aggression principle, NAP, states that the initiation of the use of force is immoral. Thus, the non-initiation of the use of force is universally preferable, while the initiation...
Yeah, if O.J. Simpson were here, he would slash this book in half. He would slash out all of the white meat, if you will, from the dark meat.
Of the use of force is universally banned. If what is banned is simply the opposite of what is preferable, there is really no need for an additional category. Furthermore, as moral philosophers, we must prioritize our examination of rational ethics by focusing on the most egregious violations. Clearly, the most immoral actions must be the violent enforcement of unjust preferences upon others. If actions such as theft or murder are defined as UPB, the examination of such definitions must be our very highest priority.
Yeah. Sorry, you just can't say, hey, we're only going to focus in on the most egregious things, because you'll end up having a debate most of your life debating on what exactly the most egregious violations are. And everybody would have a reasonable thing, because at the end of the day, it would be like completely subjective. What's actually worse? If you ask this to people, most people would have very different answers. What's worse, being raped or being murdered? There are lots of people who would say, no, rape is the worst thing ever, because you have to live with that pain for the rest of your life. I wish they murdered me. And then other people would say, oh, no. I would much rather be alive and deal with the trauma than have to, risk having to deal with trauma than have to, than be murdered, because then I wouldn't exist at all. Having a less satisfying existence is a whole lot better than having no existence at all.
Thus, we shall focus our efforts primarily on universally preferable
That debate can
and
go on
enforceable
forever.
actions. Virtue and its opposite. The opposite of virtue must be vice. The opposite of good must be evil. If I propose the moral rule, thou shalt not steal, then stealing must be evil, and not stealing must be good. This does not mean that refraining from theft is the sole definition of moral excellence, of course, since a man may be a murderer but not a thief. We can think of it as a necessary but not sufficient requirement for virtue. Each morally preferable action must by its very nature have an opposite action, because if it does not, then there is no capacity for choice, no possibility of avoidance, and therefore no capacity for virtue or vice. If I propose the moral rule, thou shalt defy gravity, then clearly morality becomes impossible. Immorality cannot be avoided, and therefore the moral rule must be invalid. If I propose the moral rule, thou shalt not go to San Francisco, this can be logically rephrased as, thou shalt go anywhere but San Francisco. In this way, the moral rule, thou shalt not steal, can be equally proposed in the positive form, thou shalt respect property rights. Since respecting property rights is a virtue, violating property rights must be a vice. What is missing? Conspicuously absent from the above list are traditional virtues such as courage, honesty, integrity, and so on, as well as their opposites, cowardice, falsehood, and corruption. It may seem that these virtues should fall into the realm of aesthetically positive behavior, such as being on time, but I for one have far too much respect for the traditional virtues to place them in the same category as social niceties. The reason that they cannot be placed into the category of universally preferable is that, as we mentioned above, the framework of UPB only deals with behaviors, not with attitudes, thoughts, states of mind, or emotions. The scientific method can process a logical proposition. It cannot process anger or foolhardiness. These states of minds are not unimportant, of course. In fact, they are essential. But they cannot be part of any objective system for evaluating ethical propositions, since they are essentially subjective, and therefore unprovable, states of being. Thus, UPB can only deal with objectively verifiable actions, such as murder, assault, and so on. The first test. Rape.
There we go.
Although it is an unpleasant topic to discuss, rape is without a doubt the least ambiguous action that any moral theory must encompass. Murder can be complicated by self-defense, theft by the problem of starvation or stealing back, but no one can ever rape in self-defense. It is by its very definition the initiation of aggression. Let us then use the UPB framework to examine the logical consistency of ethical propositions regarding rape with reference to these 7 moral categories. 1. The good. To take an absurd example, let's imagine that we are reviewing an ethical theory that proclaims that rape is a moral good. Clearly, if I proclaim that X is the good, then the opposite of X must be evil. If not raping is good, then raping must be evil. Conversely, if raping is good, then not raping must be evil. Raping someone is a positive action that must be initiated, executed, and then completed. If rape is a moral good, then not raping must be a moral evil. Thus, it is impossible for 2 men in a single room to both be moral at the same time, since only one of them can be a rapist at any given moment. And he can only be a rapist if the other man becomes his victim.
It says, well, hold on.
That which enables virtue cannot be evil.
Says who? Says what? Is it okay? So let's talk about male on male rape. So, from what I've learned, being a subscriber of LinkedIn Arthur, which is kind of interesting. He's probably by far my favorite ANCAP YouTuber. I don't know how to spell his name, so don't even bother asking. If you look up the Order of the Eagle on YouTube, you can find his video on or the Boy Scouts Order of the Arrow, Order of the Arrow. You can find his channel because he did a video on that. But he's got a lot of great ANCAP videos. But there's times where he's done live streams where he's talked about things that go on in the gay community and stuff like that. And one of the things that I've learned, and also having friends who are also gay too, is that there's different types of like gay people, right? There's people that are called switches, which they like being on both top and bottom, We're not going to get into details because I don't want this stream flagged, but you can kind of get the idea of what I'm talking about. And then there's the people that are complete bottoms. They always like to be on the bottom, and then there's people who always like to be on the top, right? So if you had two gay men who both wanted to be top and were rapists, it's very possible for those two people to take turns being rapists. It's very possible. Sure, they can't do it at the same time, but this is just a ripoff of Kant's categorical imperative, where it's like everybody, like in order for things to be moral, it would be it would be possible for everybody to do it at all times, and do nothing but it. But that would like extremely limit what you could possibly do to begin with, right? Because this is the categorical imperative, kind of whatever. This is not what Stefan is explicitly advocating, but this is this is basically what he's ripping off. But the problem is, like, sure, like, you could say that eating ice cream would be moral because it's not violating anybody, but you can't eat ice cream at all times. You're going to eventually get full. You can't have consensual sex all the time. Eventually you get overstimulated. To put it very clinically. Sure, there's people who, who like the whole, like, what is it? Nutted but she's still sucking type of thing. But at the end of the day, like, no, you can't do that. That's not possible for everybody to be doing things simultaneously to be good, right? There's like, maybe if there's only like one particular Stradivarius violin, you're going to say it's immoral because two people can't play it at the same time. It's ridiculous. But moving along.
Freedom, for instance, is a prerequisite for virtue. Without freedom, we cannot be virtuous.
Defensive rape.
Thus, freedom cannot be evil, since it is required for goodness. If it is morally good to be a rapist, and one can only be a rapist by sexually assaulting a victim, then clearly the victim must be morally good by resisting the sexual assault, since if he does not resist, it is by definition not rape, and therefore not virtuous.
Oh my God. I did not realize how bad this was until I'm going over this again. So, let's say you're a very tiny woman, and there's a big hulking guy, and he's going to come rape you. What do? Should you resist? Because resisting could possibly lead to even more brutality and or death. Is that something that you really want to do? Do you really want to anger this guy, or as already as sex nuts and retarded as he is, retard strong, sex nuts and retard strong as he is, and you're going to say like, well, if you don't resist, it's consent. Fuck you.
In other words, attacking virtue, by definition, enables virtue.
Stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Thus, we have an insurmountable paradox
it's
in which
gross.
the victim must attack virtue in order...
I really want to reiterate how fucking awful that statement is. If you don't resist, then you're consenting. Holy fucking shit, is that stupid and ignorant. This is someone who fucking lives in a sheltered life. This is someone who had a fucking sheltered life. I know he talked about how he was abused as a kid. That may be true, but this guy has no life experience whatsoever. If he thinks that like not resisting rape constitutes as consent, no. There's lots of instances where women don't resist the rape because they think, maybe true or false, that if they resist, that it's going to be much more brutal, that they're going to suffer more damage, they're probably going to die, they're going to anger him enough that they're going to kill him after they're done. So they don't. They just go like, all right, you know what? You're 10 times the size of I am. There's nothing I can do. Just get it over with. You got a knife. I'm not going to resist. I do not want to get cut right now. If you're going to rape me, fine. Get it done and over with. At least I'm walking away with my life. God damn it. Holy shit. That is the dumbest thing I've fucking heard. This is the dumbest thing that I've heard all year. Oh man, that's infuriating. Holy fuck, this is infuriating. Rewinding a little bit because whatever.
Without freedom, we cannot be virtuous. Thus, freedom cannot be evil, since it is required for goodness. If it is morally good to be a rapist, and one can only be a rapist by sexually assaulting a victim, then clearly the victim must be morally good by resisting the sexual assault, since if he does not resist, it is by definition not rape, and therefore not virtuous. In other words, attacking virtue, by definition, enables virtue. Thus we have an insurmountable paradox in which the victim must attack virtue in order to enable virtue. He must resist sexual assault in order to enable the, quote, virtue of the rapist. Thus,
fucked.
not only can the rape victim not be virtuous,
Ignorant
but he
piece
must
of
resist
shit.
and attack, quote, virtue in order to allow it. Insurmountable logical problems thus result from the proposition, rape is moral. Remember, we agreed that a rational theory cannot propose opposite states for the same situation. All other things being equal, a rock cannot fall both up and down at the same time, and a valid theory cannot predict that one rock will fall up while another rock will fall down. In the same way,
Towards
two men
the center
in a
of gravity,
must
not
be
up
considered
and
to be in
down.
the same situation.
Dumbass.
If only one of them can be good, because goodness is defined as rape, and only one of them can rape at any given time, then we have a logical contradiction that cannot be resolved. Also, if we recall that universally preferable behavior must be independent of time, then we also face a logical problem that, no matter what his physical virility, at some point, the rapist will simply be unable to rape anymore, because he will be physically unable to get an erection. At that point, his ability to perform the, quote, good action becomes impossible. Since avoidability is a key criterion for morality, but he is physically unable to be good, in other words, he is unable to avoid being evil, then he cannot be responsible for not raping the other man. If a man hanging from a tree over a canyon lets go because he lacks the strength to continue holding on, we would not call that a suicide, since the choice to hang on was no longer available to him. If he lets go, although he has the strength to continue holding on, the case would not be quite so clear. The coma test.
By the way, let's also talk about things, because he brought up things that, like, in order for you to exist. I know we've already tried this, but just for people who maybe showed up later, he talked about how, like, in order for you to exist, certain actions must have been taken, and in order for those things to be taken, especially if they're common, and it was essential for humans to become the most successful species, then that's classified as universally preferable behavior. Because to argue against it would be arguing against your own existence and would be a self-detonating statement. But we all know that human existence, the vast majority of human existence, and even lower animals that we evolved from, we're all raping each other. And it wasn't until very recently in human existence where we all decided, like, hey, you know what? Probably not a good idea to rape people. Probably not a good idea. Let's stop that. Even if it was Aristotle and Socrates' time when this happened, when they decided, like, hey, you know what? Rape, not a good thing. That's still relatively recently on the cosmic scale of time for human existence. And if it wasn't for rape, none of us would exist. You cannot say, according to this framework, that it's not, that rape is not universally preferable behavior. Because if it didn't exist, you wouldn't exist. Moving along.
Intuitively, it's hard to imagine that any theory ascribing immorality to a man in a coma could be valid. Any ethical theory that posits a positive action as universally preferable behavior faces the challenge of the coma test. If I say that giving to charity is a moral absolute, then clearly not giving to charity would be immoral. However, a man in a coma is clearly unable to give to charity and thus would, by my theory, be classified as immoral. Similarly, a man who is asleep or has no money to give, or the man currently receiving charity, would all be immoral. This is another central problem with any theory that posits a positive action such as rape as moral. At any given time, there are any number of people who are unable to perform such positive actions, who must then be condemned as evil, even though they have no capacity to be, quote, good. However, if it is impossible to avoid being evil, then clearly evil as a concept makes no sense. In the example above of the rock crashing down a hill, the rock is not evil for hitting your car since it has no capacity to avoid it of its own free will.
Wait. You just said earlier that cancer initiated force, and now we're talking about how rocks can't initiate force. Okay, so cancer is a moral agent. Rocks, not moral agent. Got it. Moving on.
Right after they have been serviced, then it is not his responsibility for failing to come to a stop. If he has never once had his brakes serviced in 10 years, then his irresponsibility is the proximate cause of his continued momentum, and he can be blamed. In this way, the concept of avoidability retains its use. A man in a coma is unable to avoid lying in his bed, since he is in a state of quasi-consciousness. Since he is unable to avoid his actions, or inaction in this case, his immobility cannot be immoral. At this point, the objection can quite reasonably be raised that if a man in a coma cannot be immoral, then he also cannot be moral. However, earlier we said that the opposite of an immoral action must be moral. If we propose the moral rule, thou shalt not rape, then can we call the man in a coma moral, since he does not rape? Capacity. The concept of avoidability works in the positive as well as in the negative. If I have lost my genitals in some ghastly accident, am I moral for refraining from rape? It would seem hard to argue that I could be, since genital rape at least is impossible for me. Similarly, we may call a man generous if he gives $100 to a beggar. However, we would doubtless revise our estimation if it turned out that he gave away his money while sleepwalking.
By the way, you don't need genitals to rape someone.
And woefully regretted his action on waking. Thus, we can reasonably say that where choice is absent or inapplicable, morality is also absent or inapplicable. Thus, the man in a coma, while his actions cannot be considered evil, neither can they be considered good. He exists in a state without choice, like an infant or an animal. Thus, he can be reasonably exempted from moral rule, since there is a physical state that objectively differentiates him from a man who can choose, which is allowable under UPB.
Which doesn't exist.
With that in mind, let us continue our examination of rape. 2. Aesthetically positive. Aesthetically positive actions, APAs, are universally preferable but not enforceable through violence, since aesthetically negative actions do not initiate the use of force. As we discussed above, if I am late in meeting you, I have not initiated the use of force against you, and I have not removed your capacity to choose or avoid the situation. If we say that APAs, aesthetically positive actions, can be enforced through violence, then we are saying that the initiation of violence is morally good. If we propose a moral rule that the initiation of violence is morally good, then this rule faces all the same logical impossibilities as the rule that rape is morally good. Two men in a room cannot be both morally good at the same time, since one of them must be initiating violence against the other, and the other must be resisting it. Since if he is not resisting it, it is by definition not violence,
Fuck
as
you.
in the case of the surgeon we discussed above. Thus, virtue can only be enabled by resisting virtue, and two men in the same circumstances cannot both be moral at the same time, and so on, all of which are violations of UPB. Thus we know that rape cannot be an APA. We can confirm this by reviewing the reasons why being on time is an APA. First of all, we instinctively understand that it is more just to reject a friend for being perpetually late than it is to reject a friend for not liking ice cream. Why is that? Once again, the UPB framework comes to the rescue. An APA is a non-coercive rule that can be rationally applied to both parties simultaneously. For instance, if my APA is be on time, then it can be a universal standard that can be totally avoided. I cannot forcibly inflict this APA on you because you do not have to be my friend, you do not have to be on time, and you do not have to respect or follow my preferences in any way whatsoever. This is very different from a physical assault, which destroys your capacity for free choice. If being on time is an APA, then it is possible for two people to achieve it simultaneously if they are both on time.
Yeah, but if you're always off time, if you're never on time, you're not going to hold a job. You're not going to have the necessary means to survive. Ergo, it probably would not be universally preferable behavior.
With rape, though, as we have seen above, it is impossible for two people to perform it at the same time. One must always be the rapist, and the other always the victim. On the other hand, if I say that liking jazz is an APA, then I immediately run into a logical impossibility.
Man. Have a good one.
Remember, APAs are non-coercive rules that can be rationally applied to both parties simultaneously. The correct formulation for liking jazz is subjective preferences are universally preferable. Not only is this a rank contradiction in terms of syntax, but it also immediately fails the test of UPB. If I prefer jazz to all other forms of music, but you prefer classical music to all other forms, and if personal preferences are universally preferable, then you should prefer jazz because I do, and I should prefer classical because you do. This, of course, is impossible, because it would require that we both simultaneously prefer both jazz and classical above all other forms of music. You must switch your preference to jazz because of my preference, but I must at the same time switch my preference to classical because of your preference. This is like saying that you must both throw and catch the same baseball at exactly the same moment, a logical and physical impossibility. Since APAs are not enforceable through violence, you cannot shoot a man for being late, then rape cannot be an APA, since rape, by definition, is a sexual attack enforced through violence.
Wait.
Thus, rape...
Why can't I shoot someone for being late? Why not? Am I physically unable, or is it morally wrong to do it? Rape cannot be APA since rape by definition is a sexual attack enforced through violence or threat of violence. You could possibly rape someone by not using violence or even threatening violence. You can say, like, hey, you like this apartment here. You're going to have to give me some of that action in order to keep your apartment here. I guess that would be technically rape. Technically, but that's whatever.
cannot fall into the category of APAs.
Rape can't fall into the category of APAs.
3. Personally positive. Perhaps rape is akin to a merely personal preference. it cannot be argued that rape does not involve a preference, since rape is a behavior, and as we have discussed above, all behaviors involve preference. The question then arises, can the classification of rape as a merely personal preference stand up to logical scrutiny? If we propose the moral rule, personal preferences must be violently inflicted upon other people, how does that stand up to the framework of UPB? Note that I cannot propose that personal preferences may be violently inflicted upon other people, since that is a violation of UPB, which states that moral rules must be absolute and universal. If they are not, they fall into APA territory and so cannot be inflicted upon others.
Okay, so here we are, making a universal statement saying, hey, they're always true at all times, no exceptions, except when there's exceptions. Of course.
Personal preferences cannot be justly inflicted upon other people because that would create an insurmountable logical paradox. If I say that liking the band Queen above all others is universally preferable behavior, on what grounds could I justify that statement? Only by saying that all personal preferences should be inflicted upon other people. However, if my personal preferences can be inflicted upon you at will, then by the very definition of UPB, your personal preferences can also be inflicted upon me at will. Thus, we cannot both be moral at the same time, since that would require that we both prefer our own bands, while at the same time surrendering that preference to the preferred bands of each other. In other words, I must simultaneously think that Queen is the best band and that the Police is the best band. This is a logical impossibility, which is a central reason why mere personal preferences cannot be universally enforceable. Thus, if rape is considered to be a merely personal preference, then it cannot logically be enforced upon anybody else. Again, thinking of the two men in a room, this would require that both men prefer to rape each other, but remain utterly unable to enforce that decision, which is not only illogical, but also, fortunately, completely impractical.
And as we talked about before, it is very possible for two gay men to want to rape each other. Two gay rapists to want to rape each other. We talked about this, but for those of you who may have stepped in, there are gay people who do not like to be bottoms. They like to be tops. And it's very possible for them to want not to be the bottom to this rapist and vice versa. But they still want that booty.
Finally, since personal preferences cannot be enforced on others, but rape is by definition the enforcement of a preference upon another.
And by the way, it's possible for them to attempt to try to rape each other at the same time, and resisting the other person's attempt to rape them at the same time. That's very plausible, and I'm sure that's happened somewhere. I'm sure that's happened somewhere in some jail cell somewhere. That's happened. Moving along.
Cannot be in the moral category of merely personal preferences. 4.
So, I wonder if we can get him to say that again. Was it morally neutral? There we go. So it's short.
4. Morally neutral. As discussed above, rape cannot be a morally neutral action since it is a preference that is enforced upon another. 5. Perhaps rape is a personally negative action, the opposite of number 3. As an example, a criminal on the run would consider capture a personally negative action, a PNA. Personally negative actions, PNAs, by definition cannot be enforced upon another. Thus, a man being raped would be wrong to, quote, inflict his preference for not being raped upon his rapist in the form of self-defense. In this way, the initiation of violence, the enforcement of a personal preference, is moral, while self-defense, also the enforcement of a personal preference, is immoral. Thus, we would have the same actions, the enforcement of a personal preference, classified as both moral and immoral, which cannot stand. 6. Aesthetically negative. Perhaps rape
we've been over that.
is an aesthetically negative action.
We've been over that just very recently. We're going to move on.
Like being late, the flip side of number 2 above. However, aesthetically negative actions, ANAs, cannot logically be violently enforced because by definition, they can be avoided. Since I can freely choose to stop associating with a man who continually shows up late, I cannot shoot him for being late.
Can you avoid rape at the frat house? Because we talked about this earlier where, you know, if a woman dances on a table naked at a drunken frat party, there's some blame to be passed around to her, according to you. So can we also make the same thing? Like, well, maybe that particular rape was aesthetically negative, but not, you know, but not universally preferable, not ununiversally preferable behavior.
However, rape by definition cannot be avoided, since it is a sexual attack enforced through violence. We can avoid situations which increase the likelihood of rape, but we cannot avoid a rape in progress. Also, if I choose to stop being friends with the tardy man mentioned above, he cannot justly force me to be his friend by threatening me with violence, since that would rely on the principle that merely personal preferences can be enforced on others, which would run fruitlessly up against my ability to enforce my desire to drop his friendship. This kind of Tarantino morality always ends up with everyone in a state of mute paralysis, pointing guns at each other's faces like frozen statues.
Tarantino, really.
As we have already established, any universally preferable behavior must be universal to all people in all places at all times.
Let's reiterate that. In fact, let's bring this misspelled... that's not the one. The UPB. That is spelled right. Is it A or B? B? Cool. We're back to B again. After just hanging out in A for a while. Oh, Jesus, this is whittling away at my IQ. This is bad. This is really stupid and bad. So where was I? Let's see. We've already established that universally preferable behavior must be universal to all people in all places at all times, unless you're starving and there's an apple to steal, or you're hanging from a flagpole and you can bust through a window. Sure, it may be wrong, but you should do that. You should do that. I would do that. But no. You shouldn't do that because it's applicable at all places, at all people, at all times, in all universes, in all planets, all places.
If ANAs, aesthetically negative actions, allow for violent enforceability, i.e. I can shoot you for being late, then if rape is defined as an ANA which can be enforced, then the rape victim who finds rape an aesthetically negative action has the right to shoot his rapist, which effectively affirms the principle of self-defense, but at the expense of also allowing gunplay in the opposition of, say, rudeness.
By the way, why are we focused on rape? Weren't we just talking about how we should not worry about the smaller infractions since most rape takes place in the private sector? So why are we worrying about this? Why are we spending so much time on rape when we should be talking about, I don't know, the United States government, which does terrible things to me all the time, and it doesn't, and relatively speaking, even if I was raped, that's a very small infraction upon my liberties, and I shouldn't be focusing on such petty little things that doesn't compare to the broader problems of society that is the government.
Thus, rape cannot be an ANA, which leaves only 7. Evil. If rape is defined as evil, then it must involve the initiation of the use of force, which clearly it does. Also, the proposition rape is evil passes the coma test insofar as it is impossible for a man in a coma to rape someone. In addition, if rape is evil, then not raping must be good. In this way, 2 men in a room can both be moral at the same time simply by not raping each other. Since avoidability is one of the key differentiators between unpleasant and immoral, and rape is clearly an unavoidable behavior, the definition of rape as evil also conforms to this distinction.
We know that it's possible to avoid rape. It's possible to avoid rape. Not every circumstances of rape, but we can avoid a lot of rapes. As you yourself has stated earlier in this book.
Also, since there are times when it is physically impossible to rape someone, for instance when an erection cannot be attained, the definition of rape as evil solves the problem of people being involuntarily immoral, which is by definition impossible, due to the criteria of avoidability. The rapist may justify his...
Wait. Okay, this just really threw a spork in the threw a wrench in this cog. Okay, so since there are times where it's physically impossible to rape someone, for instance, when an erection cannot be attained, the definition of rape as evil solves the problem. Or the definition of rape as evil solves the problem of people being involuntarily immoral, which is by definition impossible due to the criterion of unavoidability. So, if we're going to say that resisting rape is moral, it's a moral action, and if you don't do it, then you're basically consenting. Well, what if you're in a position where you're not able to defend yourself from a rape? I.e., an example that you brought up earlier in the book, you were given a rape drug. The date rape drug. We are physically unable to resist. Therefore, I guess the rape was fucking completely moral. That was fine.
Actions by avoiding the proposition.
The initiation of force to him would have been drugging you in the first place. Everything else that happens after that.
Rape is good.
You didn't
and
resist
instead,
rape.
Substituting another
It's
proposition
fine.
that supports his desire to rape, such as, it is moral to take one's own pleasure regardless of the displeasure of others. This proposition also fails the most basic logical test of UPB. If Bob believes that he should take his own pleasure by raping Doug, regardless of Doug's displeasure, then Bob cannot rationally elevate his preference to a UPB. If everyone should take their pleasure regardless of their victim's displeasure, then Bob has no right to rape Doug, since although Bob prefers to rape Doug, Doug most certainly does not prefer to be raped. If everyone should take their pleasure regardless of the displeasure of others, then there is no rational reason why Bob's preference to rape Doug should take precedence over Doug's preference to not be raped, regardless of the displeasure that refusing to be raped would cause Bob.
Unless they both want to rape each other.
Thus, Doug can say to Bob,
talked
"It
about
is morally
earlier.
good for me to rape you because personal preferences can be violently enforced." Bob, of course, can then reply, "It is then morally good for me to violently resist your attack, since my personal preference to not be raped can also be violently enforced."
You know what, give me 1 second. It's not an intermission era. It's only going to take me a brief moment to do a couple of clicks on a thermostat shortly away. I don't know why it's getting warm in here. Maybe, just maybe, the loss in IQ causes a room to get warmer. Maybe.
Of course, few rapists are philosophers, but as we mentioned above, the primary danger to human beings is not the individual criminal, but irrational and exploitive moral theories. For instance, incarceration is inevitably justified through an appeal to a moral theory, and incarceration causes far more people to be raped than private criminals could ever dream of.
Well,
If the moral
hold
theory
on,
that
hold on,
justifies
hold on,
incarceration-
hold on. Because that is a myth that does bug me. Rape is more common in jails. This is true. But it's really on the margins. The whole, like, everybody's getting raped in jail, that's largely a Hollywood myth.
Is
Moving on.
incorrect. Then correcting this moral theory should be, by far, the highest concern of anyone wishing to reduce the prevalence.
So fuck, you're literally taking the exact problems with moral relativism and applying them to rationalism. How do you even do that?
Of rape. Thus, it would seem that the only logical possibility for rape is that not raping is universally preferable behavior, or that rape is universally banned behavior. Whew. The fact that the UPB framework has logically and effectively validated
By the way, that whew, is the title of another chapter.
the moral proposition that rape is evil, not good or aesthetically preferable or personally preferable or morally neutral, is a very good sign. It does not prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that UPB will logically validate all common sense moral propositions, but the first hurdle has been passed, and that should give us great cause for celebration. If I were a physicist proposing a unified field theory, and the application of my theory correctly predicted where a thrown baseball would land, I could justly be enormously pleased. Einstein's theory of relativity predicted that light would bend around a gravity well. When this was first confirmed, it did not prove his theory beyond a shadow of a doubt, but it did prove that the theory could be true, which was a great leap forward. The first validation is always the hardest, because it is so easy to get things wrong, and error always outnumbers accuracy. The UPB framework has correctly validated our moral premise that rape is evil. This is a necessary, but not sufficient criterion for proof, and fully supports additional investigation. Thus, let us continue. The second test. Murder. Let us now test the UPB framework against moral propositions regarding murder, which is here defined as killing intentionally and with premeditation, not in self-defense. Since we spent so much time discussing the question of rape, and since many of the same arguments will apply here, this analysis can be much briefer. Let us return to our two moral guinea pigs sitting in a room. We'll call them Bob and Doug. If murder is morally good, then clearly refraining from murder is immoral. Thus, the only chance that Bob and Doug have to be moral is in the instant that they simultaneously murder each other. Physically, this is impossible, of course. If they both stand and grip each other's throats, they will never succumb to strangulation at exactly the same moment. If Bob dies first, his grip on Doug's throat will loosen, thus condemning Doug to the status of immorality until such time as he can find another victim. Because Bob dies first and thus cannot continue to try murdering Doug, Bob's death renders him more immoral than Doug's murder.
Is he really saying that the two people can't murder each other at the same time? That's objectively false.
Intuitively, we fully recognize the insanity of the moral proposition that murder is good. Logically, we know that the proposition is incorrect because if it is true, it is impossible for two men in a room to both be moral at the same time.
No, that
Morality,
Whoa,
like
whoa, whoa! Two men can murder each other at the same time. How could they not? How could two people not kill each other at the same time? That's entirely possible. Fight to the death often result in both people dying.
Cannot be
Jesus
considered a mere
Christ.
snapshot, but must be a process or a continuum. The UPB framework confirms that Bob cannot be evil while he is strangling Doug, and then achieve the pinnacle of moral virtue the moment that he kills Doug, and then revert immediately back to a state of evil. Moral propositions must be universal and independent of time and place. The proposition that murder is moral fails this requirement at every level, and so is not valid. If murder were morally good, then it would also be the case that a man stranded on a desert island would be morally evil for as long as he lived there, since he would have no victims to kill. A man in a coma would also be evil, as would a sleeping man or a man on the operating table. A torturer would be an evil man as long as he continued to torture, but then would become a good man in the moment that his victim died at his hand. We can thus see that the proposition that murder is good is not only instinctively bizarre, but also logically impossible. The other objections that apply to the proposition that rape is good also apply here. Murder cannot be morally neutral, since morally neutral judgments or actions cannot be forcibly inflicted upon another, and murder by definition is forcibly inflicted upon another.
And we've talked about how it's possible for two people to try to rape each other at the same time.
There is also a basic contradiction involved in any universal justification for the act of murder, just as there was in the act of rape. If Bob tries to strangle Doug, but Doug resists, how could Bob rationally justify his actions according to UPB? Well, he could say something like, a man's life can be taken any time you want to. But of course, since UPB is the only valid test of moral propositions, this justifies Doug killing Bob as much as it does Bob killing Doug. Thus, Bob can only justify strangling Doug if Doug does not resist in any way. But of course, if Doug does not resist, then can it really be considered murder? Let us say that Bob then adjusts his premise to say, I can shoot a man in his sleep anytime I want. The problem here is not only the sleep that Bob will lose based on his universal premise, but also the logical impossibility of reversing moral propositions based on the differences in the states of sleeping and waking. Biologically speaking, a man does not become the opposite of a man when he falls asleep, any more than gravity reverses when he blinks. Since a man remains a man when he falls asleep, it cannot be the case that opposite moral rules apply to him in this state. Thus, to say that it is immoral to murder a man when he is awake, but it is moral to murder him when he is asleep, is to create a logical contradiction unsupported by any objective biological facts. A physicist may say that a rock falls down but a helium balloon rises up, but that is because a rock and a helium balloon have fundamentally different properties. No credible physicist can say that one rock falls down, but that another rock with almost exactly the same qualities falls up. The same is true for moral theories. No credible philosopher can say that morality reverses itself when a man is asleep, since a man's nature does not fundamentally alter when he naps. In this way, if we cannot justly shoot a man when he is awake, we also cannot shoot him when he is asleep, since he is still a man. Thus, since the statement, I can shoot a man in his sleep anytime I want, cannot be validated according to UPB, it cannot be a true moral proposition. Here again, we find that the UPB framework holds true in terms of murder. The only possible valid moral theory regarding murder is that it is evil or universally banned. We could take the same approach to the question of assault, but the arguments would be identical to those of rape and murder, so for the sake of brevity, we shall continue. Let us now turn to the question of theft. If this framework holds true here as well, then we have hit the perfect trifecta of our instinctual moral understanding, and have found rational confirmation for our existing beliefs. We have discovered the math that explains how we are able to instinctively catch a ball, and that is a necessary start.
Okay. So, I mean, this falls apart when you understand that two people can try to murder each other at the same time. And sometimes they both succeed in killing each other, and then they both die. This happens all of the time. It happens in real life. It's even depicted in film. It's a thing that happens. And for him to only isolate it to, well, it's strangling. You can't strangle each other at the same time, because eventually one of you will have to lose your grip and you're going to take a breath and survive. However, if you guys are in a knife fight and you guys are slashing each other up, there's a good chance that both of you are going to die. Same in a gunfight. There's a possibility that, sure, you could have a death shot to kill someone, but they may have shot you 5 times and you're going to slowly bleed out in a matter of a couple minutes, long enough for you to survive to take a kill shot. And you guys are both dead. Two people can be murderers at the same time.
Self-defense. We have skirted over the issue of self-defense with regards to murder, though it is scarcely necessary to examine it in the case of rape. This is not because the issue of self-defense is either self-evident or uncomplicated, but rather because the complications that exist can be dealt with more comprehensively after we look at the question of theft. The third test, theft. We will have to spend a little bit more time on theft, since it inevitably brings into the picture the question of property rights, which is highly contentious for some. There are many ways of approaching the question of property rights, from homesteading to legal definitions to practical considerations, etc. I will address none of those here, because the question of property rights must fall into the framework of UPB, if UPB is to stand as a rational methodology for evaluating moral propositions. Clearly, the moral proposition with regards to property rights is this: either human beings have the right to own property, or they do not. Now, the first property that must be dealt with is the body. Ownership must first and foremost consist of control over one's body, because if that control does not exist or is not considered valid, then the whole question of morality, let alone property, goes out the window. UPB is a framework for evaluating moral propositions or arguments about universally preferable behavior for all mankind. First and foremost, a man must be responsible for his own actions, if they are to be judged morally, since, as we have argued above, the capacity to choose actions is fundamental to any ethical evaluation. If a man has no control over his body, then clearly he has no responsibility for his actions. They are not, in fact, his actions, but rather the actions of his body.
Okay, so here we are. We're back to my misspelling of responsible A and responsible B. So right now he's talking about responsible A. You are in control of your body. We're not talking about the morals of what you do with your body. We're talking about the actions that you do with your body. You are in control of your body. Responsible in that sense of the word.
Now, no one would rationally argue that if a man strangles another man, it is the murderous fingers that should be put on trial and punished. Clearly the body cannot entirely control itself, but rather it must be to some degree under the direction of the conscious mind.
So now he's starting to equivocate responsible. Show you again. Responsible B. Now you have moral obligations for your actions. These are two different versions of the word responsible. You are in control of your body versus you are morally responsible for your actions. These are two different definitions, and he's going to jump back and forth, and it's almost even sometimes in the same sentence. This is equivocation.
What this means is that a man is responsible for the actions of his body, and therefore he is responsible for the effects of those actions. A man is responsible for where he puts his penis, which is how we know that we can judge him for raping someone. He owns the actions of his body as surely as he owns his body. To say that a man is responsible for his body, but not the effects of his body, is to argue that a man is responsible for aiming and throwing a knife, but not for where it lands.
Okay, so you're trying to make the claim, which I agree with, that you are responsible for your actions. Physically, you are responsible for your actions. You are able to move your hand up and down, grab a knife, and stab someone with it. That's out of the moral question. You are responsible for that action. But then he's trying to say that also means that you're morally responsible for that action, which is a gap. There is a gap between those two definitions of the word, and he's using the word responsible interchangeably with two different definitions and saying, well, they're the same thing because it's the same word, right? But it's not. He's equivocating two definitions and then using them interchangeably whenever he sees fit. Now we can construct different ethical conclusions to say, well, you have control of your actions. There, and X, Y, B, Z, D, A reasons syllogistically to come to the conclusion that now you are morally responsible for those actions. We can come to some sort of semblance, but he's not doing that. He's skipping all those necessary steps to equivocate responsible in you are in control of your body to responsible in the sense that you are morally responsible for the results of your actions. Which you can't do. And especially because you get into some fuzzy territories. Okay, I'm in control of my actions, therefore I own the results of my actions. But we also know that there's lots of times where, I can dump a can of tomato soup into the ocean. It doesn't necessarily follow that I gain an ocean from that. Sure, I own the effects of my actions, but that doesn't follow a lot of times in the case of the ocean. And this is something that Nozick even pointed out with the problem with Lockean property rights, which is what he's talking about here. But if you want to skip all that stuff between responsible in the sense that I own my that I own my body and I'm able to move it as I will, to morally responsible, if you're skipping all of that stuff, that's when you get into all kinds of bizarre things. Like, now I own the Pacific Ocean because I threw a bag in it. And now that's mixing my labor in with that. It's ridiculous. But anyways,
also, arguing that a man is not responsible for the effects of his body is a self-detonating statement similar to the ones we examined above. If I say to you, men are not responsible for the actions of their bodies, it would be eminently fair for you to ask me who is working my vocal cords and mouth. If I say that I have no control over my speech, which is an effect of the body, then I have, quote, sustained my thesis at the cost of invalidating it completely. If I am not at all...
Sure, if you're talking about the physical action of you talking, then yes. We're talking about responsible in the sense that responsible A, that you are physically responsible for your actions. Sure. But if you're trying to say that it's a self-detonating statement to say that I'm not morally responsible for my actions because I'm physically doing something is incorrect. You're equivocating. Moving on.
Responsible for my speech, then there is no point arguing with me. A tape recorder is also not responsible for its speech, which is why we tend not to get into virulent disagreements with magnetic strips. In cheesy horror movies, young girls seem to be particularly susceptible to demonic possession. The inevitable priest who shows up always offers to talk to the demon in charge of the girl, at which point the girl starts making a sound like Don Ho gargling with ball bearings. This ridiculous portrait is accurate in one sense, though. If some other being is in full control of the girl's vocal cords, it is that being which needs to be addressed, not the girl who has no control over her responses. Thus, if I say to you that I do not have control over my speech, you can ask me, who does? If I reply that no one does, then it makes about as much sense to argue with me as it does to argue with a television set, or the aforementioned boulder as it bounces down a hillside towards your car. Thus, the very act of controlling my body to produce speech demands the acceptance of my ability to control my speech, an implicit affirmation of my ownership over my own body. Now, if demonic possession were a valid occurrence and a girl possessed by a demon spat on a priest, we would not call the girl rude, but would rather pity her for being inhabited by such an impolite demon. Whoever has control over the girl's body is culpable for the effects of her actions. This is why we would not call a man who stole while sleepwalking evil, since he did not have full control over his own body, although we may restrain him in other ways. This is also the basis for the legal defense of not guilty by reason of insanity, which is that we assume that a man who is insane does not have full control over his actions. Thus, to reject the ownership...
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why we say that. He is in control of his actions. He just has a psychosis. He has a psychosis, right? The psychosis tricks him into thinking that he lives in a different world that he's currently in. Schizophrenia. Let's talk about schizophrenia. Schizophrenia means split mind. That's what the root of the term means, split mind. And it's not split mind in like as in there's two different minds that are going on. The split mind means that you're split from reality. So you may be a rational actor with schizophrenia, a rational actor who's doing things that they think is morally right, according to UPB, whatever ethical system that you have. However, you're not completely understanding the reality that you're in. So this person that is trying to rape and kill you, that you're fending off and trying to kill, in reality is not a rapist at all. He's just an innocent bystander walking along that's been misidentified. He is in control of his actions. He is. He just doesn't live in the same reality as you and I. He lives in another reality in his own head. He is in control of his actions. And that is why the plea for insanity is not that, oh, you're not in control of your actions. They are, but you're not in reality. You're not in the same reality.
The body is to reject all morality, which, as we have seen above, is utterly impossible. Logically, since morality is defined as an enforcement...
Have a good one, man. You can always catch up on these things when when it's over. I can't imagine it's going to end up being over 8 hours. So, good luck. Wish me luck, rather. You can always catch up. I don't know how long it's going to take to render, but it probably should be done by morning. So, worms.
Forcible subset of UPB, to reject morality is to say that it is universally preferable to believe that there is no such thing as universal preferences. Finally, to use one's ownership of one's own body in the form of speech to reject the notion that one can control one's own body is a blatant and insurmountable self-contradiction. It is in this way that any rejection of self-ownership can be utterly discarded. Since we own our bodies, we also inevitably own the effects of our actions, be they good or bad. If we own the effects of our actions, then clearly we own that which we produce, whether what we produce is a bow, or a book, or a murder.
Or a very diluted can of soup.
Property and UPB.
No.
Even if we reject the above, we can still use UPB to definitively assert the existence of universal property rights. As mentioned above, either human beings have property rights or they do not. Except for a few grey areas which we will get into shortly, this remains a universal proposition. If a man does not have the right to use property, then
it's not universal. If there's gray areas, it's not universal. By definition, it is not universal.
He does not have the right to use his own body.
There's exceptions.
He does not have the right to use his own lungs and therefore must stop breathing. Although this sounds silly, it is an immediate and inevitable result of the premise that human beings do not have property rights.
No, it's
It is
not. No,
fairly safe to
It's not. It's not.
assume that anyone you are debating property rights with is drawing breath, and thus agrees with you that he has the right to use his own body, at least. The question then comes...
Or he's unable to stop himself from breathing unless he does some sort of action. And holding your breath would be an action, but you can't hold your breath to the point of death. As we talked about how the brain works, medulla oblongata kicks in, and you take a breath. Once you're at the point of near death, your brain kicks in and you take a deep gasp. That's how drowning works. It's not that you're holding your breath until you die. It's because you a giant lung full of water, and your body goes, well, that was it. We didn't get air. The end. Good try, everyone.
Comes up. Whether or not human beings have the right to
pepperoni.
Exclusive property use. For instance, property could be defined as some sort of timeshare principle of ownership insofar as everyone should have the right to own everything on some schedule or another. This means, of course, that a man with lung cancer has a right to at least one lung of a healthy person. Since all ownership starts with the body, if we do not have the right to exclusive ownership over our own body, then we must share our body with other people or be immoral. The sick man has a right to one of her lungs, and if we withhold it from him, that is exactly the same as stealing it. Similarly, both you and I have the right to use Celine Dion's singing voice, since it is wholly selfish of her to pretend that she has exclusive ownership of it. If human beings do not possess exclusive ownership over their own bodies, then the crime of rape becomes meaningless, since a woman clearly does not exclusively own her vagina, and neither does a man own his own various orifices. If exclusive self-ownership is not an axiom, then even the crime of murder becomes meaningless.
We're going to get back into this again, I guess. All right. If human beings do not possess the exclusive ownership over their own bodies, then the crime of rape becomes meaningless, since a woman clearly does not own her vagina, and neither does a man who owns his orifices. The exclusive self-ownership is not an axiom. That is, a crime of murder becomes meaningless. What do we say? Sick man has a right to one or more of your lungs. Withhold from stealing and can't. Hold on. Let's just keep going.
It is no crime to commit suicide, any more than it is to set fire to your own house, since the destruction of one's own property is a valid exercise of ownership. However, if exclusive self-ownership is invalid, then there can be no distinction between murder and suicide. If my liver is failing, and I have a right to take yours, then I can, quote, repossess it, in perfect accordance with morality and honorable behavior. If this procedure kills you, so what? Without exclusive self-ownership, there is no you to begin with. Thus we can reasonably say that exclusive self-ownership is a basic reality, that all human beings at all times and in all places have exclusive ownership over their own bodies, and thus have exclusive ownership over the effects of their own bodies, both in terms of moral behavior and property creation or acquisition.
And we know there's plenty of instances where you can mix your labor with a particular good or resource that does not result in you gaining something. Case in point, pouring a can of soup into the ocean. You're mixing your labor with the ocean. And under the Lockean rules of property rights, that would be your ocean. But that would not work. That would not work. That would not work. As Nozick pointed out.
The gray areas. Naturally, any statement such as the above brings the inevitable howls of complexity, which I fully agree with. Let us say that I mean to give you $5 as a gift, but by mistake I hand you a $10 bill saying, this is for you. Few people would consider it theft if I said, the moment after I handed it to you, ooh, sorry, I meant to give you $5, not 10, and took the larger note back, even though I'm taking back property that I have voluntarily relinquished. On the other extreme, if you are one of my sons and I pay for your university education, and explicitly tell you that you never need to pay me back, my generosity will doubtless affect your spending habits. It would scarcely seem reasonable for me to clap my forehead after your graduation ceremony and cry, oh, I thought you were one of my other sons, and demand repayment. Similarly, it is generally accepted that children cannot enter into legal contracts, but that adults can. In many societies, the differentiating age is 18 years. This means, of course, that at the stroke of midnight between a man's 17th year and 18th birthday, his capacity to enter into legal contracts arrives fully formed. Has he gone through some massive biological transformation in that split second? Certainly not, although at 18 he's biologically very different than he was at the age of 10, both in terms of physical and mental development. For the sake of efficiency, if not perfect morality, arbitrary transitions are often placed between one state and another. Childhood is definitely one state, adulthood is quite another. The transition between childhood and adulthood is blended. It is not black and white, but rather like the day descending into dusk and then night. Noon is definitely not night, and midnight is definitely not daytime. But there are times in between when it is harder to tell, although the direction of the transition is always clear. In the same way, a man who is greatly mentally deficient can be considered far less responsible for his own actions. A man with an IQ of 65 is mentally scarcely more than a little child. A man with an IQ of 100 is an average adult. If we say that a man with an IQ of 80 becomes responsible, then we are by definition saying that a man with an IQ of 79 is not responsible. Is that a clear, fair, and utterly objective demarcation? Certainly not. But in order for most concepts to be practical, the criterion of good enough and a reasonable cost-benefit analysis must be put in place. As mentioned above, no water is perfectly pure, but waiting for perfect purity would simply cause a man to die of thirst. Given that the question of moral responsibility and intellectual capacity only applies to a very small percentage of people right on the border, and that creating objective and perfect tests is very likely to prove impossible, there will inevitably be some rules of thumb that win the day. We can only assume that, since biologists live with this kind of occasional subjectivism every day, moral philosophers can somehow survive as well.
That's not... Scientists don't. That's not true. And again, if you're trying to say that that things are universally preferable, and they apply to all places and all things at all times without exception, you can't go like, well, you know, if they're 10... like, no, that's not how that works. I mean, if we're going to take that to the conclusion, then we can say that, well, raping adults is wrong because they're not able to, because they're able to enter contracts, they're fully cognitive, they have full IQ, whatever. But hey, if someone is mentally retarded, or if they're a young child, then they don't have body autonomy. They're not in control. If they're schizophrenic, then it's okay. You can just rape them. It's fine. Because why not? Why not? They're no longer moral agents, right? They don't have universally preferable behavior. Just in the same way that we can kill an animal because they're not moral acting agents. Why not? Why not rape a schizophrenic woman? Why not kill a schizophrenic person? Why not? They're not people, right? They're not moral actors, according to you. Why not children? This is where it gets kind of stupid. Again, if it's universally preferable, it has to apply to all people at all times and all places under all circumstances. It doesn't matter if you're 5. It doesn't matter if you're 100. It doesn't matter if you're on Mars, if you're on Earth. It doesn't matter if it's Tuesday or Wednesday, or your name is Bob or Doug or Stacy. Doesn't matter, right? Well, apparently now he's making certain certain classifications for people, saying like, wow, these people, they're not able to enter contracts because they're not of the ability. But we still have to apply moral rules to them in other respects. Again, if it's universal, there has to be universal rules for all people, up to and including children, up to and including the mentally retarded, up to including the mentally handicapped, up to and including mentally ill people of all spectrums. Moving along.
Property as universality. UPB thus gives us clear options with regards to property rights. It cannot be the case that some men have property rights while other men do not. It cannot be the case that men in Washington have property rights while women in Baltimore do not. It cannot be the case that men have property rights today but not tomorrow, and so on. It also cannot be the case that men have only 50% property rights.
You just went on a big tirade about how 10-year-olds they can't enter into contracts, but in 8 years they can. So you're saying that it can be the case that someone doesn't have property rights on today, but they can tomorrow. But the inverse isn't true. That tomorrow, or that today, they have property rights and tomorrow they can't. Why?
If I argue men have only 50% property rights, then I create yet another insurmountable contradiction. You may well ask me which half of my sentence was not generated by me. If I only have 50% property...
Again, we're conflating different uses of the word responsible in order to get to that weird answer. If I told you tomorrow, like, you have 50% ownership of all of your property, I am now in control of 50% of your property, and you respond to me with like, well, what half of my sentence am I saying right now that's not generated by me? That does not follow.
Then clearly I only have 50% control over my own body. If I put forward the above sentence, then clearly I am only in control of 50% of that sentence, since I only have 50% control over my voice. Who, then, is responsible for the other 50% of my sentence? This may sound esoteric, but it is a deadly serious question, for reasons that we will get into shortly.
You've already gotten
Let us say
into.
that we can somehow magically bypass the 50% ownership of the body problem and say that human beings only have 50% property rights when it comes to external objects. How does that work in practice? Well, if I have 2 lawnmowers and you have none, then clearly it would be logical for you to have the right to take one of my lawnmowers, since I can only ever own half my lawnmower collection. However, when you take possession of one of my lawnmowers, unfortunately, you are only ever allowed to own half of that lawnmower, since we can only have rights to 50% ownership over external objects. Thus, you must immediately find someone with whom you can share the lawnmower. This brings your just ownership down to 25%. However, your new co-owner cannot have the right to 25% of the lawnmower because he only has 50% rights for whatever ownership he possesses. Thus, he must find someone to take 50% of the 25% that he has, and so on, and so on, and so on.
This is possibly the worst argument for property rights I have ever heard in my entire life. I mean, this is just bad. I mean, I've heard some bad ones. I've heard some bad ones in my day. And there's also really great ones. There's really, really great ones. Highly recommend you read Machinery Freedom by David D. Friedman. Great, fantastic book. However, this is just stupid. Well, you know, if you only have 50% of my property right, well, if I tell you that you have 50% of your own property rights, right? I'm only saying that to you. Or maybe you're a woman and you could say, oh, no, we said men can only have 50% of their property rights. Because, hey, if we're allowed to equivocate, right? If we're allowed to equivocate words and say, like, where you're talking about men as in, you know, like for, you know, like the kind of free as in beer and free as in, free as in beer and free as in open. If we're going to talk about that kind of, you know, thing, then hey, if men can only have 50%, 50% ownership of those things. Well, do you mean women have 100%? Well, maybe you're saying that 50% of everything that men own are now owned to women. They don't need to divide things up individually. Now we have a solution to that problem. This is dumb. And you can fight it with its own dumb. Or you can fight it on things. Like, no, you can say that people have 50% ownership over external objects, and that other 50% is designated to some group or some agency. You can say that, and it wouldn't be a contradictory statement. And you can say that external things are very much different from your things. For instance, I can't transfer ownership of my body to you, right? Because no matter what, in some way, I'm going to still have responsibility. Which one was that? Responsible A. I still have responsibility over my actions, right? I still am in control. You can tell me what to do, and you can harm me if I don't do it, or threaten me with harm if I don't do it. But at the end of the day, I'm still in control of my body. I'm just subject to your own will. Like, you're going to tell me what to do, and then I am responsible for the actions that carry out your will. But I'm still in control. And at the end of the day, I could say no and take whatever violence that's going to come to me at the end of the day. Now, however, I can relinquish property of, my lawnmower. Because my lawnmower is a physical object that I can transfer ownership over. I can contractually hand over ownership of that good to someone else. I can't transfer ownership over my body and have them use it in the same way that they do. At least the technology that we have today, that is not possible. We're not in Frankenstein land yet. Soon, though.
The problem with any theory that argues for less than 100% property rights is that it instantly creates a domino effect of infinite regression, wherein everybody ends up with infinitely small ownership rights over pretty much everything, which is clearly impossible.
No, I've demonstrated that's not true.
Thus, it must be the case, both logically and practically, that we have full ownership over our own bodies and over the effects of our bodies in terms of external property. We do not need a homesteading theory or other just acquisition approaches to justify property rights. They are justified because anybody who acts in any way, shape, or form, including arguing, is axiomatically exercising 100% control over his own body, and homesteading both oxygen and sound waves in order to make his case. Thus, by combining this axiomatic reality with UPB, we can easily understand that since anyone debating property rights is exercising 100% control over his own property, the only question is whether or not property rights vary from individual to individual, a question definitively settled by the axiomatic fact of self-ownership as well as the UPB framework. Any moral proposition must be universal and consistent, and this is how we also know that everyone has 100% property rights. Any other
Again, We just changed definition of UPB again. Moving along.
Ability is logically and empirically impossible.
Right, but you can say that you don't have 100% property rights in external things. That is fine, because we understand that property rights in external thing differs wildly from self-ownership. They're not very different concepts, but they're not completely entwined as he wants you to think they are. They are entwined, but they're not that entwined. I can relinquish property. I can release ownership over my lawnmower, even temporarily. I could say, like, oh, you could use it for the weekend. Bring it back tomorrow. Or I can say, it's yours. Happy birthday. I can't do that with my body. I could let you have sex with it, but that's you're still not in control of my body. All right. In the same respect that I am in control of my body.
Testing theft. Let us return to our patient moral guinea pigs, Bob and Doug. If theft is morally good, then once again we face the problem of the impossibility of simultaneous morality. If Bob has a lighter and it is morally good to steal, then Doug must steal Bob's lighter. However, the moment that Doug is stealing Bob's lighter, Bob cannot himself be moral. The moment after Doug steals his lighter, Bob must then steal, quote, his lighter back. However, it is only stealing if the lighter is not legitimately Bob's in the first place. When Doug steals Bob's lighter, the lighter does not legitimately become Doug's property, otherwise the concept of theft would make no sense. If the moment I steal something, it becomes my legitimate property, then restitution would itself become theft. If, however, I do not establish legitimate ownership by stealing Bob's lighter, then clearly it is impossible for Bob to steal the lighter back, because we cannot steal what we already own, and my theft has not invalidated Bob's ownership of his lighter.
Unless you live in theft land, which we've talked about earlier. If you live in theft land, where everybody can steal whatever they want, and that kind of ownership does not exist, the only ownership that exists is self-ownership, then you can have a society that functions like that. It would suck, but you could do it.
Thus, if stealing is good, then goodness becomes a state achievable.
And it doesn't have to be good or bad. It doesn't have to be good or bad. And he just asserts that this is true, that it's all universal, and it has to be one or the other. It doesn't give a coherent reason why. He tries to, but it's just nonsense like, oh, well, you're responsible for your actions, therefore you're morally responsible, because that's the same word, therefore it must mean the same thing. No, that's not how language works. We also talked about how language was objective. If language is objective, then we have to understand that certain words have different definitions. My computer can run. It doesn't have legs, and it doesn't move at a fast gait across the plane in space-time. It's not what it does. It runs programs. It executes programs. Does it mean it murders programs when it executes them? See, words have different meanings. Same word, two different meanings.
Only in the instant that Doug steals Bob's lighter. In that instant, only Doug can be moral, and Bob cannot be. After that, goodness becomes impossible to achieve for either party, unless Doug keeps giving Bob's lighter back and then snatching it away again. Of course, it seems patently ridiculous to imagine that the ideal moral state is for one man to keep giving another man back the property he has stolen and then immediately stealing it again. Thus, logic seems to validate our instinctual understanding of the foolishness of this as a moral ideal. Let's go a little further to see if it still holds. Remember, we are not particularly concerned with individual criminals, but rather with moral theories that justify violations of property rights. For instance, if Doug steals Bob's lighter because Doug believes that no property rights are valid, then Doug's moral theory instantly self-detonates. If no moral theories are valid, then stealing is a completely illogical action, since stealing is an assertion of the just desire to control property. Property rights themselves are nothing more than the assertion of a just desire to retain control over assets. It is optional insofar as you and I can join some hippie commune and decide to never assert our property rights ever again, or if it becomes known in my neighborhood that I am more than happy if someone takes my property, it seems somewhat more likely that my lawnmower will go missing.
I mean, the existence of the hippie community, which they do exist, the existence of the hippie community where everyone just shares everything, including lighters. They just take them and like, oh, well, I'll just take this because, we don't have ownership. I mean, they exist. Therefore, it can't be universal. I mean, they function. Not something I want to live in, but it functions-ish. It function-ish. People survive doing it, so. I guess it's universally preferable behavior.
Similarly, if I put a notebook computer on my front lawn with a sign saying, yours if you want it, then I am clearly signaling that I have no desire to retain current or future control over the notebook. If Doug steals Bob's lighter, it is because Doug has a desire to gain control over the lighter, which is the very definition of property rights. If Doug steals Bob's lighter because Doug believes that property rights are invalid, then what he is saying is, I want to gain control over Bob's lighter because it is never valid to gain control over any object. If Doug does steal Bob's lighter, but then defends his theft through a rejection of property rights, then clearly Doug cannot object to Bob taking his lighter back. Since property rights are invalid, Doug now has no more valid claim to own the lighter than Bob did. Finally, if Doug steals Bob's lighter under the principle theft is good, then clearly Doug could have no logical objection to someone else stealing the lighter immediately. However, it would make precious little sense for Doug to spend time and energy stealing Bob's lighter if the moment he had it in his hot little hands, someone else snatched it away from him. In other words, working to gain control of a piece of property is only valid if you can assert your property rights over the stolen object. No man will bother stealing a wallet if he has certain knowledge that it will be stolen from him the moment he gets his hands on it. In other words, theft in practice is both an affirmation of property rights and a denial of property rights. Any moral theory that supports theft thus both affirms and denies the existence of property rights, an insurmountable contradiction which completely invalidates any such theory.
Unless you don't call it theft.
If we look at the moral aspects of communism, for instance, property rights are explicitly denied for the individual. However, those individuals who call themselves the government do claim the right to control property. What this means in practice is that it is evil for some men to control property, but it is good for other men to control property. Since there is no biological distinction in terms of species between ruler and ruled, we can clearly see that here, for the same species, we have completely opposite moral rules which cannot be valid. UPB explicitly demands that moral rules be consistent for all men in all places and at all times. Saying that it is immoral for Ivan Denisovich to exercise his property rights, but moral for Joseph Stalin to exercise his property rights, creates a rank contradiction, akin to saying that pouring water into a swimming pool both fills it and empties it at the same time. Any physicist who proposed the latter would be laughed out of his profession. Moralists, however, regularly propose the former, and are greeted with mysterious levels of respect.
Unfortunately, he's doing something that a lot of lawbirds get wrong, which is saying that, like, well, communists don't respect property rights, therefore it's okay for me to take their lighter or toothbrush. I think that's the toothbrush is the meme. What about the toothbrush? But when they're talking about property, when they use the term property, they're talking about a very specific group of ownership over certain goods. They're talking about capital goods. If economists can distinguish between capital goods and consumer goods, then it's perfectly fine for them to do the same thing as well. They're not saying that if you have a car, it's anybody's and they can take it whenever they want. No, that's your car because you're not using it for profit. It's stupid, I know, but that's what they're talking about. And so if you're saying that, so if you make the claim that theft is morally okay, then yeah, that can be kind of contradiction-ish. But there's a lot of asterisks behind that. However, if you're saying like, no, it's not theft, because nobody can truly own anything external from themselves. They can own themselves, but they can't own any external objects. You can say that, and it wouldn't contradict anything. It would be a terrible system to live under, and I wouldn't want to live there. But it's not inconsistent unless you're making the equivocation of the responsible, which we talked earlier, which is either you're in control of your body and its actions, or you're morally responsible for your actions. Which these are two definitions of the same word that he jumps back and forth. That's the only way that you can possibly make such a claim. But it's false. Moving along.
The fourth test. Fraud. Right at the edge of what is generally considered ethical sits the challenge of fraud.
Yeah, so universally preferable behavior is like it's basically the categorical imperative, right? It's Kantianism, but he's also incorporating the non-aggression principle inside of it as well, which they don't really work too well together. I mean, there's a lot of overlap, but on the edges, on the fringes, I guess, there's some conflicts, but moving along. I mean, for instance, he doesn't have a problem with you lying. Molydude did a section about lying. He said, lying is only bad if it constitutes fraud. So if I say, hey, tomorrow I'm going to give you $100 if you give me this thing and I don't give you that $100, that would constitute fraud. that would not be universally preferable behavior. Whereas Kant says, no, there is a complete moral prohibition on lying whatsoever. And it doesn't matter if you're, if you have Jews in your house and it's Nazi Germany and you're hiding them in your attic, and a Nazi policeman goes like, hey, you have any Jews in your attic? You have to say yes, according to Kant.
Fraud is the obtaining of value through false representation.
Where he would not
If I tell you that I will ship you an iPod if you give me $200, then take your money without shipping you the iPod, we instinctively understand that that is a form of theft. Let us put the problem of fraud through the grinder of UPB and see whether it holds up. Clearly, fraud requires that one person not be engaged in fraud. In the above potential transaction, if I am hoping to steal your $200 and you are hoping to steal my iPod, nothing will come of it. You will demand the iPod before providing payment, and I will demand payment before providing the iPod. We will be in a stalemate, utterly unable to defraud each other. Clearly, for fraud to occur, one party must act in good faith. Thus, the person who wishes to commit fraud relies on the fact that the other person does not wish to commit fraud in order to prey upon him. To return to our hapless moral guinea pigs, what would happen if we asked Bob and Doug to act on the moral principle that fraud is good?
Has he ever bought anything before? Serious question. Has he ever bought anything before? Every time that I've ever bought something, it's usually about the same time. It's like, I'm going to set your product over here, you give me the money, and then you can take it. I mean, that's something that's happened simultaneously, is that they're giving you something and you're giving them something. There's no stalemate.
If Doug has $20 and Bob has a lighter, and Doug offers Bob $20 for that lighter and then takes the lighter but does not give Bob the $20, then Doug has been acting on the premise that fraud is good. What happens then?
No.
Clearly,
It's not what he's operating on. He's not operating on the thing that fraud is good universally. He's saying that fraud is good for me to employ against other people. That's what he's saying.
The principle that fraud is good cannot be acted on by both Bob and Doug simultaneously, since in order to commit fraud, Doug must act dishonestly and Bob must act honestly.
And again,
thus to enable Doug's quote, moral.
And again, he just asserts that things, all ethical prescriptions, all moral prescriptions, have to be universal in order for them to be valid, even though his universal prescriptions have quote unquote gray areas and exceptions, which by definition makes them not universal. So why does everything else have to be universal too? And he doesn't explain why it has to be universal. He just says it does. Because of reasons.
Action, Bob must act, quote, immorally. UPB destroys this possibility, since no valid moral theory can require opposite actions under the same circumstances. If Doug commits fraud on Bob with the justification that it is good to lie to get what you want, then clearly it must also be good to be honest as well, since it is impossible to get what you want by lying unless other people are willing to assume your honesty.
No.
Thus, the premise that it is good to lie to get what you want cannot be achieved unless other people act with integrity. Thus, lying and honesty are simultaneously required for the fulfillment of the moral principle. This cannot logically stand, that both an action and its complete opposite are simultaneously moral in the same place, for the same people, and at the same time. This is how we know that fraud is wrong. Again, knowing that fraud is wrong simply means that we know that any moral theory that justifies fraud is invalid because it is self-contradictory. If we build a bridge and the bridge falls down, we know that the bridge was, quote, wrong, but the most important thing that we can learn from this disaster is not that the bridge fell down, but to understand the flaws in the theory that caused us to build a bridge that fell down. Similarly, moral theories that cause disasters, such as communism, fascism, and Nazism, are important to evaluate relative to UPB, not only so we can understand how they went so wrong, but also how to fix our moral theories in the future. Since, as a species, we will be forever building bridges, it is essential that we get our facts and theories right, or they will endlessly fall down around us. However, the question remains whether fraud is evil or just an aesthetically negative action, A&A. Fraud is unusual compared to rape, theft, and murder, insofar as it requires that the victim act positively to participate in the process. I can jump up behind you and strangle you without any participation on your part, but I cannot defraud you unless you participate to some degree. Thus, fraud falls under the umbrella of avoidability, and so is in a fundamentally different category than rape, murder, and theft. However, the degree of avoidability partly determines the degree of immorality involved. Sending your bank information to a Nigerian email spammer is certainly avoidable. Being cheated by an eBay business with a perfect rating is far less avoidable. There may be certain situations under which fraud is unavoidable, such as...
How is that less avoidable? If you're under the delusion that you're going to get a product on eBay from a seller who you think is reputable, you can still avoid that transaction. You can avoid it just as much as the Nigerian scammer. Do you think that people who get scammed by Nigerian scammers go, well, this is bullshit, but I should give him money? No, they go like, oh my God, I really did win the fucking Rhodesian lottery. And all I have to do is give them a mere $1,000 to receive my reward of $18 trillion bagillion dollars. And they don't ever bother asking them, like, why don't you just take that cut out of the earnings and then just send me the check. But either way, no, they're both equally avoidable. Both of them are equally avoidable. You just don't buy shit from eBay. And you don't give money to people who say they have money from you. I mean, eBay is reputable. Most of the time, most of the people on eBay are very reputable, especially if they have high degrees of stuff. But it's just as avoidable because in your mind, your Nigerian scammer dude seems just as reputable as a person who has a perfect rating on eBay in the person's mind who's dealing with these people. There's good reasons and bad reasons to believe either one of these things, but either way, moving along. I mean, this would have to fall under this. This is really kind of stretching things. It would have to be aesthetically negative behavior under this rule because it's completely avoidable to get scammed. You just don't buy anything from anybody unless you see it in their hand and you're having an exchange that's going to happen at the same time. That's the perfect way to avoid all scams. There's the product in front of me. I know the product works. And you have a policy that says that I can return it. If not, I can go to my DRO or I hate saying DRO, my PDA, or I could go to my courthouse and sue you for it.
Is bartering for a life-saving medicine when no alternative exists. But that falls under the gray area that we have discussed above. These occurrences are so rare that they are to ethics as mutations are to biological species. The fifth test, lying.
There may be certain situations where fraud is unavoidable, such as bartering for life-saving medicine where no alternative exists. That is avoidable too. That is avoidable. Lots of people die from all kinds of illnesses, and they don't go to the Philippines to hire some scam artist to do psychic surgery on them. That's avoidable. And again, if we're talking about things that are rare, as you said earlier in your book, we should not even be worried about being fraud. We don't even need to talk about talking about defrauded because there's lots of worse things in our society than fraud, like state education, taxation, war, the welfare state. These are all terrible, awful things, and we need to focus all of our effort on that and not talk about private crimes like rape and private murder, which he keeps talking about endlessly here, that we're not supposed to talk about because they're private crimes and the state is far worse. Therefore, we shouldn't be talking about it because, what was that? The fallacy of relative privation is not a fallacy.
The question of lying is interesting because telling the truth is generally considered to be universally preferable, but not
Okay, so remember I was talking about lying. He's going to get back into it again.
enforceable through violence. It is generally considered more of a strict requirement than being on time, but less strict than stealing. What does the UPB framework have to say about this?
I'm going to show the tape.
Naturally,
so
any moral
see.
theory proposing lying is good immediately self-detonates, since if the man proposing it is lying, which is good, then lying is bad, because he's told the truth that lying is bad. For instance, Bob, lying is always good. Doug, are you lying? Bob, yes. Doug, so lying must be bad, since you are lying about it being good. Or, Bob, lying is always good. Doug, are you lying? Bob, no. Doug, thus lying is not always good, since you are telling the truth about lying being good. Lying, however, does not require the
Lying is always good. Are you lying? Yes. So lying must be bad, since you are lying about it being good. Bob, lying is always good. Are you lying? No. Thus lying is not always good, since you are telling the truth about lying being good. Lying, however, does not require the initiation of force, and so it does not violate the possibility of avoidability. Since liars can be avoided, they cannot be aggressed against. That's only if you know that they're lying. I don't know if you ever talked to a liar before, but there are awful liars. We've talked about them on this channel before. There are awful liars, but there are liars that are really good, and they will convince you of things. If lying didn't work, it would happen a lot less. Unfortunately, lying does work pretty well, right? So there are people who will lie to you, and you don't know that they're lying. It's not like they tell you like up front, like, "Hey, are you lying?" Yeah, I'm lying. Wait, are you lying about lying, or are you lying about lying always being good? I don't know. I don't know. What? Huh? You don't know. So it's not always avoidable. Or it's just, he says, and so it does not violate the possibility of avoidability. But it's less than the Nigerian scammer and the thing that he was talking about earlier. You're much more susceptible to liars than you are a Nigerian scammer.
Force, and so does not violate the possibility of avoidability. Since liars can be avoided, they cannot logically be aggressed against. Lying also...
Okay. So if lying is fine, because it's avoidable, but fraud is not okay because it too can be avoided, but there's instances where it can be avoided. Therefore, it is aggression. This is a contradiction that he's trying to hand wave away right now, but we're moving along.
So fits more closely into the category of violence insofar as it is moral to lie in self-defense, just as it is moral to use violence in self-defense. It is hard to think of a situation where one would have to be late in self-defense or be rude. However, if a man bursts into your house and demands to know where your beloved wife is so he can slap her around, it would seem a parody of integrity to refuse to lie to him. Lying in this case would be a form of third-party self-defense, and as morally acceptable as the use of violence in self-defense.
Yeah, see, this is where he differs from Kant. But everything else, pretty much Kantian ethics.
Similarly, if a man obtains $100 from us by lying, we may justly lie to him to get it back. Thus, we may justly lie to a liar, just as we may justly defend ourselves from a punch with a punch. But we would not exactly respect the escalating pettiness of repaying a tardy person by showing up even later. The difference is that being late is not as actively destructive as lying. A tardy person is annoying, but does not fundamentally undermine your capacity to process reality. It's one thing for me to show up an hour late for a 7 a.m. meeting. It's quite another to attempt to convince you that we in fact scheduled the meeting for 8 a.m. when I know that this was not the case. Attacking your confidence in your own mind, sometimes called gaslighting after the old movie, is far more egregious than merely making you wait, since it is the act of using another's trust in you to undermine his trust in himself, which is highly corrupt, since it is using a value to undermine a value, like counterfeiting. This is how UPB validates the illogic of the proposition lying is good, and confirms that the act of lying to someone is worse than being late, but better than assault. More challenging tests of UPB.
He was hand-waving so fast I couldn't even keep my eye on the hand. But anyways, moving along.
We have now tested specific moral theories relative to the framework of UPB, and found that UPB validates our most commonly held moral beliefs, such as prohibitions against rape, murder, and theft. By bringing the criterion
We didn't, by the way. We didn't.
Avoidability into our analysis, we have also helped differentiate between crimes that cannot be avoided and crimes that must be enabled through positive action, such as fraud. Finally, we have divided preferable behavior into 3 major categories: universal, aesthetic, and neutral, and their relevant opposites. Universally prohibited actions include rape, murder, and theft, which force may be used to prevent. Aesthetically preferable actions include politeness, being on time, and so on, which cannot be enforced through violence. Neutral actions include purely subjective preferences or actions that have no moral content, such as running for a bus. However, there remain many challenging moral tests that fall outside the examples we have dealt with above. We will only deal with a few of those here to have a look at the framework of UPB and see how it deals with these more challenging moral questions. Self-defense. The concept of self-defense should not be taken for granted. If we assume that there is no such thing as self-defense, or that self-defense is never a valid action, then the framework of UPB undoes that assumption very quickly. If there is no such thing as self-defense, then we are not talking about the initiation or the retaliation of the use of force, but rather just the use of force in any context. In other words, if we get rid of the concept of self-defense, the only question that we need to ask ourselves is it universally preferable to use force or not? If it were universally preferable to use force, then no human being should ever advance a moral argument, but should rather use force to achieve his ends. However, just as in the rape, theft, and murder examples cited above, the claim that it is universally preferable to use force immediately invalidates itself. To be able to use force upon another person requires that that person submit to force. In other words, in order for one person to be moral, the other person must be immoral, which cannot stand. Also, if the other person submits to force, it is not force. Thus, he must resist, which requires that he resist virtue in order to enable virtue, which is self-contradictory.
Right.
In addition, if it is always preferable to use force, then crimes such as rape and murder become irrelevant, because if it is always preferable to use force, then lovemaking becomes immoral and rape becomes moral, but only for the rapist, while submission to violence rather than violence itself becomes moral for his victim, which is a contradiction. If, on the other hand, we say that violence is bad, then we open up the possibility of self-defense. If it is a UPB compliant statement to say that violence is evil.
Whoa. No, the correct one would be pacifism. If we say that violence is bad, then we open up the possibility of self-defense. No, if we say that violence is bad, then we should submit to force at all costs. That would be the inverse statement of that. The inverse statement of everybody should commit fraud and theft and coercion and rape and murder and all that stuff against each other. Then the opposite of that would be we should never initiate force ever. Or not just not initiate force. We should never use force, period. Even when force is being used against us. That would be the polar opposite of that. Not self-defense.
Then we know that, since that which is evil can be prevented through the use of violence, the use of violence to oppose violence is morally valid.
That's wrong. You should either avoid it or succumb to it. If you're going to say that force is bad, because now he's changing it, because he was talking about... Here, let me show you. So he was talking about, in addition to, it's always preferable to use force. And then he was like, if we say that violence is bad, whoa. Hold on. This is a sleight of hand. Like, he's using the same word and trying to use the same definition at once, but it is kind of a way to sleight of hand so that you don't notice what's going on here. The opposite of saying that force is always good and you should always initiate force and you should always engage in some sort of violent action. The opposite of that, the exact opposite of that is pacifism, period.
Thus, since we know...
Which is also wrong.
...that violence is evil, we know that we may use force to oppose it. If we define an action as evil, but also prevent anyone from acting against it, then we are no longer moral philosophers, but merely judgmental anthropologists. This would be akin to a medical theory that said that illness is bad, but that it is evil to attempt to prevent or cure it, which would make no sense whatsoever. Also, if human beings cannot validly...
This is akin to the theory that says that illness is bad, but it is evil to attempt to prevent or cure it. No, because as we've also talked about, you've talked about rather, that illnesses, at least the ones you were talking about, cancer, HIV, viruses, bacteria, carcinogens, cancerous tumor cells, etc. You did say that, I'm sorry, you did say that cancer, he did say that cancer initiates force. So cancer is a more moral agent. But bacteria and viruses aren't moral agents. So are we now including bacteria into this mix?
act to prevent harm to themselves, then actions such as inoculations, wearing gloves in the cold, putting on sunscreen or insect repellent, building a wall to prevent a landslide, brushing one's teeth, wearing shoes, and so on, are all immoral actions. If we return to Bob and Doug, and we give them the moral argument.
So he's stretching it here. So self-defense. If I'm coming up to you and I'm saying like, hey, I want to murder you, or I make it pretty clear that my intention is to kill you and you're going to die today. You know that. You take preventive actions to stop me from doing that. That's one thing, right? But that's a completely different thing than saying like, I'm not going to walk down an alleyway. I'm not going to walk down that dark alleyway. That looks sketchy as fuck. I'm not going to go down that way. That's a completely different action than preventing someone who's right there about ready to commit force against you versus not putting yourself at risk of a dangerous situation. These are not the same thing.
that self-defense is always wrong, what results? Well, we create another paradox. Self-defense is the use of violence to prevent violence. If self-defense is always wrong,
So is self-defense the use of violence or not? Or is it putting on sunscreen or insect repellent? Like why?
then it cannot be violently, quote, inflicted upon an attacker.
This is so scatterbrained.
However, preferences that cannot be inflicted upon others fall into the APA, or morally neutral category. To place the violence of self-defense into these categories is to say that violence cannot be inflicted on others. But the very nature of violence is that it is inflicted on others, and thus this approach results in a surfeit of contradictions. Self-defense cannot be, quote, evil, since evil by definition can be prevented through force. However, self-defense is a response to the initiation of force, and thus cannot be prevented through force, any more than you can stop the motion of a soccer ball by kicking it violently. Self-defense also cannot be required behavior, since required behavior, don't rape, can be enforced through violence, which would mean that anyone failing to violently defend himself could be legitimately aggressed against. However, someone failing to defend himself is already being aggressed against, and so we end up in a circular situation where everyone can legitimately act violently against a person who is not defending himself, which is not only illogical, but morally abhorrent. If Bob attacks Doug, but it is completely wrong for Doug to use violence to defend himself, then violence ends up being placed into two moral categories. The initiation of force is morally good, but self-defense is morally evil, which cannot stand, according to UPB. However, you might argue, does not the proposition that self-defense is good also make violence both good and bad at the same time? The violence that is used to attack is bad, but the violence that is used for self-defense is good. This is an interesting objection. However, if the initiation of force is evil, then it can be prohibited by using force, since that is one of the very definitions of evil that we worked out above. Thus, it is impossible for any logical moral theory to reject the moral validity of self-defense. Child raising.
Okay,
Instinctively,
we are going to pause this for a moment because I'm getting another phone call from Nature. Child raising. And we shall be back in less than a minute. Less than 1 minute. I'll be right back. And we're back. And chat, I don't know why, but chat gets cleared out. I should probably add a chat box in the other window. But either way, moving along.
Child raising. Instinctively, we generally understand that there is something quite wrong with parents who do not feed their babies. To conceive a child, carry a child to term, give birth to the child, and then leave it lying in its crib to starve to death severely offends our sensibilities. Of course, our offense is in no way a moral argument, but it is an excellent starting place to test a moral theory. Before, when we were talking about UPB, we noted that where there are exceptions in UPB, there must be objective differences in biology. Or, to put it more accurately...
And again, we also need to point out if there's exceptions to universal moral rules, that it's not a universal moral rule, by definition.
Where there are objective differences in biology, there may be rational exceptions or differences in UPB. A child of 5 has a biologically immature brain and nervous system, and thus cannot rationally process the long-term consequences of his actions. It is the immature brain that is the key here, insofar as if an adult male is retarded to the point where his brain is the equivalent to that of a 5-year-old, he would also have a reduced responsibility for his actions. Thus, when we point to situations of reduced responsibility, we are not taking away a responsibility that exists, but rather recognizing a situation where responsibility does not exist, at least to some degree. If I say that a man in a wheelchair cannot take the escalator, I am not taking away his right to take the escalator, but merely pointing out that he cannot, in fact, use it. When I say that UPB does not apply to the actions of a 5-year-old, I am not saying that UPB is subjective, any more than a height requirement for a roller coaster somehow makes the concept of tall subjective. If I voluntarily enter into a contract with you wherein I promise to pay your bills for a year, I have not signed myself into slavery, but I certainly have taken on a positive obligation that I am now responsible for. If I run a nursing home and I take in patients who are unable to feed themselves, then if I do not feed those patients, I am responsible for their resulting deaths.
Okay, so the reason why you're responsible for the deaths of taking in patients from a nursing home is because you're contractually obligated to do so. That is a service that you're providing. You're saying, hey, you're probably because you're taking money from at a nursing home, guaranteed you're taking from Social Security. But even in a libertarian order, you would have to be taking money from someone in order to do this thing. So you're either taking money from their families, or maybe it's part of your insurance plan, or whatever. The community has raised money for you. They are paying you for a service, saying like, we're going to give you X amount of dollars to take care of Susie, who's now 80 years old and has dementia, and she can't feed herself. So we're paying you to do that. And if you don't do that, then you would be committing fraud. It's not because there's some moral obligation to, because, hey, I opened up a nursing home and just old people started flowing in my place. I guess I better take care of them. That's not the moral question here. Moving along.
No one is forcing me to take in these patients, but once I have expressed a desire and a willingness to take care of them, then I am responsible for their continued well-being.
Because you're contractually obligated to do so.
In the same way, if I borrow your lawnmower, I am obligated to bring it back in more or less the same state that it was when I borrowed it. Similarly, if I go to a pet store and buy a dog, I have taken on a voluntary obligation to take care of that dog. This does not mean that I am now the dog's slave until the day it dies, but it does mean that as long as the dog is in my possession, I have a responsibility to try to keep it healthy.
That is not true. You can use it for meat. People do it. There's cultures that eat animals, eat dogs. Eat pet animals, rather. No, you're not obligated to take care of a dog. We find it morally objectionable to abuse animals. And I'm definitely in that camp. But if I see people that are abusing animals, it sickens me. However, to say that you have a moral obligation to take care of the dog, says who? Intuitions aren't enough. If you're going to build this grand unified theory, why all of a sudden do I have to take care of animals? What you just were talking about are not moral actors. I could use them for my food, but now this particular animal I have to take care of. Why are they applicable to UPB now, or aren't they?
These kinds of implicit contracts are quite common in life. We do not sign a contract with a restaurateur when we go to eat a meal in his restaurant. It is simply understood that we will pay before we leave. I have never signed a contract when I walk into a store promising not to shoplift, but they have the right to prosecute me if I do.
When you go into a restaurant, you're doing something called a verbal contract. It's a verbal contract, and this is talked about in libertarian, legal circles. Is that if you walk into a restaurant and you tell them, "I would like you to give me the grilled cheese sandwich." Grilled cheese sandwich on the thing says it's $7, and it comes with fries, and beverages is going to cost more, refills or whatever. And you say like, "Yes, I want this, I want this, I want this." You're creating a verbal contract with the restaurateur. It is a contract. It's not something that they're like, "Oh well, it's a thing." No. It's a verbal contract. Have you been outside before? Serious question. Have you been outside before?
I also have never signed a contract promising not to rape a woman if we go out on a date. Yet such a contract certainly exists according to UPB. If I run a nursing
But UPB doesn't exist.
home and disabled people rely on me to feed them, if I prove unable to feed them for some reason, then my responsibility is clearly to find somebody else who will feed them. The grave danger is not that I don't feed them, but rather that everyone else thinks that I am feeding them, and so do not provide them food. This accords with an old moral argument about diving into a river to save someone from drowning. I am not obligated to dive into a river to save someone from drowning, but the moment that I do, or state my intention openly, then I am responsible for trying to save that person, for the very practical reason that everyone else thinks that I'm going to save that person, and so may not take direct action themselves.
No. It's why Good Samaritan laws are a thing. It's why Good Samaritan laws would also exist in Ancapistan, because otherwise anybody that killed over in the street would not do CPR. Why? Because you're going to crack every fucking rib in their chest, more or less. More likely than not, you're going to crack every rib in their chest. So no one would want to do that. And it would also be a violation of UPB to conduct CPR on someone who don't have some sort of identifier on their body that says, either do not resuscitate or, please give me CPR. Either tattooed on them or a wristband or something. It would violate UPB to give them CPR. No, if you're going to rescue someone and in the process they get harmed, you are legally in the clear, both in Ancapistan and in real worldistan.
Thus, it is assumed that parents will feed and take care of their newborn baby. If said parents decide against such caregiving, then they are obligated to give the child up to other people who will care for it, or face the charge of murder, just as the manager of a home for the disabled must either feed those who utterly depend on him, or give them up to someone who will.
Now, if universal rules apply across all people at all times, no exceptions, which is what something needs to be universally preferable, that it would be wrong to say, if your rules are saying you can't force another man to doing something against their will because they're self-owners, you can't force someone to feed their kids. If you're going to say that it's a universal thing, and then go, well, there's exceptions and gray areas, and no, then it's not universal. We can just wrap this up, but we're going to try to
decide that
because I
no longer want to take care of my dog. I must find him another home, not simply let him starve to death. This all relies on the principle of third-party self-defense.
Why not let a dog starve to death? They're not moral agents, according to you.
Which is fully supported by the framework of UPB, since the right of self-defense is universal. If I see a man in a wheelchair being attacked by a woman, I have the right to defend him, and this is all the more true if he lacks the capacity to defend himself. Since children cannot feed themselves, earn a living, or live independently, they are the moral equivalent of kidnap victims, or the wife we talked about before, whose husband locked her in the basement.
Wait, what? Molydude, are you a kidnapper? You have a daughter. Ooh. So wait, is kidnapping okay now? Or kidnapping is okay for certain types of people? I guess the different types of people that Molydude is okay is if their name is Bob and Doug. But anybody else, then they're qualified to be like, okay, well, is your IQ over this percent? Are you mentally ill? Are you mentally disabled? Do you have some sort of mental affliction, like Alzheimer's? Okay. Then you're no longer moral action. Well, why not? Because if they're not moral actors, they're not following UPB. They're going to die on their own unless I take care of them, and there's no moral obligations for me to take care of them. Why can't I let them die?
Children also lack the capacity for effective self-defense, due to their small stature and near-complete dependence upon their parents. Thus, since it is certainly the case that we have the right to act in self-defense for someone else, and that right becomes even stronger if that person cannot act in his own self-defense, it is perfectly valid to use force against parents who do not feed their children, just as it is perfectly valid to use force against the husband who is starving his wife to death by locking her in the basement.
Wrong.
As we also mentioned...
Actually, if you have kids, I should have the right to defend those kids from your entrapment. They should be set free to do what they will.
About the less able a victim is to avoid the situation, the worse the crime is. Even the wife who ends up locked in the basement has at least some ownership in the matter because she chose to marry this evil lunatic to begin with. Once she is locked in the basement, the situation is unavoidable, yet there were doubtless many clues hinting at her husband's abusive nature from the day she first met him. Children, however, are the ultimate victims, because they never had any chance to avoid the situations they find themselves in. Thus, we can logically establish the responsibility of parents towards their children by using the UPB framework. Since every person is responsible for the effects of his or her body, and children are an effect of the body, then parents are responsible for their children. Since everyone has the right to self-defense for themselves and for others, since it is a universal right, then anyone can act to defend children. Since everyone must fulfill voluntary obligations, and having children is a voluntary obligation, parents must fulfill those obligations related to children. Since, through an action causing the death of someone completely dependent upon you is the equivalent of murder, parents are liable for such a crime. We could, of course, put forward the proposition that parents do not have to take care of their children, but that is far too specific a principle to be a moral premise. It would be the same as saying parents can murder, which is not UPB compliant, and so would require a biological differentiation to support an exception. And becoming a parent does not utterly overturn and reverse one's biological nature.
No. The exception is that you're saying that people are their own moral agents. Human beings are moral agents. unless they meet certain criteria, then they're no longer moral agents. But dogs are also moral agents, and so is cancer, because they can initiate force. What is even happening here? Like, how is this universal at all? How is this universal at all to say that, okay, so you are your cell phone owner, right? And it's wrong for anybody to aggress against you for any reason. And by the definition of universality, which you went over to say that it's wrong to initiate force under all circumstances, in all places, and no matter who the actors are, how could you say that in the next breath, well, letting your children starve to death, that needs to be stopped, and people need to aggress against you to force you to do things that you were not willing to do? Why? If it's universal, then why are we forcing people to do things against their will? If it's wrong to stop people from doing things to forcing people to do things against their will, why are we now saying that it's okay to force people to do things against their will? This is not universal. These are not apotypically true statements. These do not follow. In no way, shape, or form is this a universal ethical system. In any way, shape, or form. So many quote-unquote gray areas and so many exceptions to the rule that he keeps throwing up here, then why even call it universal? Why not just say, here are some here's my set of moral rules. There's something that I made up. This is how I think the world would get along best, and there's plenty of evidence to show that if people follow this moral code, everything will be a whole lot better. That would be fine. But he's not saying that. He's saying that this is a universal thing that applies to all people across not just all nations, but all worlds. All worlds. At all times. Ever. Except if you're an animal that's not a dog, if you're a non-moral actor, or a dog in cancer rather, if you're a child, then that doesn't apply to you. Or if you're mentally ill, that also doesn't apply to you. Or if you're an older person who can't take care, or a handicapped person that can't take care of themselves, then you're not a moral actor anymore. But you should protect these things, but not protect cows because we want to eat cows. Which, by the way, I'm a meat eater. I mean, my girth should more than explain that to you. But this is not a universal system in any way, shape, or form. And it's bizarre that he was writing this down and going, yeah, this is a universal moral system. It should apply across the board no matter what. But
Parents who starve a child to death are clearly guilty of murder.
no, they're
Children
not.
are born...
No, they're not. No, they're not. I mean, ethically, we just make this very clear for people in the nosebleeds. If you have kids and you don't feed them, you're an awful, terrible person. And I do think that is an exception where I do think that some liberties should be given up in order for people to either have their kids taken from them or be forced to, do certain actions against their will in order to make sure that children are safe. He agrees with me. However, I'm not saying that my moral system is universal. I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying that it's objective.
Into this world in a state of involuntary imprisonment within the family. This does not mean that the family is evil or corrupt. It is simply a statement of biological fact. Children are, by the parents' choice, enslaved to the parents. This form of biological incarceration puts negligent parents in the same moral position as a kidnapper who allows his captive to starve to death, or a nurse who lets her utterly dependent patients die of thirst. Don't eat fish. What would be the status of the moral proposition, it is evil to eat fish? Clearly, this proposition seems to satisfy at least some of the requirements of UPB. It appears universal, independent of time and place, and relatively objective. Yet it seems hard for us to reasonably call this a truly moral theory. Why? First of all, evil encompasses actions that can be prevented through the use of force. Rape is evil, and so I can use force to defend myself against someone attempting to rape me. Can I justly shoot someone who eats a piece of fish? It would seem silly to argue that I can, but why? There are some objective limits to the universality of this doctrine. For instance, some people may have no access to fish. They may live in a desert, say, while others live by a lake teeming with fish and find it hard or impossible to survive without eating them. However, that can't be quite enough, since we have already accepted the fact that the inability of a eunuch to rape does not invalidate the moral proposition, it is evil to rape.
Breakfast. in order for you to fight autism, you have to use even more autism. That's
No,
what I'm
the
doing.
red herring in the moral proposition, it is evil to eat fish, is the word fish. A scientist cannot validly say that his theory of gravity only applies to pink
Go on.
rocks.
Was that a pun? Did I just miss out on a pun? No, the red herring in the moral proposition, it is evil to eat fish, is the word fish. Yeah, it's just over 6 hours, and we got a good 5 hours and 45 minutes left in the book. Maybe the fish is not kosher.
Since his theory involves gravity, it must apply to all entities that have mass. Similarly, in the example above, UPB accepts only the act of eating and rejects what is being eaten, since what is being eaten is not an action, but rather what is being acted upon. In the same way, an ethicist cannot validly put forward the moral proposition, it is evil to rape the elderly.
Right.
Rape is the behavior. Whether the victim is elderly or not is irrelevant to the moral proposition.
Whoa. Why not? Why not? We just established that they're not moral actors. If they're not moral actors, why not rape them? And they're not going to fight you, right? Some of them won't fight you. And if they don't fight you, then it's consent. This is the dumbest shit that I've ever read in philosophy in my entire life. And I've read Marx.
Since as long as the victim is human, the requirement for universality remains constant. Thou shalt not steal is a valid moral proposition according to UPB. Thou shalt not steal turnips is not, for the simple reason that theft is related to the concept of property, and turnips, as a subset of property, cannot be rationally delineated from all other forms of property and assigned their own moral rule.
Yeah. So breakfast. So this is what you probably missed if you just showed up. We found out that these universal rules against aggressing against people with force, right, apply universally. And we know what the term universal means. But there are exceptions and there are gray areas. Like, you know, it's okay to kill a fish and eat a fish. However, it is wrong to take a dog and let it starve to death, and possibly even wrong to cut it up and eat it for food. That we don't really have to argue for animals' rights or anything. Because they're not moral actors, since they don't really initiate force against anyone unless they're cancer cells. Cancer cells do initiate force. But even though there are humans who are not moral actors, and that we have to force people to take care of these people, like children, the elderly, the mentally ill, etc. Even though they're not, we have to take actions in order to save them, and we should force other people to save them. But even though they're not moral actors, and we can do with them as we will, we shouldn't rape them because reasons. Yeah.
The moral proposition, eating fish is evil, thus fails the test of universality because it is too specific to be generalized. It is like saying, my theory of gravity applies only to pink rocks. If it is a theory of gravity, then it must apply to everything. If it only applies to pink rocks, then it is not a theory of gravity.
Well, if your theory only applies to people who are, who are people, and we're not going to make exceptions, well, this pink rock, I mean, young child or young this demented elderly person, then what do we have? Not a universal system, and we need to go back to the drawing board. We should wrap this
UPB
up.
also rejects as invalid any theory that results in
But I'm a
opposing moral
trooper.
judgments for identical actions. Assault cannot be moral one day and immoral the next. Thus we know that eating cannot be moral one day and immoral the next. Either eating is moral, immoral, or morally neutral. If eating is immoral, then a whole host of logical problems arise, which I'm sure we are all quite familiar with by now. If, on the other hand, eating is moral, then it cannot be moral to eat a cabbage and immoral to eat a fish, since that is a violation of universality. Insofar as the same action, eating, is judged both good and bad.
So can we eat the poor?
It is in this way that we understand that the proposition eating fish is evil fails a test of UPB and is not valid as a moral theory. Animal rights. We do not have the time here to go into full discussion of the question of animal rights, but we can at least deal with the moral
because that would be fucking inconvenient for some of the shit that you said earlier. Moving
proposition.
along.
It is evil to kill fish. If it is evil to kill fish, then UPB says that anyone or anything that kills the fish is evil. This
What
would
about
include not
dogs?
just fishermen, but sharks as well, since if
What about
killing
dogs?
fish is evil, we have expanded our definition of ethical actors to include non-human life. It is clear that sharks do not have the capacity to refrain from killing fish, since they are basically eating machines with fins. Thus, we end up with the logical problem of inevitable evil. If it is evil to kill fish, but sharks cannot avoid killing fish, then sharks are inevitably evil. However, as we have discussed above, where there is no choice, where avoidability is impossible, there can be no morality. Thus, the proposition, it is evil to kill fish, attempts to define a universal morality that includes non-moral situations, which cannot.
But you went on for a while talking about how animals don't follow UPB because they're not the most successful animals. Therefore, we don't, or the most successful creature. Therefore, we don't have to apply our morality to them because they're not universally preferable agents. Therefore, they're not moral agents. So therefore, we can kill them unless they're the elderly and children and cancer cells. Or no, we can do cancer cells. That's the one thing we can do because they initiate force.
Stand logically. Also, the word fish remains problematic in the formulation, since it is too specific to be universal. The proper UPB reformulation is, it is evil for people to kill living organisms. If, however, it is evil to kill, we again face the problem of inevitable evil. No human being can exist without killing other organisms such as viruses, plants, or perhaps animals. Thus, human life is defined as evil. But if human life is defined as evil, then it cannot be evil, since avoidance becomes impossible. What if we say, it is evil to kill people? Would that make a man-eating shark evil? No. Once again, since sharks have no capacity to avoid killing people, they cannot be held responsible for such actions, any more than a landslide can be taken to court if it kills a man.
This is unbelievable. I can't understand why no one would publish this book and he has to self-publish it. I can't understand it. Even people who are like, oh, you have books? Huh, maybe we should. I have a publishing company. Maybe I should look into this. And he didn't publish it. I wonder why he didn't publish this book. I can't imagine why.
UPB allows for exceptions based on universal
Yeah, we just did that.
and objective material or biological differences, just as other sciences do. The scientific theory that gases expand when heated applies, of course, only to gases. I cannot invalidate the theory by proving that it does not apply to, say, plastic. In the same way, morality only applies to rational consciousness, due to the requirement for avoidability. If I attempt to apply a moral theory to a snail, a tree, a rock, or the concept numbers, I am attempting to equate rational consciousness with...
What about a dog? What about a dog? You just went on about how, like, we have to, like, go on a murderous rampaging spree to stop people from killing dogs. How are dogs rational, moral actors?
with entities that may be neither rational nor conscious, which is a logical contradiction. I may as well say that the opposite angle theorem in geometry is invalid because it does not apply to a circle or a cloud.
By the way, he did say, I don't remember what David Gordon said about rape, but what he did say that if you don't resist rape, right, for whatever reason, if you don't resist the rape, then you're consenting to it. So, but like, if you have like someone built like The Rock, you know, gonna rape someone who is built like, I don't know, who's this very small, tiny woman, Kinsey Reeves, right? If she doesn't resist because, hey, this guy will probably fuck me up even harder if I try to resist, I'm just going to let it happen and just hope he gets off quickly so that I can get away alive. That's consent, according to Molydude.
The OAT only applies to intersecting lines. Attempting to apply to other situations is the conceptual equivalent of attempting to paint air. In other words, misapplication is not disproof. There are many other gray areas that we could work on, from abortion to intellectual property rights to restitution and so on, but I think that it is far more important to take UPB out of the realm of abstraction and begin applying it to the real-world problems we face today. Part 3. Practice. The value of universally preferable behavior. A new theory is of precious little value if it only points out the obvious. If physics only provided an accurate description of how we catch a ball, then physics would not be a very worthwhile pursuit, because we already can catch a ball. Discovering that the world is round only aids in long-distance navigation across the sea. It does nothing to help us get downtown. Quantum mechanics only becomes useful when other methodologies cannot provide the necessary accuracy. It does not help in building a car. In the same way, the UPB framework and the moral rules that it validates or rejects should ideally provide us with some startling insights about the world that we live in and our relations to each other.
But by the way, there are like philosophers who spend endless discussions endless discussions about free will versus determinism. Where does that get you? Fucking nowhere. Like neither of these ideas like contribute anything to any other field. Yet we spend all sorts of time talking about whether or not if the universe does function solely on these four fundamental forces of nature, or whether humans do have acting free will, right? Does that affect legal theory? No, because at the end of the day, it still applies. If we live in a deterministic universe or we live in a free will universe, it still doesn't matter. It's still living in the same society. We're still living in a world where, hey, maybe we should have anarcho-capitalism. Hey, maybe we should have communism. Hey, maybe we should have, this liberal market that we have today, right? Mixed economies. Or maybe we should have democratic socialism. Or maybe we should have, fucking Trump be God Emperor of the universe. None of that matters because this doesn't apply. There are physicists who spend all their time talking about something called string theory, which has no practical purpose whatsoever on anything. But it's still a big topic in academia. So no. All of this stuff, people do still find value in this stuff.
If all that UPB did was to prove that rape and murder and theft are morally wrong, it would not add much value, since almost no one believes that those things are morally right to begin with.
Almost.
Thus, let us begin applying this framework to the
almost no one. So it's not universally preferable, right?
world that we live in, and see what value comes out of it. The Null Zone Revisited.
Oh, here we go.
At the beginning of this book, I put forward a way of looking at how we process truth, analogizing it to physics. From the little truths of catching a baseball, we arrive at the great truths of physics, and the great truths cannot contradict the little truths. The same is true of morality. From the little truths of I should not murder, we can get to the great truths.
Hold on, no, it's not. No, it's not. As we talked about, there's differences in ethics that we have to accept. Hume talked about this. It's part of the is-ought gap that we keep talking about over and over again that you still haven't fulfilled at all. And you keep jumping between this version, these two versions of UPB. It's either UPB is moral. Moral equals if you want X, you should A. If you want to build a ham sandwich, if you want a ham sandwich, you ought to get bread. You ought to get ham. You ought to get condiments. And you ought to put it in this particular fashion in order for you to get this. But that does not apply in ethics, because you can juxtapose any moral theory whatsoever, and you can pick and choose whatever facts you want in order to get that thing. That's why the is-ought gap needs to be bridged, because otherwise you can justify any ethical system from a series of is statements. Moving along.
Such as the initiation of the use of force is morally wrong. In the realm of physics, a central barrier to the logical extrapolation of truths from personal experience to universal theory has been religion. For instance, no man has ever directly experienced a perfect circle. Such an entity exists in the abstract and in matter.
Nephi, I know this is extremely autistic. I know that. We'll play later, okay? Yeah, we'll play Mario together, okay? Sound good? Promise, okay.
Mathematics, but neither can be visualized in the mind nor sensually experienced in the real world. Nowhere in nature, to our knowledge, does a perfect circle exist, either in the little truths of personal experience or the great truths of physics. However, for thousands of years, the science of astronomy was crippled by the quest for this perfect circle. Planetary orbits had to be perfect circles because God would not allow anything as imperfect as an ellipse in his creation. The problem with this approach, well, one problem anyway, was the retrograde motion of Mars. From our planet, Mars at times appears to be moving backwards as the Earth overtakes it around the Sun. The false belief that the Earth was the center of the solar system, combined with a mania for perfect circles, produced the Ptolemaic system of astronomy, which multiplied all of those perfect circles to the point of absurdity in order to take into account elliptical orbits and the retrograde motion of Mars. Why was this illusion of perfection considered to be a requirement for celestial bodies? Certainly the evidence of the moon with its pitted and cratered surface would seem to support the imperfection of the heavens, but religious fixations bypassed the direct sensual evidence of both immediate and interplanetary imperfections. Galileo's discoveries of moon mountains, sunspots, and Jupiter's moons were all attacked as heretical. We can also turn this analysis to the question of the existence of God as well. We have no direct, empirical, or rational evidence for the existence of God. The most abstract scientific measurements provide no evidence for the existence of God either. Yet, in between the truth of our own experience, which is that there is no God, and the most abstract scientific measurements and theories, which also confirm that there is no God, a sort of null zone is willed into existence, which completely inverts any rational standards of truth.
As a Satanist, I feel, even as a Satanist, I feel compelled to defend theists here, because theists don't. Oh God, you have to understand that humans only exist in a very small spectrum, right? We only perceive things in a small spectrum. We can only conceptualize things up to 3 dimensions. We can only see a very small visible spectrum of light. We have to use instruments to see other forms of frequencies, and even still, we're just seeing a reflection of that in a way that we can visualize it in our visible spectrum. There are certain things we can't hear. We have a certain audio range that's only audible to humans. Anything above that or below that, we can't hear. There are different types of things in this universe that we can possibly perceive that humans don't have the physical ability to perceive. There are other dimensions of this universe that humans cannot imagine what a tesseract actually looks like. The only thing that we can conceive is the 3-dimensional reflection of that thing. And then you're supposed to say, like, well, we can't perceive it in our particular universe, therefore it doesn't exist. No. Chances are it doesn't exist. Most likely it doesn't exist. But for the possibility for such a thing to exist outside of the spectrum of our universe. And not only that, but we also live in time, which God allegedly lives outside of time. I too think that it's unreasonable to believe that such a thing exists based on no evidence. However, to say that it doesn't exist because we have no evidence for it does not follow. It's irrational. Absence of evidence does not mean, evidence of absence. There are certain things that we can say that doesn't exist based on certain factors. She is begging for attention. Sorry, kitty. We have to do this for another few hours. But that's just absurd. It's so stupid. Gnostic atheists, man, they're annoying as shit.
Beliefs may be true, false,
there is no God. Nice spooks, nerd.
or anti-truth. It is a true belief that the Sahara Desert is in North Africa. It is a false belief that the Sahara is in Scotland. It is an anti-true belief that the Sahara is whatever I want it to be and exists wherever I want it to exist. The first belief is true, the second is false. The third is a bigoted assertion that detonates the very concept of proof. We can say, 1. Proposition X is true because it is rational. 2. Proposition Y is false because it is irrational. 3. Proposition Z is true because I want it to be true. The third assertion is a complete self-contradiction. Truth is independent of desire, since desire is by definition a subjective preference, and truth is by definition the conformity of ideas to the objective standards of logic and empirical reality. Saying that something is true because you want it to be true is to equate subjectivity with objectivity, which is a self-contradictory statement. Bigoted assertions, or faith, by definition cannot be tested, since they are not belief in the absence of evidence, but belief in defiance of reason and or evidence. We can believe unproven things that turn out to be true. Someone doubtless thought that the world was round before it was proven. But the null zone is the realm wherein we cling to a belief in things that could not possibly turn out to be true. If I say that 2 plus 2 equals 5, I am making a mistake that can be corrected with reference to logic. If I say that I believe that a square circle exists, then I am making an explicitly self-contradictory statement, which disproves itself. If I go further, however, and emphatically claim that foo plus turi equals desti, and refuse to define any of my terms, I am making a statement to which logic and evidence cannot be applied. Next up, the alternate universe. In general.
To be honest, I completely tuned out of that whole entire thing. Let me see what you were saying. Who wants to bet he's got the whole scientific theory wrong about this? Probably proves resistance. Oh, anti-true. I'm sure that logicians would be surprised to hear that Molly's new vocabulary for philosophy. Yeah, he constantly confuses like logic and reasoning over and over again. He constantly conflates or equivocates his own philosophy, UPB, and responsible,
and anti-logical
Over and
beliefs
over and over
is
and
to
over and over
create
and over again.
an alternate realm or alternate universe wherein their self-contradictory statements can somehow be true. If I say a square circle exists, I am asserting that which is clearly impossible within this universe. Thus, if I wish to retain my belief, I must invent some other universe or realm outside this universe where a square circle can exist. If I make up a realm where self-contradiction equals truth, I can then claim that those who say that a square circle does not exist are themselves bigoted and prejudicial because they are eliminating possibilities that could be true. This inevitably ends up with comparisons to those who said that Einsteinian physics was impossible, that the world could not be round, and so on. Uncertainty in content, i.e. theory, is somehow supposed to be equated with uncertainty in methodology, i.e. reason and evidence. The fact that a mathematical theorem can be disproved does not disprove the principles of mathematics, but rather confirms them. With regards to this null zone, only two possibilities really exist. Either this null zone exists completely independently of our universe and will never be measurable, detectable, or discoverable in any way, shape, or form, or, at some point, we shall be able to detect and interact with this magical land where self-contradiction equals truth. If at some point it turns out that we are able to interact with this null zone, then we shall have direct, sensual, or rational evidence of its existence. In other words, it must protrude into our universe in some manner. However, the moment that it becomes detectable in our universe, it must have rational and empirical existence, like everything else we can detect. Thus, those otherworldly protrusions into our universe cannot create the capacity for our universe to support the existence of a square circle. We can thus be certain that if we are ever able to detect this other universe, the evidence we gather will in no way support the existence of self-contradictory statements. Square circles, gods, and other self-contradictory concepts cannot hide there, any more than they can hide in the wet dreams of leprechauns. On the other hand, if it turns out that we are never able to detect this other universe, and it remains a completely theoretical entity with no evidence or rationality to support it, then it is simply a conceptual bag in which it is convenient to place things that are obviously not true. Existence versus non-existence.
Okay. So I can easily summarize this. If you're going to say that something is universally true, and then you can be like, well, we can for instance, I remember there was a debate regarding true will and determinism. There was a debate between Daniel the Sexiest, was it Daniel Rothschild, I think his real name is, and Stefan Kinsella, where they were talking about free will versus determinism. And he brought up Rand's objection to determinism. And Stefan had said, like, yes, which was basically like, for you to argue against free will, you're trying to change my mind or whatever. And he's like, well, first of all, this doesn't violate anything that we're talking about here, because I'm still providing signals out there that, if according to the fundamental laws of natures of the universe, that you can still accept and change your mind about. That's not the issue that we're talking about here. But even if it's still that's the case, we can imagine a universe where a completely deterministic universe is happening, and that people are making arguments in terms of, whether or not the free will exists. If you can imagine such a scenario, and even vice versa, if you can imagine such a scenario, then we can't say that that's proof in any way, shape, or form that it is true here in this universe. So if you're going to say that, okay, well, if it applies in some universe, if we can imagine scenarios in some other planet or whatever, that's not, that's that's in this particular way, and we can imagine scenarios where this is not true, then you can't say with certainty that these things are universally true, because it can happen within this universe. And of course, he's trying to point to an external universe or an alternate realm, but he's trying to argue against people who say, like, well, what about this alien planet, where people were basically these logical creatures are a colony somewhat like, I don't know, an ant colony or something like that. But anyways, moving along.
Define non-existence as that which does not possess mass or energy or display the effects of mass or energy, such as detectable relationships like...
I think so. I think he actually does believe there's... I'm going to turn that off. I can't believe I didn't turn that off before. Surprised you didn't get triggered by anything else. I usually have that thing off. Yeah, so apparently he does. He thinks there's a theoretical universe that exists that squared circles exist in.
Like gravity. God does not possess mass or energy, or display the effects of mass or energy, God, in fact, is not detectable or verifiable in any way, shape, or form, either through the senses or through rationality. Thus, if I say God exists, what I am really saying is that which exists must be detectable. God cannot be detectable, but God exists. Therefore, that which does not exist, exists. In other words, by saying God exists, I have created an insurmountable contradiction. I have defined existence as non-existence, which makes about as much sense as defining life as inanimate matter, or a rock as the opposite of a rock, or a square as a circle.
Okay, hold on. I think I think I'm being rated by SO's faggy friends again. Let me see. Let's check something real quick.
As a circle.
Sorry. If this is okay, so that's fine. What about this other one? I love when this happens. He always complains anytime Marx is come after him, but he's perfectly fine organizing raids in his server, or at least allowing it. Let's see. Yep. So yeah, the True Deal Tom video. He's currently having raided right now. Oh well. Moving along.
Similarly, if I create some alternate universe where non-existence equals existence, and contradiction equals consistency, and truth equals falsehood, and irrationality equals rationality, then what I have really done is create a realm called error, put everything in it which is not true, and defined this realm as a place where error equals truth. Now let's not even get started on the logical nightmare of the truth value contained in the statement error equals truth. Of course, people do not create this alternate universe in order to invalidate truth within our own universe, but rather to rescue that which is erroneous in reality and call it true. For instance, no one who argues God may exist in another universe, so you cannot claim that God does not exist, ever argues I may not exist in that other universe, so you cannot claim that I exist here. They also tend not to respond well to the argument that in another universe you may be agreeing with me that God does not exist, so that makes you an atheist. This argument tends also not to work very well with math teachers. I have never seen a student successfully argue that an incorrect answer may be correct in another universe, and so it is unjust to mark it as wrong.
However, what they won't say is that it's a universal truth that applies to all universes everywhere, and it's free from exceptions. There's no possible way. What they will say is it's true in this universe. But you are trying to say that it exists in this universe, I guess. Okay, here we are.
If valid statements about reality can be endlessly opposed because some imaginary realm called error equals truth invalidates them, then what is really being said is no positive statements about truth can be valid. However, we are wise enough as philosophers by now to know that this very statement is self-contradictory, since it is a positive statement considered to be true that says that no positive statements can be true. If nothing can be true or false, even that statement, then no statements whatsoever can be made about anything. Using words, using English, using comprehensible sentences all make no sense whatsoever, since in this alternate universe, such structured utterances may be...
No, stop. We're just talking about you making claims that apply to the universe in every possible facet, that there's no possible way for exceptions. We're only talking about those sorts of things. If you're going to say, like, hey, this is math how we understand it, it follows from first principles, we use these laws of arithmetics in order to calculate things, and this is how we come to conclusions, and we have some real world examples of it. Great, fine. But mathematicians aren't saying like, oh yeah, this this applies universally in every possible facet of the universe, and then some. No, only you are. Only you are. Go on.
Complete nonsense. If things which can be true in this alternate...
The language that we're using only applies to Earth. If you go outside of Earth, there could be a language that sounds just like English, but just sounds like gobbledygook. In fact, what was that? What does English sound like to non-English speakers? I wonder if I can get that. Oh yeah, here. This is probably what they sound like to us.
Nice. Can't believe that Maury album, John. Did you stop by the Love Live call?
Yeah, I come by the next one. I played that Privatium by the wrong front line today.
Oh, the Raising Man with the National Marine? Don't mean you agreed that, Trajan.
So I mean,
universe have an
whatever.
effect on statements we make in this universe, then clearly the reverse is also true. Which means that no statements can ever be made about anything, since their exact opposite can be equally true.
God, he's yelling now. It's kind
The
of
true reality of the statement, error equals truth, is the tautological insanity of null equals null. The alternate universe in human society. The reason that we have been spending so much time dealing with this alternate universe theory is that it has direct relevance to human society, and is used to, quote, justify the greatest evils which are committed among us. In our own personal experience, we know that murder is wrong. In working through the proposition that murder is morally wrong in the above examples, I strongly doubt that anyone was shocked to have their moral instincts confirmed through the strict abstract reasoning of UPB. In this section, however, it is officially permissible for you to begin to be truly shocked. The greatest leaps forward in scientific understanding are the so-called unifying theories. Einstein spent decades trying to work out a unified field theory, and theories of physics which unite strong and weak forces, electromagnetism, gravity, and so on, remain elusive. UPB, as a framework, however, not only justifies our moral instincts at the personal, philosophical, and universal levels, but also has profound and shocking implications for human society. UPB in action. The UPB framework validates moral propositions by demanding that they be internally consistent and universal in terms of time, place, and individuals.
Unless it applies to certain gray areas and exceptions, and certain things have, certain things are moral agents like cancer and dogs, but other animals are not. And the elderly and children, those are exceptions where you can forcibly get people to do things against their will and violate their property rights. But it's universal. It's completely universal, and it applies in all places, and it doesn't matter what your name is.
If we accept UPB, then we must also accept the following corollary. Moral propositions are independent of costume. What this means is that a man cannot change his moral nature along with his clothing. The act of changing one's costume does not alter one's fundamental nature. Thus, opposing moral rules cannot be valid based on the clothes one is wearing. Soldiers, of course, wear costumes that are different from the average citizen. The average citizen is forbidden to murder. Soldiers, however, are not only allowed to murder, but are morally praised for murdering. Let's take another example. Theft is morally wrong, as we have seen above. It is morally wrong for all people in all situations, at all times, and under all circumstances. Since theft is the forcible removal of somebody else's property without consent, then taxation is always, universally, and forever, a moral evil. Taxation is, by definition, the forcible removal of somebody's property without their consent, since taxation relies on the initiation of the use of force to strip a man of his property. What we call the government is merely another example of this null zone, wherein up is down, black is white, truth is falsehood, and evil is good. Society progresses exactly to the degree that reason and evidence make the great leap from the personal to the universal and destroy any irrational null zones in the way.
He's progressively getting louder and louder.
Progresses exactly to the degree that it rejects the irrationality of God and subjective, quote, absolutes. Medicine progresses exactly to the degree that it rejects the efficacy of prayer and empty ritual and instead relies on reason and evidence.
First of all, medicine, quote unquote, the medical industry does not reject the things of efficient, like a prayer and empty rituals. In fact, often doctors and hospitals and nurses will invite chaplains and various forms of religious organizations to come in and offer prayer to them, because they know that there are psychological effects, kind of placebo effects, that happen when people are in a better positive outlook on their future of health than if they're not. Oftentimes, doctors will recommend people take homeopathic medicines, knowing full well that they don't work, because they think that perhaps maybe that it may be psychosomatic. And if they could get them to take something that's completely harmless, like a placebo, then it'll make them feel better. Or maybe they think that a placebo effect might actually work. Placebo effects are a fucking thing, and it's used in the medical profession in all forms and sizes. This is a thing that happens, and I know because I work in medicine, and I see chaplains at my job. So the idea that medicine just rejects like the efficacy of prayer is demonstrably false. By the way, prayer doesn't work, but anyway.
Philosophy also,
It's not the way it's
and
promised.
human society in general, will advance exactly to the degree that it rejects the irrational square circle morality of statist and religious ethical theories. Government. Saying that the government operates under opposite moral rules from the rest of society is exactly the same as saying leprechauns are immune to gravity. First of all, leprechauns do not exist. And one of the ways in which we know that they do not exist is that it is claimed that they are immune to gravity. Everything that has mass is subject to gravity. That which is immune to gravity by definition does not have mass and therefore does not exist. The statement, leprechauns are immune to gravity, is a tautology which only confirms the non-existence of leprechauns. It is the semantic equivalent of that which does not exist does not exist. A is A, Aristotle's first law of logic, does precious little to confirm the existence of that which is defined as non-existence.
Go play. You're
The
distracting
same
me
way,
right now.
when we say that it is morally good for soldiers to murder and government representatives to steal, we know that soldiers and government representatives
Still getting
as
louder.
moral categories are completely invalid.
However, if those people are children, or if they're the elderly, or they're mentally ill, or they're retarded, then we can put them in a special category where now people have to be forced in order to do particular things. So those classifications for people change, and we can make exceptions for those things, and we can, and all that stuff. But these particular exceptions don't apply. Why? Because your reasoning for that would, would say that, oh, no, then it's okay to let your kids starve to death. Oh, no, it's okay for hospitals to allow people who need medical care in any capacity, be it the elderly or the sick or whatever, now no longer have a moral obligation to do so. Pick one and then stick with that. If you could do that, that would be great, because then it would be universal.
If I say that a square circle has the right to steal, I am merely saying that that which cannot exist has the right to do that which is self-contradictory.
I'm at a loss for words. What the fuck did he just say? I can't even find it. If I say that a squared circle has the right to steal, I am merely saying that that which cannot exist has the right to do what is self-contradictory. A purely nonsensical statement, but one that which remains strangely compelling in the null zone of politics. Hold on a second. All right. Sorry about that. Where are we at? Okay, here we go.
A purely nonsensical statement, but one which remains strangely compelling in the null zone of politics. If I buy a soldier's costume at a second-hand store and put it on, clearly I have not created an alternative universe wherein opposite moral rules can be valid. The moment before I put the costume on, it was wrong for me to murder. When does it become right for me to murder? When I put on the trousers? What if I have the trousers on but not the vest? Ooh.
How about this? When exactly does a child become an adult? Oh no, there's gray areas that happen, right? We can't say with the magically on the 18th birthday that they're magically an adult. We just use that number because it's a good round number and it applies to most people, and blah 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 blah. Oh wait. When do these people become better moral actors? Huh? Where they put on the thing? Is that the moment they do it? You can't tell me that answer. So therefore, the answer doesn't exist. The continuation fallacy somehow applies here. Great. Good to know.
What if I have only one boot on? What about if both boots are on, but only one is laced? What if my hat is on backwards? What if I have put on a uniform that is not recognized by the first person I come across? Did the Beatles suddenly possess the right to murder when they shot the cover for Sgt. Pepper's? Did they lose that right when they took off their jackets? I ask these rhetorical questions because they are, in fact, deadly serious. Clearly, a military costume does not change the nature of a human being, any more than a haircut turns him into a duck, a concept, or a god. Ah, you may say, but the costume is invalid because you got it at a second-hand store. Putting on the uniform of the soldier no more makes you a soldier than photocopying a doctorate gives you a PhD. This analogy is incorrect because having a PhD or photocopying a doctorate does not change any of the moral rules that you are subjected to as a human being. Well, you may reply, but the difference is that the soldier possesses moral rights that are provided to him by the average citizen for the sake of collective self-defense and so on.
Why not? Why not? I mean, I don't agree, but I mean, why not? I mean, you're okay with forcing people to do things to take care of their kids. Why? Because they meet this new category of people that somehow magically gain rights on a magic day. Why not? It wouldn't be inconsistent. I mean, everything else is inconsistent, but I mean, at least you would say like, well, yeah, these things don't apply here and these things don't apply here and these things don't apply here. Why not also include soldiers? Why not? Why not?
This raises a very interesting point, which is the question of whether opinions can change reality. Opinions and reality. Clearly we understand that I cannot, through my opinion, release you from the restraints of gravity, any more than my opinion that 2 + 2 is 5 makes it true. Opinions are those beliefs which have no clear evidence in reality, or for which no clear evidence can be provided, or which are expressions of merely personal preferences. My personal opinion is that I prefer chocolate ice cream to vanilla. I may also have an opinion that Iceland is a tropical paradise, or that God exists, or that rain falls upwards. Personal opinions clearly have nothing to do with morality. Opinions that claim to accurately describe reality, but which do not, are merely incorrect prejudices. Believing that the rain falls upward does not reverse its course. Wearing a Hawaiian shirt to Iceland does not make Reykjavik any warmer. Thus, believing that murder is morally good does not make murder morally good. Since my beliefs about a human being do not change his moral nature, my belief...
Well, but you're perfectly fine with murdering someone who abuses a dog. Why?
Belief that his murders are virtuous does not change the virtue of his actions. If I close my eyes and imagine that you are a lizard, you do not suddenly lose your ability to regulate your own body temperature. Imagining that you are a fish does not bypass your need for scuba gear. Opinions do not change reality. Because opinions do not change reality, I cannot grant you any exception or reversal with regards to a universal moral rule. Since moral rules are based on universal logic, as well as the physical nature and reality of a human being, I cannot grant you the right to murder any more than I can grant you the ability to levitate, walk on water, or accurately say that 2 and 2 make 5.
But they're not universal, as you've already demonstrated.
Government is voluntarism. The open force involved in the institution of government, the conceptual wrapper that reverses moral rules for a particular group of individuals, is something that is always kept off the table in debates.
You mean like the elderly and children, right?
When talking about government, it is never considered a positive thing to point out the gun in the room. Almost by definition, governments are considered to be chosen by and for the people and to operate with their express or implicit approval. However, this is pure nonsense. If a man holds a knife to a woman's throat while having sex with her, this is, by any definition, an act of rape. He cannot say that the sex is consensual while at the same time threatening her with injury or death if she refuses to have sex with him. If the sex is voluntary, then the knife is completely unnecessary. If the man feels the need for a knife, then clearly the sex is not voluntary. In the same way, people say that taxation is part of the social contract that they have voluntarily agreed to. This is both logically and empirically false. We know that it is empirically false because no social contract exists. Neither you nor I ever signed a document voluntarily consenting to the income tax. We were simply born into a system that takes our money from us at the point of a gun. The gun in the room. Many people will argue at this point that taxation is not enforced at the point of a gun, but rather that people pay it voluntarily. For instance, I have never had a gun pointed in my face by a tax collector or a policeman, but I have paid taxes for decades. This may be true, but it is completely irrelevant. If I tell a woman that I will kill her children if she does not have sex with me and she submits herself to me, we clearly understand that an immoral action has taken place, even though I have used no weapon in my violation. Clearly, if the woman submits to me, it is because she fears that I will carry out my threat. If I told her that my pet leprechaun will kill her children if she does not have sex with me, she would very likely be disturbed, but would not fear my threat in any significant way, since it is impossible for my pet leprechaun to kill her children.
We're going to
Or
speed this
if
up
I
a
died
bit.
and my will stated that I would kill this woman's children if she did not have sex with me, clearly she would feel relieved rather than afraid, since I cannot conceivably act out my threat from beyond the grave. Thus, we pay taxes, because we know that if we do not, the likelihood of being aggressed against by representatives of the state is very high. If I do not pay my taxes, I will get a letter, then another letter, then a phone call, then a summons to court. And if I do not appear in court, or do not pay my back taxes and accumulated fines and interest, policemen will come with guns to take me to jail. If I resist those policemen, they will shoot me down. To say that force equals voluntarism is completely illogical and self-contradictory. To say that the initiation of the use of force is completely equal to the non-initiation of the use of force is to say that up is down, black is white, and truth is falsehood. Without the null zone, these corrupt fictions cannot be sustained. The null zone is the lair of the beast we hunt. As we can see, we know that personally it is wrong to steal. We have very few problems with an abstract and logical ban on theft, such as we have worked out above. Yet still, there exists this null zone or alternate universe where such oppositions can be accepted without any question or concern. According to UPB, it is wrong for me and you to steal. Yet somehow, in this null zone, it is not only allowed, but also perfectly moral for others to steal. We must not steal. They must steal. It is moral madness.
Let's go down, because the next one's going to be about policemen. We already know where that's going to go. We should just skip down to practicality, because he's just going to repeat himself again, and we've already been through all of the objections that are going to be coming in this one. Yes, policemen don't magically change positions because they got a badge. Okay, but somehow they do if they become elderly or they were children at one point when they were children. But magically, when they turned 18, then it becomes a problem for you to not feed them. And you should be aggressed against for not feeding them. All right, so let's see. Practicality. Testing theft. Practicality. Here we are. We're going
Practicality.
to skip a bit.
Once the violence of government is intellectually exposed, and the supposed voluntarism of citizens is revealed as a vicious fraud, the argument always comes back that we need government to supply us with public goods, such as protection, regional defense, roads, etc. I have written dozens of articles exposing the falsehood of this position, so I will not bother to reiterate those arguments here, since they are not essential to a book on morality, but rather would be more appropriate to a book explaining the principles and practicalities of a voluntary society. You can read these articles on my blog at www.freedomain.blogspot.com. You can also visit www.freedomainradio, FREEDOMAINRADIO, freedomainradio.com as well, where you can download hundreds of free podcasts addressing a wide variety of these topics. The argument from practicality in no way solves the problem of violence. If I see you eating cheeseburgers every day, I can tell you that it is impractical for you to do so if you want to maintain a healthy weight. I cannot claim that it is evil for you to eat cheeseburgers for reasons that we have gone into already. I cannot justly compel you through force to increase the, quote, practicality of your actions. Thus, saying that the government is justified in forcing us to become more practical is completely false, which is verified by the UPB framework, even if we assume that government solutions are more, quote, practical, which, in fact, they are not. Also, if government representatives claim that a social contract allows them to force an impractical population to behave more practically, an insurmountable contradiction is created. If I force a woman to marry a man I have chosen for her, then clearly I believe that I have infinitely better judgment about the suitability of a husband for her than she does. In fact, I do not believe that she is open to reason at all or has any clue about her own self-interest, because I am taking no account of her preferences, but I am forcing her to marry a man of my choosing. When I force this woman to get married, I can only justify the use of force, even on immediate pragmatic grounds, by claiming that she is mentally unfit to make her own choices with regards to marriage. If the woman is mentally unfit to make her own choices with regards to marriage, then clearly she is also mentally unfit to delegate a representative to make that choice for her. If she has no idea what constitutes a good or suitable husband, then how can she evaluate me as fit to decide who will be a good or suitable husband for her? If a man of extraordinarily low intelligence does not understand the concept of health, would it be reasonable to expect him to be rational in his choice of a doctor? In order to competently choose a doctor, we must understand the concepts of health, efficacy, costs, professionalism, and so on. In the same way, if I do not allow a woman to have any say in who she marries, then clearly I must believe that she has no understanding of what makes a good husband. But if she has no understanding of what makes a good husband, then she has no capacity to transfer that choice to me, since she will have
He'll probably consider that a threat at breakfast. Just saying.
no way of evaluating my criteria for what makes a good husband. If I cannot decide what color to paint my house, and my solution is to sign a contract with a painter, allowing him to choose the color for me, and in that contract I sign away all my future freedoms to resist his decisions, and give him the right to kidnap and enslave me if I disagree with any of his decisions or refuse to pay for them, then clearly I am not of sound mind. If I give someone...
Jesus Christ. moving along. God,
the
that
power
was so
to
stupid.
compel me for the rest of my life, then clearly I do not believe that I am competent to make my own decisions. If I do not think that I am competent to make my own decisions, then clearly my decision to subject myself to violence for the rest of my life is an incompetent decision. Either I am capable of making competent decisions or I am not.
Right.
If I am capable of making competent decisions, then subjecting myself to force for the rest of my life is invalid. If I am not capable of making competent decisions, then my decision to subject myself to force for the rest of my life is also invalid. Even if the above considerations are somehow bypassed, however, it is still impossible to justify a social contract through a government. Clearly, I cannot sign a contract on your behalf or on my children's behalf, which will be binding upon you or them for the rest of time. I cannot buy a car, send you the bill, and justly demand that you pay it. If I claim the power to impose unilateral contracts on you, UPB also grants you this power, and so you will just return the contract to me in my name. In the same way, even if I choose to pay my taxes voluntarily, I cannot justly impose that choice upon you, since a voluntary contract is merely a personal preference, and so cannot be universally enforced through violence. The necessity of the state? This whole question becomes even more ludicrous when we look at the most common moral justification for the power of democratic governments, which is based upon the will of the majority. First of all, will is an aspect of the individual, while majority is a conceptual tag for a group. The majority can no more have a will than a chorus line can give birth. If you doubt this, just try building a tree house with the concept forest rather than with any individual pieces of wood. Two additional objections constantly recur whenever the question of the necessity of government arises. The first is that a free society is only possible if people are perfectly good or rational. In other words, that citizens need a centralized government because there are evil people in the world. The first and most obvious problem with this position is that if evil people exist in society, they will also exist within the government, and be far more dangerous thereby. Citizens can protect themselves against evil individuals, but stand no chance against an aggressive government armed to the teeth with police and military might. Thus, the argument that we need the government because evil people exist is false. If evil people exist, the government must be dismantled, since evil people will be drawn to use its power for their own ends. And unlike private thugs, evil people in government have the police and military to inflict their whims on a helpless and relatively disarmed population. Thus, the argument is again to the idea that counterfeiters are very dangerous, so we should provide an exclusive monopoly over counterfeiting to a small group of individuals. Where on earth do people think that counterfeiters will go first? See Federal Reserve. Logically, there are four possibilities as to the mixture of good and evil people in the world. 1. All men are moral. 2. All men are immoral. 3. The majority of men are immoral and a minority moral. 4. The majority of men are moral and a minority immoral. A perfect balance of good and evil is practically impossible.
So all men are moral, all men are immoral, the majority of men are immoral, and a minority are moral, or the majority of men are moral and a minority are immoral. Okay. Let's go on.
In the first case, all men are moral, the government is obviously not needed since evil cannot exist. In the second case, all men are moral, the government cannot be permitted to exist for one simple reason. The government, it is generally argued, must exist because there are evil people in the world who desire to inflict harm, and who can only be restrained through fear of government retribution, police, prisons, et al. A corollary of this argument is that the less retribution these people fear, the more evil they will do.
Okay, so that's not the only argument for the state, is that some people are evil, therefore we need that. That's one argument for it, but it's not the only one. This just refutes that particular dumb argument that people bring up. However, we can imagine a world where all actors are moral. However, there are people who are less fortunate than others, and they think that the best way to solve that thing is to pay taxes to a coercive state. But everyone will pay that because they're moral and they want to do the right thing, and pay to help provide for those who don't. That is something that exists. Again, we're talking about universality. It has to be applied across all universes and all scenarios. In no circumstances could there be any exceptions whatsoever, except when he lays out some exceptions. But here is not saying there's exceptions. So, anyways, moving along.
However, the government itself is not subject to any force or retribution.
It's only non-whites.
Even in Western democracies, how many policemen?
That's probably what he thinks.
Thus, if evil people wish to do harm, but are only restrained by force, then society can never permit a government to exist, because evil people will work feverishly to grab control of that government in order to do evil and avoid retribution. In a society of pure evil, then, the only hope for stability would be a state of nature, where a general arming and fear of retribution would blunt the evil intents of disparate groups. As is the case between nuclear-armed nations, a balance of power breeds peace. The third possibility is that most people are evil and only a few are good. If that is the case, then the government also cannot be permitted to exist, since the majority of those in control of the government will be evil, and will rule despotically over the good minority. Democracy, in particular, cannot be permitted, since the minority of good people would be subjected to the democratic control of the evil majority. Evil people who wish to do harm without fear of retribution would inevitably control the government and use its power to do evil free of the fear of consequences. Good people do not act morally because they fear retribution, but because they love virtue and peace of mind, and thus, unlike evil people, they have little to gain by controlling the government. In this scenario, then, the government will inevitably be controlled by a majority of evil people who will rule over all to the detriment of all moral people. The fourth option is that most people are good and only a few are evil. This possibility is subject to the same problems outlined above, notably that evil people will always want to gain control over the government in order to shield themselves from just retaliation for their crimes. This option only changes the appearance of democracy. Because the majority of people are good, evil power seekers must lie to them in order to gain power, and then, after achieving public office, will immediately break faith and pursue their own corrupt agendas, enforcing their wills through the police and the military. This is the current situation in democracies, of course. Thus, the government remains the greatest prize to the most evil men, who will quickly gain control over its awesome power, to the detriment of all good souls. And so the government cannot be permitted to exist in this scenario either. It is clear, then, that there is no situation under which a government can logically or morally be allowed to exist. The only possible justification for the existence of a government would be if the majority of men are evil, but all the power of the government is always controlled by a minority of good men. See Plato's Republic. This situation, while interesting theoretically, breaks down logically because A. The evil majority would quickly outvote the minority or overpower them through a coup. B. There is no way to ensure that only good people would always run the government. And C. There is absolutely no example of this having ever occurred in any of the brutal annals of state history. The logical error always made in defense of the government is to imagine that any collective moral judgment being applied to any group of people is not also being applied to the group which rules over them. If 50% of people are evil, then at least 50% of the people ruling over them are also evil, and probably more, since evil people are always drawn to power. Thus, the existence of evil can never justify the existence of a government. If there is no evil, governments are unnecessary. If evil exists, then governments are far too dangerous to be allowed to exist. Why is this error so prevalent? There are a number of reasons which can only be touched on here. The first is that the government introduces itself to children in the form of public school teachers who are considered moral authorities. Thus are morality and authority first associated with the government, an association that is then reinforced through years of grinding repetition. The second is that the government never teaches children about the root of its power, violence, but instead pretends that it is just another social institution like a business or a church or a charity, but more moral. The third is that the prevalence of religion and propaganda has always blinded men to the evils of the government, which is why rulers have always been so interested in furthering the interests of churches and state, quote, education. In the religious worldview, absolute power is synonymous with perfect virtue in the form of a deity. In the real political world of men, however, increasing power always means increasing evil. With religion also, all that happens must be for the good, thus fighting encroaching political power is fighting the will of the deity. There are many more reasons, of course, but these are among the deepest.
We're less than an hour.
Discussion of the role that parents play in inculcating the...
By the way, we're less than an hour, but we're also playing at 1.75 speed.
Fantasy, that power equals virtue.
So,
please see my book, On Truth, The Tyranny of Illusion, available at freedomainradio.com. At the beginning of this section, I mentioned that people generally make two errors when confronted with the idea of dissolving government. The first is the belief that governments are necessary because evil people exist. The second is the belief that, in the absence of governments, any social institutions that arise will inevitably take the place of governments. Thus, dispute resolution organizations, DROs, insurance companies and private security forces are all considered potential cancers that will swell and overwhelm the body politic.
Oh, I'm not quitting now. I mean, I have a video that's currently being rated on my channel, so I just I did an easy fix. And if you go to that video, you can see what the easy fix was.
This view arises from the same error outlined above. If all social institutions are constantly trying to grow in power and enforce their wills on others, then by that very argument, a centralized government cannot be allowed to exist. If it is an iron law that groups always try to gain power over other groups and individuals, then that power lust will not end if one of them wins, but will continue to spread across society virtually unopposed until slavery is the norm.
Yeah, if just look at the pinned comment, that pretty much fixed that raid real quick. So go ahead and give that video a dislike if you got a moment. We're just treading on old things here. We're getting
the
through
only
this.
way that social institutions can grow into violent monopolies is to offload the costs of enforcement onto their victims. Governments grow endlessly because they can pay tax collectors with a portion of the taxes they collect. The slaves are thus forced to pay for the costs of their enslavement. In a voluntary society, there would be no taxation, and thus any group wishing to gain monopolistic power would have to fund its army itself, which would never be economically feasible or profitable. For more details, please see my article, War, Profit, and the State at www.freedomain.blogspot.com. It is very hard to understand the logic and intelligence of the argument that...
Imagine linking to your blog spot and your fucking master fucking grand thesis of ethical theories.
In order to protect us from a group that might overpower us...
Guys, I'm a serious academic intellectual. Check out my blog spot.
We should support a group that already has overpowered us. It is similar to the statist argument about private monopolies, that citizens should create a government monopoly because they are afraid of private monopolies. It does not take keen vision to see through such nonsense. What is the evidence for the view that decentralized and competing powers promotes peace? In other words, are there any facts we can draw on to support the idea that a balance of power is the only chance that the individual has for freedom? Organized crime does not provide many good examples, since gangs so regularly corrupt, manipulate, and use the power of the government police to enforce their rule, and so such gangs cannot be said to be operating in a state of nature. Also, criminal gangs profit enormously by supplying legally banned substances or services, and so also flourish largely due to state policies. A more useful example is the fact that no leader has ever declared war on another leader who possesses nuclear weapons.
I have literally no understanding of how modern historical foreign policy works. .jpg. Who's the biggest intellectual? Yeah, he was. Intellectuals United. All right. So what a more useful example is the fact that no leader has ever declared war on another leader who possesses nuclear weapons. There may be this little thing you probably never heard of called the World War II. No, wait, no. Sorry. Maybe it's this little thing you probably have heard of called the Cold War, where it wasn't a declared war. But then again, the United States hasn't declared war since World War II. We've gone after many of countries that possessed various forms of nuclear weapons, arguably the dirty bomb in Afghanistan and stuff. Saddam Hussein allegedly had weapons of mass destruction. At least that's what we said. Whether or not the state knew that it was true was actually pretty conclusive. They knew that he didn't have shit, but that's what he was. That's what they were claiming. And currently, we were always kind of threatening the DPRK, who was as a nuclear power, and one could argue that India and Pakistan, who are both members of the nuclear family, have been on the brink of war for quite some time, and they've been engaged in hostilities. So I'm sorry, this is just not true.
In the past, when leaders felt themselves immune from personal retaliation, they were more willing to kill off their own populations by waging war. Now that they are themselves subject to annihilation, they are only willing to attack countries that cannot fight back. This is an instructive lesson on why such men require disarmed and dependent populations, and a good example of how the fear of reprisal inherent in a balanced system of decentralized and competing powers is the only proven method for securing and maintaining personal liberty. Fleeing from imaginary devils into the protective prisons of governments only ensures the destruction of the very liberties that make life worth living. Governments and religion. The idea that being born creates a contract with a fictional agency, which in practical terms makes you a quasi-slave to specific individuals, is common to both religion and state, and one other far more personal agency, which I talk about in my first book, On Truth, The Tyranny of Illusion. Whenever a priest says, obey God, what he is really saying is, obey me. Since God does not exist, any commandment...
Do you think that maybe, just maybe, that there might be one priest out there, just one priest that goes like, you know what? Maybe this God thing is real. Just maybe this God person is, this God thing actually might be real. Oh my God. Dude, you have to view the world. Is like everybody I don't like is literally Snidely Whiplash fucking twirling their fucking mustache. Like, we got these people that think that God exists. And we're going to get them. We're going to get them good. Like, what the fuck kind of world do you live in?
That the priest claims is coming from God is actually coming from the priest. God is just the fictional entity used to bully you conceptually in order to obtain your very practical subservience in the real world to real individuals in terms of voluntarily handing over money, time, and resources. It is far more efficient for exploiters to have their slaves consider slavery a virtue, since it cuts down enormously on the costs of controlling them. If I can convince you that it is evil to avoid serving me and virtuous to be my slave, then I do not need to hire nearly as many thugs to bully, control, and steal from you. Religious and state mythologies, then, are fictions that vastly reduce the costs of controlling populations. They are the lubricant and fuel for the ghastly machinery of institutionalized violence. Throughout the world, rulers are a very small percentage of the population. How can it be possible for 1 to 2% of people to control everybody else? There is a certain monopoly on armaments, to be sure, but that monopoly is relatively easy to counter, since most governments make a fortune selling weapons throughout the world. The sad reality is that people as a whole are enslaved to fictional entities, such as nations, gods, cultures, and governments. Our personal pride would instinctively rebel against an immediate and enforced slavery to another human being. However, we seem to almost revel in slavery to mythology. Our desire to be good, combined with the thrill of virtue that we get by obeying moral mythologies, has us lining up to willingly hand our resources over to those who claim to represent these mythologies. One central reason that we know that governments and gods are unnecessary is that they are so effective. We know that most people desperately want to be good because they are so easily controlled by moral theories. The logic of obedience to mythology is patently foolish. If a priest tells me that I have to obey God, this is exactly the same as him telling me that I must obey an entity called Nog. Even if I accept that this fictional entity is worthy of eternal obedience, this still in no way would compel me to obey the priest. If I tell you to obey your heart, can I then reasonably say, and I alone speak for your heart? Of course not. When we strip away mythology and fiction from our, quote, interactions with our rulers, what emerges is a grim, stark, and murderously exploitive reality. Let's take, as an example, a very real and present danger, taxation.
So, it is possible for someone to, quote unquote, speak for God, depending on what your religion is. If your religion says, hey, God is only giving us this book, and we need to understand through meditation and prayer to interpret what this says, and for me to get on the pulpit and say, hey, so I was reading this book that God gave me, and the book says that it's wrong to kill people. So don't kill people. I'm just relaying what the book told me to tell you. So the book says don't kill. So don't kill. How is that a problem? Like, he's not saying like, oh, yeah, this God person told me to tell you not to kill. Ooh, you better not do it. He's going to get you. But really, it's just me. I just really wanted you not to be a dick. I just wanted you not to kill. It's not how that works. It's not. Stop it. Don't be stupid.
Taxation. I am told that, by virtue of choosing to live in Canada, I owe the government more than 50% of my income. Stripped of mythology, what does this really translate to? In reality, I will wait until the end of time for the government to come and pick up its money.
I'm going to be right back.
Waiting for the government to drop by is like wanting to date the concept femininity. I may as well try to pay for my dinner with the word money. In reality, when I'm told that I must pay my taxes to the government, what this actually means is that I must write a check to transfer my money into a particular bank account.
Okay, so I just want to catch up real quick. So what is in reality, we are waiting to the end of the government to come pick up money, waiting for the government to come drive by, it's like waiting for a date to drop the concept of femininity? What? Did he really say that? In reality, I will wait until the end of time for the government to come up and pick up its money. Waiting for the government to drop by is like waiting to date the concept of femininity. This is stupid. I may as well try to pay for my dinner with the word money. Well, you know what? To be fair, like when I go to a restaurant and I'm like, "What do you want to drink?" I'm like, "Do you have Coke?" And they're like, "We have Pepsi." Is that okay? I guess that's kind of the same thing.
Which is then accessed by particular individuals. These individuals then have the right to take my money and spend it as they see fit. These particular individuals thus have complete control over my money. At no point whatsoever does any such entity as the government lift a finger, make a move, open a bank account, or spend a penny. Imagining that a concept called the government has the capacity to take or spend your money is exactly the same as waiting for God to come and pick you up and take you to church. Thus,
okay, I see what he's trying to say, but this is... No. Okay, so we can say that the abstracts, like groups of people, right? We can say that the government doesn't really make decisions. There's individual actors who make up this group that we label the government. And the government does specific actions and stuff. Good, bad, whatever your opinion is of them, doesn't matter. That's how it works. But to say that the government doesn't exist, and if taxation is, taxation, we don't really owe them taxation because this group doesn't exist. But I do owe money to T-Mobile because I entered a contract with them and I agreed with them, and that group of people is real and valid, right? Whereas another group by a different name that I don't like, that is just a concept that doesn't exist, like me trying to date femininity.
So the real interaction is that one guy sends me a letter telling me that I owe him money. I have no contract with this guy, and he does not in fact own any of my property, although some other guys wrote a supposed contract which claims that he does.
Okay, hold on. That's all true. But that doesn't mean that the government, quote unquote, doesn't exist. There are a group of people called the government. We call them the government. That's the label that we describe a large group of people, just as I describe T-Mobile as a large group of people.
Pay this
By
guy.
the way,
People
I
send
did pay my
another
bill,
guy
right?
over to my house to collect the money plus interest and charges. Normally, when a guy with a gun comes to my house and demands my money, I have the right to use force to defend myself. In this case, however, because he is in a costume and claims to represent a fictional entity, I am not allowed to use force to defend myself. Now, if I come to your house tonight, dressed as a high elf of Narnia, and demand the money that you owe to the Queen of Sorrows, assuming it is not Halloween, you are allowed to stare at me in amazement and order me off your property. If I do not pay the man who comes to take my money, he is allowed to pull out a gun, point it at my chest, and kidnap me, or shoot me if I resist. He can hold me in a tiny room for year after year, where I will be subjected to the most violent brutality and continual rape until he chooses to let me go. Interestingly, if a man legitimately owes me money, I am not allowed to kidnap him and subject him to torture and rape for year after year. Thus, taxation utterly violates the UPB framework, since it is the violent transfer of property using the initiation of force. Stealing, as we have proven, is evil. Einstein revolutionized physics by claiming and proving that the speed of light was constant. We can revolutionize the world by accepting the claim and the proof that stealing is always evil.
Like, there's one other person that does this sort of thing more than Molydude, and pretty much like most of his posts are like that, and that's Kurt Doolittle, where like at the end, towards the end of his things, like he tries to write these things that are like sound like ultra poetic, but really just comes off like nonsense. And when Molydude does it, it's less often, but more cringy. It's so weird. Okay, so you didn't establish that stealing was evil. We've been over this because it does not comply with universally preferable behavior. You're perfectly okay with stealing from people. You're perfectly okay with harming people. You're perfectly okay with, forcing people to do things against their will, if those particular people have a certain criteria that they're in care of, right? Children, whatever, elderly, mentally ill. You're perfectly okay with taking their money and spending it for them to do the things that you want to do, which is to feed children, even though children somehow both magically apply and don't apply to universal preferable behaviors, and thus therefore both rational actors and not rational actors. Even still, like we're going to classify these people as children. Therefore, it's okay to violate these universally preferable behavior, these universal moral rules. It's perfectly okay to violate against these particular people. So the universal thing, which applies to all people at all times, in all spaces, in all conceivable possible conceptions, except for these exceptions and these gray areas. But this particular type of taxation, like particular type of theft is wrong. And the reason why this particular type of theft is wrong is because stealing outright is always wrong. Violating people's ethics is always wrong. Where did my paint go? Did I close my paint thingies? I think I closed my paint thingies on. No. No, we got them. They're over here. Okay. All right. We got them. Ladies and gentlemen, We got him. So here we are. So UPB is now a UPBB, which is you should do things because it's moral regardless of anything else. Regardless of anything else. But if we're talking about children, then we're in UPB-A land. If we're talking about the government, then we're in UPB-B land, where that's true. You have to remember what definitions of UPB he's using at all times because he doesn't make it clear and he doesn't do something like, I don't know, make another term for it. But why do that? Because if you do that, then it undermines UPB in general and you have to throw the whole thing out. So why do that when you could just conflate two different definitions of UPB and call it a day? Because I hate the government, but it's okay if we do governmental things against people who gross me out, like not feeding their kids or abusing animals, certain types of animals, right? You can kill a cow and eat it, but God forbid that you be mean to your dog, then I'll come and kill you. But cancer is a moral agent that can initiate force against people, but it's okay to kill them.
Government,
all right.
religion, and UPB. When we take the UPB framework and apply it to moral propositions regarding government and religion, some very interesting results occur.
Yeah, Molydude does leave out the smiley
justify
faces.
government power is the government has the right to take your money. This, however, is an utterly imprecise and false statement. The government does not have the right to take your money since the government is merely a concept, an abstract description for a self-defined group of people.
Yeah, but you know who else has the right to take your money? T-Mobile. And they're just an abstraction of people. It's just an abstraction to describe a group of people who you made a contract with. Right? Sure, you didn't write a contract with the government, but that's not your opposition. That wasn't your opposition. Your opposition to the government was they're just a group of people. They don't really exist because it's just an abstraction. But yeah, T-Mobile, you have to pay because you're contractually obligated to pay them. It's like you're switching the reasons why you oppose the government. It's like, well, I oppose the government because they're not real, but corporations aren't real. Yeah, but I have a contract with them. It's like, whoa. Wait a minute. What if we have a contract with the state? Wouldn't that be okay? Like when you become 18, like you have to sign a contract saying, hey, now that you're an adult, now that you're finally a moral, rational actor, according to UPB, in order to live here, you have to sign this contract saying that you're a part of our community. If not, you got to hit the fucking road. Oh, no, that's not okay, because they're still calling it a government.
UPB requires a more consistent and objective statement. Since moral rules must be the same for everyone in all places and at all times, we must rephrase the rule in this way. Human beings can morally take money from other human beings if they make up a conceptual agency that justifies their actions. If we return to Bob and Doug in our little room of moral experimentation, we can very quickly see that this becomes an impossible proposition. If Bob says to Doug...
Okay, let's look at that sentence and really think about what it's saying, because it's poorly worded. Human beings can morally take money from other human beings if they make up a conceptual agency that justifies their actions. So, there's a group of people. They're called T-Mobile. And T-Mobile says, hey, we're going to take your money. And the reasons why we're going to justify our actions is because we're giving you cell phone service and you agree to that and you sign a contract. That's just them justifying their actions for taking my money. Like, you have to word things correctly. So, how this would better be put would be: human beings can morally take money from other human beings if they make up a conceptual agency that justifies their actions based on justifies their non-consensual actions. Then you could say, okay, that's a silly statement. But this also applies to every corporation. This applies to every business out there, whether or not they're corporated
I now
or
represent
not.
the ideal concept FUBAR, which fully justifies me taking your lighter from you. Since you now owe me your lighter, you must hand it over, or I will be compelled to take it from you by force. What will Doug's reaction be? Remember, according to UPB, whatever is valid for Bob must also be valid for Doug. Inevitably,
Unless Bob or Doug is a child, the elderly, or a dog, or cancer.
Doug will reply, oh yeah? Well, I now represent the ideal concept anti-FUBAR, which fully justifies me retaining possession of my lighter. Since you now have no right to take my lighter, if you try to take it, I will be compelled to defend myself by force. As you can see, if Bob has the right to make up imaginary obligations and impose them on Doug, then Doug has the right to make up imaginary obligations and impose them on Bob. Clearly, we immediately end up...
Imaginary obligations like feeding your kids. Right. And it's kind of funny that he says that child rearing is kidnapping. But that doesn't qualify anyone. I can't defend the kids like, oh my God, I can't believe you're being kidnapped by your parents. How dare they not buy you that new Nintendo game? Like, I'm going to come in and intervene in that. Like, that's not okay. What if the kid is actually kidnapped by someone else? Like, if, let's say that I have kids, which I'm never going to have, but I have a kid, and then one day the kid goes missing, and I get this letter saying, hey, I stole your kid from you. Even though you were being a good parent, and you even bought him all the cool new Nintendo games, and you were the coolest dad ever, like, I'm taking your kid. Like, well, so long as you're feeding him and not neglecting them, I can't take them back, because that would violate universally preferable behavior, because it's okay to kidnap kids so long as you're treating them nice.
In a perfect
Seems
scale,
legit.
it is
Universal.
morally good to impose made-up obligations on other people, but it is impossible to do it if everyone possesses that ability, then morality becomes impossible. The only way that Bob can impose his made-up obligation on Doug is if Doug refuses to impose his made-up obligation on Bob. Thus, we have a situation where what is moral for one person can only be achieved by the other person acting in an anti-moral manner. Virtue can thus only be enabled by vice, which is impossible, and we have opposing moral rules for two human beings in the same circumstances, which UPB instantly rejects as invalid. In other words, every imaginary abstract justification for the use of force can be countered by another imaginary abstract justification for the use of force. If I have an imaginary friend that can justify everything I do, then you can also have an imaginary friend that justifies everything you do. Thus, neither of us can possess the ability to impose our imaginary obligations on others. The same holds true for religion. The statement, "You must obey me because God commands it," must be restated more accurately as, an entity that I have made up commands you to obey me. The principle that UPB requires, then, is, human beings must impose unchosen positive obligations on others and justify those obligations according to imaginary entities. Here we see the same issues as above. Bob tells Doug, "You must give me your lighter because my imaginary friend tells you to." Naturally, Doug replies, "You must not ask me for your lighter because my imaginary friend forbids you to." If Bob's commandments are valid, then Doug's commandments are equally valid, and so cancel each other out.
No.
In the same way.
No, because you've already made so many exceptions and gray rules and stuff like that, so why not have one more? Why not have one more where you could say, like, you know what, it's wrong to steal. It's wrong to steal unless you're a kid, the elderly, and Doug. Doug can steal because I like Doug. Doug is a cool guy, so he could steal. But all you other fuckers, you better fucking step in line. Doug's my boy. What's up? Holla at your boy.
If a man claims that his concept called the government justifies his theft of my property, then I can claim that my concept called the anti-government justifies my retention of my property, and we are both equally valid in our justifications. If this tax collector then claims that his concept called the government only justifies his theft of my property, not my retention of it, then we are no further ahead. He can take my $1,000, but then I can invoke my concept to steal that money back, and his moral theory commands us to spend the rest of eternity handing back and forth the $1,000. UPB and the majority. UPB does not allow for the accumulation of individuals to override or reverse the properties of each individual. 10 lions do not make an elephant, a government, or a god. 10,000 soldiers might make an army, but they cannot reverse gravity or make murder moral. Returning one last time to the room of Bob and Doug, let's introduce Jane. Now that there are 3 people in the room, we can look at the majority rule principle. If Bob, Doug, and Jane take a, quote, vote on whether or not it is moral to rape Jane, we would all recoil at such an unjust and immoral premise. Clearly, even if Jane were outvoted, we would not consider the resulting rape to be transformed into a morally good act. Why not? Well, UPB does not recognize the reality of aggregations, since the majority is a mere conceptual tag. It does not exist in reality any more than gods or governments do. Thus, to claim that the concept of the majority has any sort of moral standing is utterly invalid. It is like saying that the fatherland can impregnate a woman, or that one can sit in the word chair. To say that the majority has rights or attributes which directly contradict the rights or attributes of any individual also contradicts rational principles. Since any...
But you're fine with. You're fine with in certain circumstances. You're completely fine with that in certain circumstances. Why not have another exception where we allow the government? Why not? Fuck it, why not?
Conceptual grouping is only validated by the accurate identification of individual characteristics.
Like, you're perfectly fine in kicking in someone's window if you're hanging from a flagpole. Why not have taxes? Why not? Fuck it. Since we're making all kinds of exceptions, why the fuck not? I mean, we're making exceptions to your universal rules. Why not just have a government? Why not just fuck it? We'll just say that these are moral rules, and the exception is communism, and then we can just have full communism, and we can all dance around in the breadline starving to death. We could do that. Why not? Because we don't care about the outcomes of things. We don't care about the outcomes of things. The only thing we care about are these moral rules that are universal and they apply to everybody at every second of every second of every conceivable possible understanding of the universe. Except for these giant block of exceptions. Those are okay. Why not just make it a little bit bigger? Just fuck it. Full communism. Just full communism. Everybody deserves to starve anyway. Fuck them.
If I say that mammals are warm-blooded living creatures, can I logically include 3 plastic flamingos in the category mammal? Of course not. Thus, if it is evil for human beings to rape, can I logically create a category called the majority and then claim that for these human beings, rape is now morally good? Of course not. Majority rule. Can I create a moral rule that says the majority should be able to do whatever it wants? Of course I can, but it will never be valid or true. Only individuals act. The majority never does. If moral rules can change when a certain number of people get together, then UPB is continually violated. If it is moral for Bob and Doug to rape Jane because they have outvoted her, what happens when Jane's 2 friends show up and vote against Bob and Doug's infernal desires? Well, suddenly Bob and Doug are the ones outvoted and rape becomes evil for them again.
By the way, I don't know if anyone noticed, but he misused the word valid again. No. We're at 1.75 speed. We have to power through this.
In these outvoting scenarios,
This is getting
but
ridiculous.
we have a series of opposing
I'm
rules
losing
saying
brain
that
cells.
A violation of UPB, and thus invalid. Rape cannot be good, then evil, then good again, just because a few hands are raised or lowered.
But to aggress against someone, to cause physical injury to them, is good, and then also bad, and also good, and also bad, depending on depending on whether or not I like what they're doing to kids, the elderly, the mentally ill, or the mentally handicapped. But if I like what they're doing, then that's fine. Then they're fine, and we just leave them alone. But if I disagree with that, cancer, though a moral actor, you could totally kill them. They're fine. Go ahead.
Thus, if you think that majority rule sounds like a reasonable moral proposition and a perfectly valid moral theory,
I made this whole thing. What the fuck is wrong with me?
then I'm afraid you're going to have to go back to the beginning of this book and start again. Additional proofs. There are other additional proofs that we can bring to bear on the question of universally preferable behavior.
Oh God, it's like 1 o'clock in the
The
morning.
free market economy. A free market economy is, without a doubt, the most efficient and wealth-producing method of organizing the production and consumption of goods and resources within society.
True.
Its material success is without equal in human history or across the world.
True.
The framework of UPB anticipates, validates, and explains the reasons for the material successes of a free market economy.
False.
In theory, a free market economy is based on the application.
No, because UPB does not exist. We've already demonstrated that UPB does not exist. UPB cannot be real because you've made plenty of exceptions to your quote-unquote universal rules that can't be changed at all depending on what the person is, unless they're a dog, unless they're a child or mentally ill or mentally handicapped or the elderly. But if you're a person, you should totally not break any of these moral rules, up to and including those people, except when they don't.
Of a universal theory of property rights. By contrast, communism is based on the explicit rejection of a universal theory of property rights. Since we have proven above that universal property rights,
and now this would probably be amended to if they're low IQ, they're quote unquote low IQ demographics.
Is the only valid moral theory. This explains, at the most fundamental level, why communism is such a disaster, while a free market economy is so materially productive. Since human beings do, in fact, have equal rights of property, any social system which rejects this right is doomed to utter failure. Just as any bridge planner who rejects the reality of gravity will never be able to build a bridge that stands. The scientific method. Logic and science are in fact methodologies which exist, along with morality, under the umbrella of UPB. In other words, logic and science are both validated by the framework of UPB. A central question which needs to be answered is, why is the scientific method infinitely superior to other methodologies of knowledge acquisition such as mysticism? UPB answers this question. Since any methodology for knowledge acquisition must be universal, consistent, and independent of time and place, the scientific method meets these requirements, while irrational and subjective mysticism is the exact opposite of these requirements.
But it doesn't, because you've laid out plenty of examples which it doesn't. Right? Like you said, if someone comes up with a theory of gravity that says all rocks fall down, which is actually incorrect, it should be all rocks fall towards the center of gravity. If all rocks fall towards the center of gravity, except for that pink one because it's mentally handicapped, that blue one because it's a child, That red one is psychotic. So fuck him. He floats up too. And of course, that thing over there, we're going to, even though it's not a rock, it's actually a gem. But that's a dog. So we're going to give that moral rights too, even though it doesn't meet any of the other requirements for universally preferable behavior. We're just going to include that one, but it floats. It's a floating diamond called dog. This is fucking brilliant. This is going to revolutionize ethics. Moving along.
Public education. One central principle of free market economics is that quality only really results from voluntarism. Coercion, fundamentally, is inefficient. Violence always results in poor quality. The old-style Soviet bakeries never carried good bread. A man who beats his wife will never have a happy marriage. The initiation of the use of force is always counter to any rational moral theory. It is a specific...
I don't know, man. She says she's in a happy marriage, right? I said right! So we're happy.
...and explicit violation of UPB. Since public schools are funded through the initiation of the use of force, they are a form of forced association, which is a clear violation of the freedom of association validated by UPB. Since force violates the moral requirement of avoidability, and a lack of avoidability always breeds poor quality, UPB would help us easily predict that public schools would provide education of low quality. Furthermore, UPB would also have helped us predict that, as more and more force was used in the realm of public education, as taxes, union compulsions, and so on escalated, the quality of the education provided would get worse and worse. This, of course, was, and is, exactly the case.
Yeah. Public education is terrible and awful. It does not violate UPB because UPB doesn't exist. And we can just say, hey, why not? We have to educate, feed, and clothe our kids. And if you're not doing it, we're going to fucking force you to do it. What's the best way to force you to do it? Make compulsory public schools. Why not? It fits into your framework as you've laid it out. It's not even something that I was just like, why not add an exception? I mean, like, this is a valid exception that you could make. You could make. Moving along. But you're relying on consequentialism. You're saying that, well, public schools suck, so therefore we shouldn't do it. But if it's good, like feeding kids, we know that if you feed a kid good food, then they'll be okay. So it's okay to force parents to feed their kid, but it's not okay to force them to educate their kid at a public school because that wouldn't work out too well. This is absurd.
Parallels. Before the scientific revolution, it was considered inconceivable that the natural world could sustain itself without a conscious and, quote, moral entity at its center. The sun rose trailing the chains of a supernatural chariot. The moon was a cold and lonely brother of the sun. Constellations outlined the tales and graves of the gods, and storms stemmed from the rage of demons. The idea that nature was a self-generating and self-sustaining system was almost unimaginable. The Darwinian revolution, the idea that life was not created, but rather evolved, brought this idea from the material to the biological world. Before science, at the center of every complex system lay a virtuous consciousness, without which the system would fly into chaos.
Hold on. Getting another phone call from you again, nature? Fuck. Leave me alone. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back, and chat is missing again. I'm gonna have to add a little chat thing so that chat still exists in the intermission bar, but that'll be for next time we do a deep dive on an 8-hour or almost 6-hour audiobook. God forbid I ever do this again, but moving along.
Fortunately, this virtuous consciousness was merely an illusion, to put it most charitably. No such gods existed. All that did exist were the pronouncements of priests.
I'm going to start from the very beginning, because why not?
Irrational individuals who had no idea. Parallels.
We're in the home stretch anyway.
Before the scientific revolution, it was considered inconceivable that the natural world could sustain itself without a conscious and, quote, moral entity at its center. The sun rose trailing the chains of a supernatural chariot. The moon was a cold and lonely brother of the sun. constellations outlined the tales and graves of the gods, and storms stemmed from the rage of demons. The idea that nature was a self-generating and self-sustaining system was almost unimaginable. The Darwinian revolution, the idea that life was not created, but rather evolved, brought this idea from the material to the biological world. Before science, at the center of every complex system lay a virtuous consciousness, without which the system would fly into chaos and cease to be. Unfortunately, this virtuous consciousness was merely an illusion, to put it most charitably. No such gods existed. All that did exist were the pronouncements of priests. Thus, what really lay at the center was the bias of irrational individuals who had no idea how mad they really were. We have yet to apply this same illumination to our conceptions of society, but it is now essential that we do so. We consider it essential that at the center of society we place a virtuous entity called the government. In the absence of this entity, we consider it axiomatic that society will fly into chaos and cease to be, just as our ancestors believed that in the absence of gods, the universe itself would fly into chaos and cease to be. However, the government no more exists than God exists.
Whoa! I feel like Tyler Burton, like, no. Don't shoot the gun at the fucking bus. It's going to explode. What is wrong with you? Like, no, the government does exist. I can't point to what is called the government, but I can point to various aspects of the government, like various politicians, various bureaucrats, various agents, various buildings, and various people with guns that want to wave it at you for not paying them. The government exists in the same way that T-Mobile exists. They exist. They exist far more than any God, right? God doesn't exist, which I'm perfectly on board with that. I don't agree with this Gnostic version of atheism, but we'll agree with this. Right? If God tells me he will smite me for doing one particular thing in the Bible and I do it, I'm not going to get hit by a bus or anything like that. Odds are pretty damn good that I'm going to be okay. Unless a freak accident happened, they're just purely coincidental. However, if I don't pay the government that does not exist, somehow people show up at my door, kicking it in and shooting me. How do you do that? You don't even exist.
When we speak of gods, we are really talking about the opinions of priests.
Right. Just because I don't like something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I can say that the government is an abstraction and it doesn't exist in the same way that a pencil exists. That's fine. That's perfectly fine thing to say. But to say that it doesn't exist in the same sense that God doesn't exist is not true. And if you don't believe me, try breaking one of its laws. Try it. And if you get away with it, try again. And keep doing it. Eventually, they're going to come after you.
When we speak of the government, we really mean the violence of a time.
No, pineapple pizza does not exist. You do not utter those words in my halls. Do you understand me? I said, do you understand me?
Tiny minority. The idea of spontaneous order, which is well proven in the realms of physics and biology, remains largely inconceivable to us in the realm of society. However, governments are no more needed for the organization and continuance of society than gods are required for the organization and continuance of the universe.
True.
In fact, just as religions impeded the progress of science, so do governments impede the progress of society.
True.
Just as the illusions of religion caused the deaths of hundreds of millions of people throughout history, so have the illusions of government.
Okay, so I know what he's trying to say. Technically, it's true. But how he's saying it and what he's implying here, because he's talked about it in other places, he's talking about religious wars like the Crusades. Now, I can get into a whole thing about the Crusades and how it worked and everything. And there's some nuances. And yes, people did have this religious conviction that they were going to go over and fight for God. That's all true. But the reason why these wars existed, right? The reason why these wars happened were completely political. They were completely like, hey, they have land that we want. Let's rile our troops up with this fervor of God and nation in order to get them to go and fight our wars. If you got rid of that religious aspect, if for some reason religion just never conceived itself in existence, ever and ever and ever, all these people would do will just change their rhetoric from God told us to do it to something like we need to do this for the benefit of, the Marxist revolution, or we need to do this in order to stop Saddam Hussein, with his weapons of mass destruction. They would find some other fiction in order to attach itself to convince the populace that it's not true. And we see this today. That's what happened in the Iraq War. Instead of feeding us religious lies, they told us lies about weapons of mass destruction. Oh, sorry. Wrong
Just
click.
as the false ethics of religions, quote, justify all manners of abuse, corruption, and violence, so do the false ethics of governments. When we choose to live by fantasy, we inevitably choose destruction in one form or another. When we choose to run society according to religious moral mythologies, we end up with wars, violence, repression, abuse, corruption, and bottomless hypocrisy. When we choose to run society according to statist moral mythologies, the results are no different. We can either choose virtue or compulsion. We cannot have both. Solutions. We can choose to believe that the government is both a necessary and a moral institution. We can choose to believe that without government, society will collapse into, quote, anarchy, and the world will dissolve into a war of all against all. We can choose to believe that without the government, there will be no roads, no education, no healthcare, no old age pensions, no libraries, no protection of property, and so on. Similar superstitions, of course, have retarded the progress of mankind throughout history. The most significant precursor to what UPB reveals about the government is what science revealed about religion. As science began to practically postulate a universe that could run without a god, all manner of hysterics clamored that the end of the world was nigh, that society would collapse into anarchy, and that civilization would dissolve into a war of all against all. Anytime a system that justifies power can be conceived of running without that power, all those who profit from the manipulation of that power cry out that without them all is lost. Priests did this during the onset of the scientific revolution. Without God, life has no meaning. Without God, man has no morality. Without God, our souls cannot be saved. Without God, the world will descend into chaos and evil. None of it turned out to be true, of course.
Oh.
In fact, quite the reverse turned out to be true. The end of religion, as a dominant worldview, paved the way for the separation of church and state.
Okay, so I just want to say that even though we're playing Molly at 1.75 speed, it actually seems remarkably normal, considering how slow and how much effort he's trying to put into the emotion of this thing. It just sounds normal, and all the pregnant pauses just kind of go away. It's kind of great.
The end of the aristocracy, the rise of the free market, the establishment.
It's kind of amazing.
In significant areas of the world. The fall of God was the rise of mankind. In the same way, when we begin to see society, as the early scientists saw the universe, as a self-sustaining system without the need for an imaginary central authority, then we can truly begin to perceive the possibilities of freedom for mankind. The establishment of a central and coercive monopoly in society perpetually retards the progress of knowledge, of wisdom, of virtue, of physical and mental health, just as the establishment of a central and coercive monopoly in the universe perpetually retarded the progress of knowledge, of wisdom, and science. The way to oppose imaginary entities is with relentless truth. The way to oppose God is with reason, evidence, and science. The way to oppose the state, the most dangerous imaginary entity, is with reason, evidence, and science. The future. Whether we like it or not, UPB applies to everything that we do. Human beings have a natural tendency towards consistency, since we are beings with a rational consciousness inhabiting a consistent and rational universe. Thus, whatever premises we accept in our lives tend to compel more and more consistent behavior throughout our lives, and throughout the, quote, life of our culture or nation as well. Thus, a man who believes that bullying is a good way to get what he wants tends to bully more and more over the course of his lifetime. A man who believes
I'm not going to go so far as to say that he's retarded. His ideas are retarded, for sure. At least the ones that he claims is his own. When he talks about other people's ideas, they tend to be anywhere from good to this is you're contradicting yourself, but whatever. I think he has. How did David Gordon say it? What was that quote from David Gordon? Maybe Breakfast is still here. The Molyneux problem. The Mises Institute website runs like shit. Shit now. What did he say exactly? I want. We'll let this go and then I'll read it because we want to get to the other side of the goalpost.
Violence is good, tends to become more and more violent. In other words, UPB demands consistency, even in inconsistency.
Here we go. Because of his facile intelligence, he thinks he has a talent for philosophical argument and need not undertake the hard labor of learning how such arguments are constructed. Unfortunately for him and his book, he is mistaken.
UPB demands uniformity,
Beautiful.
even in immorality. The root moral premises of a culture thus dictate its inevitable future. A culture built on justifications for coercion will always become more coercive. A culture built on rational liberty will always become less coercive. That is why the delineation of a rational framework for ethics is so essential. What we believe is what we become. If we believe lies, we shall become slaves.
Smiley face.
Conclusions. In a relatively short time, we have covered an enormous amount of ground. The
I am not a boomer. Stop calling me a boomer, wink face.
greatest challenge of philosophy is the definition of a universal, objective, and absolute morality that does not rely on God or the state. The moment that we rely on God or the state for the definition of morality, morality no longer remains universal, objective, and absolute. In other words, it is no longer morality. The invention of imaginary entities such as God and the state does nothing to answer our questions about morality. We fully understand that the invention of God did nothing and does nothing to answer questions about the origin of life or the universe. To say, in answer to any question, some incomprehensible being did some inconceivable thing in some unfathomable manner for unknowable purposes, cannot be considered any sort of rational answer. The gravest danger in making up incomprehensible, quote, answers to rational and essential questions is that it provides the illusion of an answer, which in general negates the pursuit of truth.
I want to... Hold on, it's further.
Furthermore, a group inevitably coalesces to defend and profit from this irrational non-answer.
Okay, so... I don't think he realizes the projections that he's doing here. I think this is unintentional projection. The gravest danger of making up incomprehensible quote-unquote answers to rational and essential questions is that it provides the illusion of an answer which in general negates the pursuit of truth. Furthermore, a group inevitably coalesces to defend and profit from its irrational non-answer. Yes, I agree. But for reasons you're going to completely disagree with. Carry on.
In the realm of religion, this is the priestly caste. In the realm of government, this is the political caste.
And in the philosophical realm, you.
When a real and essential question is met with a mystical and violent, quote, answer, human progress turns to regression. The science of meteorology fails to come into being if the priests say that the rain comes because the gods will it.
But by the way, you're perfectly fine with rape so long as the rape victim doesn't physically resist to it. Because then it's not rape, according to you.
The science of medicine fails to develop illness is considered a moral punishment from the gods. The science of physics stalls and regresses if the motion of the stars is considered the clockwork of the deities. When false answers are presented to moral questions, questioning those answers inevitably becomes a moral crime. When illusions are substituted for curiosity, those who profit from those illusions inevitably end up using violence to defend their lies. And forevermore, children are the first victims of these exploitive falsehoods. Children do not have to be bullied into eating candy, playing tag, or understanding that 2 + 2 is 4. The human mind does not require that the truth be inflicted through terror, boredom, insults, and repetition. A child does not have to be, quote, taught that a toy is real by telling him that he is damned to hell for eternity if he does not believe that the toy is real. A child does not have to be bullied into believing that chocolate tastes good by being told that his taste buds are damned by original sin. Saying that morality exists because God tells us that it exists is exactly the same as saying that morality does not exist. If you buy an iPod from me on eBay and I send you an empty box, you will write to me in outrage. If I tell you not to worry, that my invisible friend assures me that there is in fact an iPod in the box, would you be satisfied? Would not my claim that my invisible friend tells me of the iPod's existence be a certain proof that the iPod did not in fact exist? If morality is justified according to the authority of a being that does not exist, then morality, by definition, is not justified. If I write a check that is certified by a bank that does not exist, then clearly my check is, by definition, invalid. The same is true for enforcing morality through the irrational monopoly of the state. If we allow the existence of a government, a minority of people who claim the right to initiate the use of force, a right which is specifically denied to everyone else, then any and all moral, quote, rules enforced by the government are purely subjective, since the government is by definition based on a violation of moral rules. If I say that I need the government to protect my property, but that the government is by definition a group of people who can violate my property rights at will, then I am caught in an insurmountable contradiction. I am saying that my property rights must be defended, and then I create an agency to defend them that can violate them at any time. This is like being so afraid of rape that I hire a bodyguard to protect me from being raped, but in the contract I allow my bodyguard and anyone he chooses to rape me at will. Because morality based on the state and on religion is so irrational and self-contradictory, it requires a social agency with a monopoly on the initiation of force to function. Since everyone is just making up, quote, morals and claiming absolute justification based on imaginary entities, rational negotiation and understanding remain impossible. We do not need a government because people are bad, but rather, because people are irrational, we end up with a government. False moral theories always end up requiring violence to enforce them. Moral theories are not developed in response to violence. False moral theories cause violence. In fact, demand violence. The moral subjectivism and irrationality involved in answering what is truth with God and what is morality with government is so openly revealed by the framework of UPB that it is hard to imagine that this concept is not more widespread. One central reason for this is that truly understanding UPB requires the very highest possible mental functioning.
You're serious?
It's relatively easy to be rational. It is very difficult to think about the implicit premises of rationality and all that they entail. It is relatively easy to debate. It is very difficult to tease out all of the implicit assumptions involved in the very act of debating. It is easy to catch a ball. It is hard to invent the physics that explain motion universally. Thinking about thinking is the hardest mental discipline of all. At the beginning of this book, I talked about a beast that terrified and enslaved mankind. This beast is always located...
Thinking about thinking is the hardest mental discipline at all. Q, if you will. QICP. Fucking magnets, how do they work?
On a mountaintop or in a deep cave. People are afraid of the beast in the world, which is why the beast has never been defeated. The beast has never been defeated because the beast is an illusion. The beast cannot be defeated in the world because the beast is within ourselves.
Smiley face.
The collective fantasy that there exists a null zone where morality magically reverses itself, called the government, is exactly the same as the collective fantasy that there exists a null zone called God, where reality reverses itself.
By the way, also this morality that magically reverses itself when it comes to taking care of kids or taking care of the elderly or taking care of the mentally ill. Those are fine magics. The other magics, I don't like them. I don't like them, therefore they're magic.
If we define morality according to the subjective fantasies of mere mortals, then it will forever remain under the manipulative control of power-hungry tyrants. Since God does not exist, anyone who speaks about morality in relation to God is just making up definitions to serve his own purposes. Since the state does not exist.
No. Since the state, or excuse me. Since God doesn't exist, anyone who speaks about morality in relation to God is just making up definitions to serve his own purpose. Unless they feel like they're doing it for God's purpose. That doesn't exist. But they got it from a book that they didn't write. And they don't. They may personally be like, you know what, I want to rape that bitch. But God told me no, so.
One who speaks about morality in relation to government
UPB
is just
is
making
a
up
spook.
definitions to serve his own purposes. Until we can define an objective and rational morality that is free from the subjective whims of each individual, we will never make the kind of progress that we need to as a species. Morality, like physics, biology, geology, and chemistry, must join the realm of the sciences if we are to flourish, and indeed perhaps to survive at all. However, if we can sustain our courage, it is this discipline alone that can set us, and our children, and all humanity in the future, free from the tyranny of the greatest beast, our own moral illusions. Appendix A, UPB in a nutshell.
We're in the home stretch, guys. We're in the home stretch. Here we are. All right, here we go.
1. Reality is objective and consistent. 2. Logic is the set of objective and consistent rules derived from the consistency of reality. 3. Those theories that conform to logic are called
hold
valid.
on.
4.
I can't click on that and say. So reality is objective and consistent. Objective, yes. Consistent depends on what you mean by consistent. 2. Logic is a set of objective and consistent rules derived from the consistency of reality. No. Okay. So I think actually he's finally using the right word of logic, but that's not technically what logic is defined as. It's close, but no cigar. So, were we on 3 already?
Those theories that are confirmed by empirical testing.
Okay. Sorry. Those theories that can conform to logic are called valid. That is correct. But I think he's going to get confused here in a bit.
Called accurate. 5.
Okay. So, those theories that are confirmed by empirical testing are called accurate. No. It's not the right word, but anyways, go ahead. 5.
Those theories that are both valid and accurate are called true.
Okay.
6. Preferences are required for life, thought, language, and debating. 7.
Preferences are required for life, thought, language, and debating. As we've demonstrated, this is false.
Debating requires that both parties hold truth to be both objective and universally preferable.
That is false. As we demonstrated, there's lots of people who either argue in bad faith, or maybe they're part of a debate club, or maybe they're trolls who don't debate with the assumption that truth is both objective and universally preferable. In fact, some of them do it for fun. Some of them do it to push an ideology, and they are willing to lie and argue for things they know aren't true just to win a political debate. And there's people, not mentioning names, Molydude, who debate for their pure ego. And they argue in bad faith to uphold their ego. Moving along.
8. Thus, the very act of debating contains an acceptance of universally preferable behavior. Or
As 7 and 8 are pretty much the same thing. So moving along.
UPB. 9. Theories regarding UPB must pass the tests of logical consistency and empirical verification.
But UPB does not exist. QED.
10. The subset of UPB that examines enforceable behavior is called morality.
But UPB doesn't exist.
11. As a subset of UPB, no moral theory can be considered true if it is illogical or unsupported by empirical evidence.
Right. And we've shown that there's, even if it is true that there are UPB, you haven't shown what those UPB are because you're willing to make large amounts of exceptions to those rules and include moral actors who aren't moral actors, and then exclude them from certain moral action, certain moral obligations. So, no, it's illogical and unsupported by empirical evidence. I don't know of any scientific proof whatsoever that would say that cancer cells are rational actors. Moving along.
12. Moral theories that are supported by logic and evidence are true. All other moral theories are false.
Moral theories that are supported by logic and evidence are true. All other moral theories are false. Maybe. But we can say that this moral theory is false because it is not supported by logic or evidence.
Appendix B is moral categorizations, which is a table, so will not be dealt with here. Appendix C is another table listing the Freedomain Radio podcasts which deal with UPB. Appendix D, every UPB...
So here's your moral categories. Here are the moral categories, so you can look at them. And we've talked about the problems of those. Here are the UPB podcasts. You can find this all on the links. And here we go, the saddest part of the whole thing.
B debate I've ever had. UPB skeptic. UPB is invalid. Me. How do you know? It's not proven. So proof is UPB? No. Nothing is UPB. Isn't the statement nothing is UPB UPB?
No.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that UPB is invalid.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Why? Because it's false. So presenting true arguments is UPB? No. So there's nothing wrong with false arguments? No. Then why are you opposing a false argument? Oh, it's just my personal preference. I just dislike falsehood. So you're arguing for a merely personal preference? Sure. So why should your personal preference take precedence over mine? I like UPB, you don't. And why bother debating personal preferences at all? Oh, because UPB is invalid. Why is it invalid? Because it's self-contradictory. So consistency is UPB? No. Stop repeating the same points over and over. And go read Kant, Hegel, Hume, etc., etc.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Moving along.
Etc., etc. Thank you so much for listening to this book, Universally Preferable Behaviour, A Rational Proof of Secular Ethics. This is Stefan Molydude, the host of Freedomain Radio. It's worth noting, I think, that Freedomain Radio is funded entirely voluntarily through donations from fine listeners such as yourselves. If you've enjoyed this book and would like to help get the word out, please donate at www.freedomainradio.com. And if you have questions, there is a very, very fine group of philosophers available on the web for you at www.freedomainradio.com/BOARD. Board. Thank you so much again, and I look forward to seeing you online.
All right, other side of the goal, gang. Other side of the goal, gang. Other side of the audiobook, gang. We did it. We did it. We did it. Jesus Christ, indeed. Oh, Jesus. All right, so, in summary, universally preferable behavior has many issues. First of all, it claims to be a moral, objective, universal set of moral codes that are universally applied. And it claims that that it does not matter who you are, where you are, so long as you're a human, these rules apply to you, and you ought not do them. Under no circumstances are you permitted to do any one of these things, otherwise you're immoral. Now, there are exceptions to these universally preferable behavior moral set of rules, some of which include beating your dog, because believe it or not, dogs practice universally preferable behavior. Apparently they're human. Children are not subject to universally preferable behavior unless you do terrible things to them. Then all of a sudden they magically become rational actors and therefore need to be protected by UPB. If you have children, you are a kidnapper, but that's okay because that's another exception to these universally moral codes. It is wrong to kidnap people unless they're your children. Then you are a kidnapper. And as a kidnapper, you are supposed to follow these particular rules that don't apply to anybody else. And if you do not feed these kids or these elderly people or these mentally ill people that you are been magically bestowed upon for reasons unspecified, then you can be aggressed against with the fullest force of the rules. This also includes dogs because, as we've explained earlier, dogs are rational actors. Another rational actor that we need to talk about that is an exception is cancer cells. Cancer cells can initiate the use of force, and you're allowed to cut them out of your body. However, for some reason, they're not qualified under the same category as children, even though they are helpless outside of your body, and if you cut them out of your body, they will die. So I hope this has been very informative to you, and I hope that UPB goes on an eternity, but not practice in any way, because this is just absurd. I want this to go down in history as one of the most insane things that has ever been presented in philosophy. And by the way, there's many contenders. There's many contenders for the silliest thing ever presented in philosophy. Many contenders. We fucking did it at a party. Woo! Tell people about me and let people just give me money. Thanks, Molydude. Got it. Yeah. So people have told me that Stefan Molydude is the Peter Molydude of philosophy. For those of you who don't know, Peter Molydude is like a well-known game developer. Runs a company. I don't know what game, but those games are universally just awful and bad. And while I think that's apt, I think maybe Carl Pilkington might be a better example, because Carl Pilkington will say things that are like profound but utterly retarded. Case in point, he said he has a reason for believing why all the nastiest bugs and creatures and stuff live in Australia. You know, think about the most deadliest ant, right? Was it not the dart? Was it the dart ant? There's some ant in Australia that if it bites you, you're pretty much just dead. Forget it. Just don't even bother. They could possibly get you an antidote if you're treated in time, but I mean it's really quick. You will fucking die. All the most venomous spiders, they're all in Australia. All the most venomous anything, they're all in Australia. Like even koala bears will fucking kill you. The cute little cuddly bears that fucking climb up into the little tree and they eat leaves. Oh, it looks so cute. Will fucking like maul your face off. Everything is awful. And he figured out why all of the worst animals in the world live in Australia. Because if you think about it, where do all the worst animals and insects lie? Under rocks. The Earth is a giant rock, and Australia is at the bottom of the giant rock. It's so profound and yet so retarded. He could write a book of these things. In fact, he has. There are many books written by Carl Pilkington which are fucking brilliantly retarded. Unfortunately, unlike Carl Pilkington, he doesn't have the comedic timing like Stefan Molydude does. And so the joke falls flat going into it a lot. It falls flat on its face. However, if he had the delivery and the wording like Carl Pilkington, I think he could be much more successful. I think his books would sell far more. In fact, I think Carl Pilkington's worst-selling book is actually a better seller than Stefan Molydude. Yeah, so I'm gonna quote. I'm going to quote. Oh no! Don't tell me I closed it. Yeah. I'm going to quote David Gordon again when he talks about Stefan Molydude, because I think this is the best way of describing it. Despite the impression I have given so far, Molydude is by no means stupid. Quite the contrary. Therein, I suggest, lies the source of the problems of his book. Because of his facile intelligence, he thinks he has a talent for philosophical argument and need not undertake the hard labor of learning how such arguments are constructed. Unfortunately for him and his book, he is mistaken. So anyways, thanks for all you've gotten through. If you're watching this later on, post-stream, and you managed to get to the other side of the goalpost, even if you didn't get to the end, or I guess you wouldn't hear this then, leave a comment in this direction, in the box saying, other side of the audiobook gang. I'll talk to you guys later, and hail Satan.